What's up, Browns fans? Welcome to Super Bowl night. Draft night. It's draft night for the other 31 teams in the league. It's our Super Bowl, and we couldn't be more excited to be here with you guys live on YouTube for it. We've been looking forward to this since about week 4 last season. It was draft season for us already, and it's finally here after months and months of anticipation. We're excited to be here for the entire first round with you guys tonight. The Browns finally have a first-round pick. Hopefully we don't do anything stupid. We're going to be bringing you coverage of every pick. We're going to talk about do some hot takes here before the draft actually kicks off, give you guys kind of our dream scenario for how this night will go and how it will play out. It's going to be a good time. This is our 5th year doing the live draft. If you guys have been here for all of them, you know it's always a good time. So we appreciate you guys being here, and we're ready to just jump into it. Before we do, though, remember, if you want to get thoughts, intros on the show, head to thedawgspodcast.com, tap leave voicemail on the drop-down menu. If you're watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Make sure you tap the notification bell so you don't miss any of the content that we're putting out. We are also live on Facebook and X tonight. But we only have one chat. We can only have one chat pulled up. So if you're watching on one of those platforms, that's obviously fine. Great. Thank you for following us on those platforms. But if you want to interact with us in the chat, in the show, and get your thoughts read out loud on the show, that kind of thing, head over to YouTube. That's where we can see your chat. We can't have all the chats pulled up. We only got one screen here. We're not Joe Rogan yet, so we got one extra screen. So if you want to interact with the show, head on over to YouTube. We'll be able to see your guys' comments. If you are following us on one of those other social media websites, or you want to, it's just search at the Dawgs Podcast on all the major platforms. You can find us. You can also just listen to the show at Apple, Spotify, and Google. And if you're looking for more Dawgs content, head to jointhedawgs.com, become an official Dog Pack member on the Patreon page. You get access to the private Discord. You get to play fantasy football with us. I think Josh has... This is the shirt you get, one of the shirts you get if you win a league. We had 4 or 5 leagues this year. You get a T-shirt that says Dog Pack Champion. I think the Dynasty leagues have cash prizes, don't they?
Yeah, they have cash prizes.
So we have a couple Dynasty leagues that actually have cash prizes. The redraft leagues, we give away these shirts. You get to wear them with pride. The fantasy football stuff is super fun. I mean, you're playing fantasy football with people literally from all over the globe, and it's just a ton of fun to be involved with. You get to play with Kenny Mack. We got Kenny. I almost forgot to mention we got Kenny from the Great White North down here with us in studio. So it's a great time for everybody involved. Another cool thing we're doing tonight with Dog Pack members, either current Dog Pack members or anybody who becomes one tonight during this live, we're going to give away what we believe and hope is going to be a Travis Hunter jersey. But whoever the Browns end up taking first in the first round, we're going to give away their jersey as soon as it becomes available to a Dog Pack member. Either one who's already a Dog Pack member, or you have, 3 hours to become one. So head to jointhedawgs.com, get access to the private Discord, sign up and play fantasy football with us, meet cool Browns fans from all over the world, and be entered in a chance to win a Travis Hunter / whoever we end up taking in the first round jersey. As soon as they become available, you'll get it. So that's a cool contest we're doing. We're super pumped to do that for you guys. We like doing the giveaways, showing our appreciation for everybody who's listening. Guys, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah.
I did want to mention we've got producer Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
In the background. So, Tommy, unmute your mic. Just make sure it works. Let the fans know you're out there.
Hello.
Let's go, Tommy Gunn.
Says, okay.
Tommy Gunn.
It's PT. Producer Tommy.
We might be getting some of Tommy's input throughout the night, but just want everybody to know we got somebody else in the building, too.
Yeah, so we're excited to be here, all 5 of us in the new studio for the second time with the whole gang. Let's just kind of jump right into it. I mentioned hot takes in the opening, so I get this just start at the far end of the table, work the way to me. Josh, what is your hot take for how the first round's going to play out tonight?
Well, one hot take I have for just the NFL in general, and we talked about it here at dinner, I think that Travion Henderson goes top 15.
I like that.
I think that Ashton Genty gets taken top 5, 6, maybe. And the Bears at 10 are dying to get a dynamic running back with Ben Johnson in there at head coach. And I think Travion Henderson is the pick at 10, if that happens, over Omarion Hampton.
Okay.
I do think the Bears want a back. I just think if it's not Genty, I don't know if they'll spend a first-round pick on one. I think they'll try to get him somewhere else. But as a big Henderson fan, that would excite me.
He could be, you've said it. What Jahmyr Gibbs was for Ben Johnson in Detroit.
Yes. Before we go on to the second hot take, I had this and I forgot to mention in the open. huge congrats. Cavs are up 2-0.
Yes.
And Evan Mobley was just announced as Defensive Player of the Year.
Congratulations.
Within like the last
Evan.
hour or so. So I wanted to make sure we got some props to the Cavs out there before we got too far into this.
Hashtag let them know, dog.
Somehow when you did that, it made balloons go up.
Really?
Well, that is
Still doing that?
excellent. Balloons.
I don't know how.
Don't put your thumb up, man, because you're going to get the thumbs up.
This is very live.
See if it goes.
I don't know how this. Oh, yeah, there it goes. I see it again.
Yep, there it is.
I don't know why it does this.
Congratulations.
I don't know either. I got reactions turned off. I don't know, dude.
I'm gonna have to figure it out on my end. But let us know. What do you guys think of Josh's hot take? Do you guys see Travion Henderson going top 15? Justin, what about you?
Okay.
This is the first time we're hearing Justin's. By the way, he wouldn't tell.
I
anybody.
really no. The reason you haven't heard is because I just made it up like probably 45 seconds ago, something like that.
Oh, man,
Yeah.
maybe like 50. But
Oh yeah. Well, so based on like everything that you've been hearing for the last 3 months of just quarterbacks. I think Cam Ward goes off the board at 1. My hot take is that the rest of them slide.
Bro, you just took mine. I said that at dinner.
Oh. Well, hold on. Let me come with yours, and then I'll come back to it, I guess.
Justin's thieving over here.
Sorry. Apparently, that's already been claimed hot take. Very live show we're doing here. Jesus. Okay. Well, go ahead. I'll come up with something else on the fly real quick.
All right, Kenny, what's yours?
Well, I mean, I was going to go Shador and Hunter get reunited. That was kind of boring. And I wanted to say we're going to get more running backs in the top 100 than quarterbacks, but that kind of leads to what he's saying anyways. So I don't know.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we went out to dinner. We went out to dinner for this, and I said my hot take's going to be Cam Ward goes 1, and I don't think any other quarterback gets taken in the first round.
That's it.
And then we
That's
get here,
my hot
and
take.
Justin's like,
Good job, Justin.
I just came up with a great one 30
seconds ago.
Hold on. I'm coming with something else. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, God.
Let's hear yours,
Sweating
Blake.
now, man. I'm sweating.
No, so I truly think I'm hearing. Obviously, I'm not like connected, but by hearing, I mean I'm watching a lot of videos by people who are connected. Like I'm expecting Shador to slide. At least that's been kind of like I think there's a chance the Browns will have a chance to maybe take him at 33, and which is crazy when not that long ago he was seen as probably going to go number 2. So and then I'm also hearing that the team that really loves Jackson Dart is the Saints, but they don't love him at 9. They love him either at 40 or trading up into the back up into the end of the first, so or early second.
Jackson Dart could be interesting because not only I heard that about the Saints, but also the Giants. I've heard a lot of
Trading
hot
back.
rumors the last couple of days that they are big on Dart. So it could be like a war between them and the Saints on who gets Jackson Dart.
Sure.
And I don't know, maybe the Browns are in on him too. It could get it real interesting tonight.
Sure.
All right, anybody have one of their own or
Yeah.
Let me work on it a little bit.
all right? Well, what you guys are thinking of your hot takes? Why don't we go to dream scenario?
Okay.
So in a perfect world, Josh, what happens to the Browns? What at the end at 11 o'clock tonight? How are the Browns sitting?
I still want them to come away tonight with Travis Hunter at 2, and then if there is the run on quarterbacks in the back half of the first, I want them, if they have a guy that they've deemed that's our guy, go get him. Come away with your elite playmaker, your future potential Hall of Fame type of talent, blue chip player Travis Hunter, and then just go get your quarterback. I'm tired of the QB musical chairs. We know it's going to be a Flacco pick at year most likely anyway. Just go get the guy that you like. If you like a guy. If not, then don't.
That's fair. I would say for tonight, I'm with you. Take Hunter at 2. If they decide to come back in, I'm kind of opposite of you right now. I think we need all the starters we can get our hands on. Just as many guys that we can plug holes in as we absolutely can. This is an authentic original hot take or best available thing. But, I would say absolutely just try to fill as many holes as you can.
Yeah.
If it's a guy and you're going to have to jump back in and then potentially wait a year or 2 for him to develop, I don't think we're at the luxury of doing that.
Yeah, my dream scenario is going to hitch on to yours. I think we've heard a lot about the Browns getting back to their grassroots. Grassroots was Nick Chubb. We don't know what's going to happen with Nick Chubb, and I do like what you're saying. Get as many weapons as possible. So what you need to do is you need to trade back and you need to get Ashton Genty. And I know there's a ton of running backs in there. I totally get it. And why would you want to do that? Because Genty is up here, and like everybody else is down here, based on what I've read. Could you find a guy right now? Maybe Junkins that could be comparable, maybe. but you know that Genty can do it. And I would love to see him maybe sign Chubb as a Kareem Hunt type role and get an extra second round pick maybe this year, next year, because you might be trading with somebody like Jacksonville, and just fill that roster with weapons. Because if you listen to anybody, we need weapons, weapons, weapons. And if you take a look at the depth chart, there's holes where the Browns have running back, tight end, you could even say receiver. And those are all weapons that we need to make this offense go.
I agree. It's the weapons. Before I give my dream scenario, the first thing I want to say is, hello, Sophia. I just got a picture that she's watching me on TV. I told her I'd say hi.
Girl.
Hello. Make sure you're listening and go to bed on time. So my dream scenario for the Browns is Travis Hunter at 2. Okay. And then if that's the only thing they do in the first, we don't get back up in the first, I'll be happy. That was good. But it's like Kenny said, offensive playmakers. I'll tell you what my anti-dream scenario is. Travis Hunter at 2, and we get news that the Browns are trading back up to 20 to take Jalen Milroe. That'll be
Blake will cry. I will cheer.
I couldn't think of like a worse thing for the Browns to do.
Well, and he'll want us to get Kyle McCord in the 5th too. We just traded up to the 5th.
I'll tell you an absolute dream scenario for me would be Travis Hunter at 2, and somewhere in if we think he's going to be gone before 33, somewhere in the mid-20s would be then to get back up and get Emeka Egbuka.
That would be
to me exciting. That would be a dream scenario because
that would be amazing.
Even though if you watch this podcast consistently, for like basically the entire offseason, I was pounding the table for quarterback. The fact that it seems pretty obviously we're not going that route at 2. I'm on the side with Kenny now. It's in Justin, as many starters as possible. Now, if we're not taking 1 at 2, I'm not taking a quarterback until maybe like Will Howard in the 4th. Okay, because we need top level offensive starters in these first 3 rounds at minimum. We need to find at least one starting wide receiver, at least one starting running back, and a high end tight end 2 who can play with Njoku, 100%. All in these first 3 to 4 picks. So I'm not taking a project guy. Our project, in my opinion, the project guy is Kenny Pickett. You know what I mean? Surround him with weapons, and maybe he has a Darnold-type renaissance. If not, then we know next year we got to go get it. If he doesn't, we're going to lose a lot of games.
Yep. Okay?
And we'll be in a position to take him again next year. And if he has a Darnold-type turnaround, we're talking about a guy that maybe we can sign. Yep. You know what I mean? So that's why like I'm excited for Joe Flacco, but I said I'm rolling with Kenny Pickett this year because I'm not doing what the Steelers did with Justin Fields and getting to the end of a season in which they made no playoff noise again, and they're sitting there with a quarterback going, man, we wish we knew if we needed to get a quarterback or not, and then watching that guy leave to go be another team starter, and you're sitting there with Mason Rudolph on your team.
And you're picking 20 again.
And you're
still stuck in that range where the great dudes are
gone. I'm getting as many starters. I'm getting an RB1, a wide receiver 1, maybe a wide receiver 2, and a tight end 2 in these first 3 or 4 picks.
Well, and the biggest thing is when you take a look at what the Browns did in 2020 and you carry it through other than the Ken Dorsey years, I mean, I think generally, if you take a look, tight end, we carried 4. Last year, we obviously didn't because of the way that Kenny Rowe did his offense. We also carried 4 running backs. If you take a look at our depth right now, you guys would be pretty concerned, I would think.
Yes.
If you see who's there right now.
Yeah.
And we've made no concessions to add anything. So that's got to happen today, tomorrow, and Saturday, I would think.
Yes.
I mean, I'm pretty comfortable. I don't know about you guys. I'm pretty comfortable with the defense, except for one position, free safety.
Right, which we can talk about that in a little bit if we take Travis Hunter, but there has been some chatter about them potentially playing him at free safety rather than corner. I did want to say, what do you guys want to do at 5? Because 2 minutes ago, Jay Glazier tweeted, Jaguars and Browns trade looks like it could go down. Talks are happening. Nothing done till it's done, obviously. But
so they're trading up for Hunter, or they're trading up for Genty?
The Jaguars? I would imagine they're trading up for Hunter. All the buzz that I've read has been that they love Travis Hunter. Jaguars.
So if we're at 5, all of a sudden Kenny's dream scenario might become a reality.
Yes, take Ashton Genty at 5, 100%. Don't take a tackle. Don't take a defensive player.
Take Genty.
I
got $100 from a gift certificate from the Browns that says I'm buying that jersey
Ashton Genty
in
jersey.
2 days.
Like
2 days.
I've sold myself on Travis Hunter. And here's the thing, that if you end up trading back to 5 and you don't get Travis Hunter, you 100% have to go receiver at 33 or move up and get receiver. You cannot go quarterback at 33 now. Because whatever quarterback you get is years away from playing probably, and the quarterbacks we have on the roster now are throwing to – who are we throwing to?
Jerry Jeudy.
Tillman, if he's
Cedric
not concussed.
Tillman. Somebody told me like Tillman's not a bona fide 2. No, he's not a bona fide 2. He hasn't done
He's
it
had
for
3 good games in 2 years, guys.
Yes.
We're excited about him, but he's not
potential. But
And another thing I want to talk to you guys, where do you guys stand on draft this? You don't draft for need, you draft best player available. Because to me, everybody drafts for need, unless you're the Eagles, right? You know what I mean? And you're already stacked and you already have all your key positions filled, you're drafting for need. If not, quarterbacks never get taken in the first round. You know what I mean?
Right.
Every team's got at least a viable enough quarterback. They would go get. You're always drafting for need at some point, especially if you're like the Browns and you're in a salary cap situation where you got to get good players cheap. The draft is where you have to do it.
I think at this point, I'd say like 2 years ago, I felt like the Browns got to a point where I was like, we aren't drafting for need right now. Like we have luxuries. We can kind of just do what we need to. The nice thing right now is there's so many damn holes that
You have to
all your picks are probably, as long as they translate it mostly decent, you are going to be okay unless you F it up.
Drafting the best player possible is a luxury. We don't have luxuries right now. We're drafting needs. That's why I just went over the holes we have, because it's free safety, it's running back depth, it's tight end depth, it's receiver depth, possibly like a number 1 receiver that's so lacking. And how does everybody feel about offensive tackle?
If we trade back to 5 and take an offensive tackle, I'm also going to puke.
Oh, yeah, that was rough. Rough.
Obviously, I know you need a good line. I 100% know that. But my argument against taking a tackle right now would be the same argument I have against taking Abdul Carter, in terms of it's not going to get you any wins this year. It's the same thing. We had Joe Thomas, who played 10,000 consecutive snaps. He had, a winning season in his career? You can't do that. We need weapons. It's an offensive league. We at least have DeJuan Jones, and who was the guy we signed, the swing tackle?
Cornelius Lucas.
Yeah, we can hopefully plug and fill if we don't grab a tackle in the later rounds. So I'm not doing that. But
a lot of the analysts that I've listened to as well and read their stuff, like they say there's no elite level, like super high end tackles in this draft. There's a lot of good ones, but nobody I would want to take at 5, because there's a good chance you could get a pretty good starting left tackle or whatever tackle at 33 in the second round.
The one I've heard who is maybe the best, and we'd be talking about him a lot more, is the guy from Ohio State, if he wouldn't have got hurt.
Josh Simmons.
Yes. But I want to address a couple comments here. Andrew Jackson with super chats, guys, are awesome. Rick, I see yours. We're going to talk about yours also. You don't have to give us money to do this. We'll take it, but you don't have to give.
We won't turn you down.
Yes, but anybody who does, obviously, it's greatly appreciated. Thank you. But Andrew Jackson said, since DF isn't on, who's going to be the maker of the terrible QB takes? Poor DF just catching strays. He's not even here this year. And then Rick says, if we don't take Hunter at 2, the draft is a bust. It'll be tough for me to not be disappointed, just because I've really gotten into the mindset of like, that's who we're taking. I'm especially if we pair him with Igbuka later, which I know that's far fetched, but in my brain, I'm just thinking,
good luck.
Travis Hunter, Emeka Igbuka, Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku, whatever one of these running backs we take, like, oh man, all of a sudden this offense, you're going, well, these quarterbacks at least have some tools to try to get an evaluation on them.
I get the value of what he says, and I like if I'm just sticking with the number 2 pick, like I'm saying a lot of Genty, okay, but I'm saying that like 5, trade down, grab some capital. I don't think it's a bust though if you get Genty. And it's from the standpoint of what Barry has said in pressers. It's what the coaches said when they want to kind of get back to their roots. I think you take the best running back possible and not roll the dice on anybody who's in the 3rd round. So then I wouldn't say no. I would say no to you that it wouldn't be a bust. But I get the disappointment because, I mean, I'm telling you, like, I want to buy a Genty jersey, but I'll buy a Hunter jersey just the same, man. So I get the disappointment if it isn't him. But if it's Genty, I'd be still pretty good with it.
If we trade back, it's got to be a haul. Like we have to sit here when the trade details come through and say,
we couldn't
pass that up.
Right.
Always got to be Hall.
And here's the deal: the Jags. I don't know if you guys know this, but the only person in this room that's younger than the Jaguars' new GM is PT over here.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's right.
This kid's like barely got a ball from.
If Andrew Barry's gonna trade with somebody, I would want it to be the Jacksonville GM. You're right, because he's super young. He's first year doing it.
No risk.
He's super eager to make his name a bold move.
It's literally draft day. Only it was the Panthers who had the young one. Sonny Weaver.
It was Jacksonville. It was Jacksonville.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
So that he like kind of manipulated.
Tell me, Sonny, what's going on, man? Yeah. Tell me, Sonny.
That's the way I imagine it. Like it'd go. Like he's going to be talking to Andrew Barry, and Andrew's just going to like have him like a yo-yo or a puppet.
I want a returner too.
Yeah. I want to return. Eat your pancakes, bud.
Yeah. So now, if you go even far enough back, I was like all in on the Genty train. I definitely wanted.
Yeah.
It scares me a little bit for Genty. Us Browns fans, we're known as being super calm and rational, but he'll be filling the shoes of literally a Browns legend and like probably every modern era Browns fan's favorite player.
Yeah.
If he isn't Nick Chubb, everybody will crucify him.
No, it's Trent Richardson.
Trent Richardson syndrome.
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
I mean? Yep, that's exactly in my head. I was thinking. I remember the last time we took a running back that high.
It'll be, if he's not Nick Chubb, they're going to call him Trent Richardson, and that's like a lot of extra. Like I said, we're known as being super calm and patient and rational. Us Browns fans.
But were you guys not happy with Trent Richardson in his first year?
I had a jersey, bro.
I like, he had touchdowns, he had receptions, he was everything I wanted, and then the next year I was like,
he just ran into the back of everybody.
I think Genty, like just from what I've watched and read and stuff about it, like he's just got that gamer competitive mentality. I think he would fit well with Cleveland if that were to happen. But there was do you guys want to talk before we break, before the draft actually starts? Talk about the trade that the Browns already made today.
Yeah, talk about that.
We have already made a draft trade.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me?
Okay. Well, the last thing I was going to do is Dub says Eagles got their guy, their QB in the second stop, and let the draft come to you for once. My pushback on that is don't use the anomaly as you're an example. We talked about this at length. Almost every quarterback that was in the playoffs last year, I think all of them but one or two were first round draft picks, and almost all of them were like top 10 picks. You can't go out and find the whatever it's called.
Unicorn?
No, like the one that's
outlier.
The outlier.
Okay.
Sorry, I had a break. You can't use the outlier.
It's gonna be a long night, guys.
Yes.
Yeah. 4 hours.
You can't use the outlier to try to make your point. You know what I mean? Like the majority of the quarterbacks who go to the playoffs, start in the playoffs, they're first round draft picks. So you can't use the Eagles to always try to push your agenda of like who to take and stuff like that. But if you want to talk about the trade, go ahead real quick. We got like 2 minutes.
Yeah, so we got a trade announcement before everything kicked off here tonight and everything, and it wasn't anything with the first pick or anything like that. So the Browns gave up, and we talked about this the other day. The Browns had 10 picks in this draft. The first 5 were top 104. The second 5 were 6th round and 7th round picks. So, like, who really cares? They're going to be special teams, depth pieces. Maybe they make the roster. So we traded 3 of those. We traded 179. We traded 216 and 255 in the 7th. So 2-6 in the 7th to the Texans. And we got their 5th round pick, 166, and a 5th rounder next year. So we basically moved up from 179 to 166. What was that, 13 spot? Am I doing math okay?
That sounds good, yeah.
And then we got an extra 5th round pick next year. And I talked about on the podcast yesterday, we were never going to keep that 7th round pick. Jack Duffin talked about it. I said he's absolutely right, because with the depth of this class, there's going to be so many high priority UDFA options at the end of the draft. You don't want, it was pick 35, like I think 5 picks before the end of the round in the 7th. You don't want that pick. Use it on player A and then have to go explain to players B through whatever why you didn't pick them with that pick. So Barry already got rid of that pick. Makes a lot of sense. Now you can spend the entire 7th round and most of the 6th round getting that priority UDFA list ready to go and what calls you're going to make.
And who knows? I mean, look at what Andrew Berry's done with 5th-round picks. With an extra 5th-round pick.
Oh, yeah, and it's not in the draft. It's
exactly.
who you're trading for.
Correct, yes. So that was the thing I saw, and I was like, I mean, to get 2 5ths, I'm not saying they're meaningless picks, but there's a lot more value in 5ths.
Well, I mean, we got rid of some meaningless picks, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Barry probably he really uses the priority UDFA a lot. And so that basically means an undrafted player that teams aggressively pursue. And what that means is you're guaranteeing some salary, signing bonuses, a higher camp priority as well. So there may be even promises that you might make, or you have a shot to make the 53-man
Look at
roster.
the UDFAs, man, like Muhammad Diabate, Winston Reed, Ronnie Hickman, D'Anthony Bell the last couple years.
Was it AJ Green was one of them too?
Yeah, AJ Green, the quarterback there for a few years. Like Andrew Berry brings in some UDFAs that actually contribute to this team.
I was actually thinking about this. Is Aiden Robbins out there doing anything?
I was thinking
Whatever
about that
happened to that guy? We need to check in on him.
Because like I wanted him to make the roster, and you can't tell me that our running back room last year couldn't have benefited.
The problem is we didn't run the ball last year. That's the problem.
From a 230-pound dude, we could have used him on the goal line a couple times.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember somebody running, 70 yards and then getting the ball back and fumbling on the 1 yard line. Remember that?
Yep. Yes.
Yay.
But all right, we are going to, first of all, we have 203 of you guys watching right now, which is
You guys are
insane.
awesome.
So thank you.
Bam.
That might be a new record for us in terms of consecutive. We appreciate everybody who's here. It's going
Let's
to be
go
a long
Browns.
night. We're covering all around one. We are going to take like a super short 4 to 5 minute break, just regroup. And come back for pick number 1. So please don't go anywhere. I got you right here. I see how many you are. If you leave, I'll know. Again, remember, jointhedawgs.com. Become a dog pack member during this live stream. Be entered for a chance to win a jersey of whoever we take in the first round tonight. We will see you guys right after a quick commercial break.
This episode is brought to you by Danger Coffee. Browns fans, we talk about how Danger Coffee is made free from mold toxins that are in 45% of the world's coffee, but that's not all that Danger Coffee has to offer. Mineral and nutrient deficiencies are a big deal. They make you feel sick, tired, stressed, and they can give you brain fog. These deficiencies negatively affect your immune system, your digestion, sleep, metabolism. Have you ever wondered why you get an initial burst from your coffee, but then you get that little crash not long after? Danger Coffee's patent-pending process remineralizes your body with more than 50 trace minerals and electrolytes, leaving you more energized, engaged, powerful. These micronutrients enter the cells to boost performance. They bind to toxins to provide detoxification support. I know that sounds like a lot, but the bottom line, guys, is minerals matter, and most of us really don't get enough of them on a daily basis. Danger Coffee delivers micronutrients, plus it gives you access to the minerals you already have. Head to dangercoffee.com, use our code DAWGS, DAWGS, for 10% off your order, and that code can be used over and over, so you get 10% off every order you make using code DAWGS. It's time to start every day off with a cup of coffee that gets you going and actually keeps you going. dangercoffee.com, code DAWGS. This episode is brought to you by Baden Sports. Browns fans, Baden Sports is your one-stop shop for all your athletic gear. Baden started out perfecting and manufacturing the best balls in the business. Yeah, if that sounded dirty, that's more about your mind than my words. But hey, it's true. Baseballs, softballs, footballs, basketballs, volleyballs, soccer balls, you name it, and Baden has engineered the highest standard sports balls available. And now they offer more than just sports balls. If you got kids playing baseball or softball, Baden has batting gloves and bats to go along with both game balls and training balls. If you're into basketball, Baden makes basketball specifically for indoor or outdoor use. Heck, Baden even has all the equipment you need for pickleball, which is one sport that I hear everyone is playing and yet I still never have. And I need to fix that soon. But don't miss the backyard games section of Baden's website, where you can order everything you need for this upcoming outdoor season. Pool balls, backyard volleyball nets, croquet, bocce, horseshoes, cornhole, and more. Right now, you can get 10% off your entire order at Baden Sports, BADEN sports.com/dogs, DAWGS, and use promo code DAWGS when you check out. That's 10% off all the top quality sporting gear you need this season. BadenSports.com/dogs. This episode is sponsored by Manly Bands. Guys, is your wedding band old, outdated, or just not the same taste you had when you were younger? Or hey, maybe you're about to get married, but you don't want to deal with the salespeople at the jewelry stores. Manly Bands has the best wedding bands made specifically for men. They have the classic, timeless gold and white gold styles, But they also have rings made from platinum, black zirconium, tungsten, titanium, even materials like meteorite and dinosaur bone. Yes, your wedding ring could be made from a dinosaur fossil. That is a real thing. They also have different ring collections, like their Jack Daniels rings made from actual Jack Daniels whiskey barrels. They also have Lord of the Rings and DC Comics band collections. Head over to manlybands.com/dogs and take advantage of their 30% off sale with free shipping. Plus, use promo code DAWGS, DAWGS, when you check out for another 10% off your order. Now, every Manly Band comes with a free silicone ring, and if you don't know your ring size, that's okay. You can order a free ring size chart from Manly Bands to make sure that you know exactly the right size before you order. And then if you get your ring and it doesn't fit just right, you can always return it or exchange it without any hassle. And I know this because I like my rings to be a little more loose, and the first band that I got was just a little too snug for the way I like to wear it, so I exchanged it, and the whole process was quick, easy, and I had my new ring in no time. And now, Manly Bands is even accessorizing men beyond just your wedding rings with their chain necklaces and chain bracelets made for men by men. And if you need groomsmen gifts or anything else, Manly Bands has you covered with their barware, whiskey glasses, flasks. They even have customized coasters and flight trays. So skip the jewelry stores, avoid the salespeople, and get a wedding band that was designed for you. manlybands.com/dogs to get 30% off, free shipping, plus get an extra 10% off when you use code DAWGS, DAWGS, when you check out.
What's up, Browns fans? If you're watching this, you already know me as a host of your favorite Browns podcast, but what you may not know about me is that I'm also a licensed realtor here in the state of Ohio. So if you're local to Tuscarawas County or Stark County, or you just need help finding a trusted agent in your area, shoot me an email at agentblakereniker@gmail.com to see how I can help you reach your real estate goals.
This episode is sponsored by Butcher Box for Pets. Browns fans, it's about time the Dawgs offered you something for the real dogs in your life. Our furry friends aren't just pets, they're part of the family. And you wouldn't let yourself or your children eat strange meat from questionable sources, and your dog shouldn't either. Right now, head to butcherboxforpets.com/dogs or use promo code DAWGS, DAWGS, to get 20% off your entire order. At ButcherBox, they believe in real ingredients. Their pet foods have been developed and certified by a vet nutritionist to contain 0 artificial flavors or preservatives. You get protein-packed formula with over 50% of the recipe comprised of third-party certified humane ButcherBox meat, plus functional ingredients like pre- and postbiotics to support your dog's vitality and digestion. And ButcherBox even removes the guesswork for you. Their custom meal plans are perfectly portioned to fit your dog's nutritional needs based on 8 factors, including age, weight, and activity level. I know my home wouldn't be the same without Odie, our 100-pound golden who thinks he's a 10-pound lap dog. And it gives us peace of mind knowing that we're giving him quality food instead of that factory processed garbage from the store. And speaking of the store, no need to add dog food to the shopping list ever again. ButcherBox delivers their high-quality food right to your door on the right feeding schedule for your dog. And you can change, modify, or pause your plan at any time. So head to butcherboxforpets.com/dogs and use promo code DAWGS for 20% off your order. It's time for all of us dogs to give all of our dogs the nutrition they deserve. And we're back.
What's up? Welcome back. Between all these platforms, I got them all up on my phone and my computer now. I'm probably going to crash the network.
He's riding a bicycle out on the stage.
Boo! Boo! We don't like
loser.
We don't like Roger Goodell. But we're excited to be back with you guys. We appreciate everybody who's watching currently on YouTube, X, Facebook, wherever else we're live. Anybody who's watching, we appreciate you guys being here. We even had a comment on Facebook from a guy who said he watches the show a lot, but he engages with us, and a lot of time he disagrees, but it's always been like cool and respectful, and he just appreciates us putting out content and engaging with him, even though he's like a nobody. Bro, that's what we like.
That's what this is all about.
There
is no nobodies.
You can disagree with us as much as you want. I'm perfect. In fact, we
disagree.
It's good TV, but you know, as long as it's just good debate and you're not like, I personally hate you because you don't think we should take this person. We're all for like going back and forth about what we should do. Like that's why we have a podcast. Dude, that's what makes it fun.
I answer every single comment usually, and I'm all good with anybody who says anything, except if you didn't listen to exactly what I said.
Listen, you're not going to hurt anybody's feelings. Somebody on here a few years back called me Fat Guy Black Cheeks.
It's true.
That's been your name ever since.
I adopted it.
Yeah,
It is
embrace it,
now
bro.
like what I
Yeah.
go with. If I wasn't so committed to my current Xbox Live gamer tag, that would be the Xbox Live gamer tag. If I ever switch it
Dude,
up,
I totally had somebody that said I made 473 mistakes. And so I'm changing my name to Kenny Mac 473.
I'd like that.
so you're not gonna hurt any of our feelings. You gotta have thick skin if you're in this online world.
Yes.
So don't worry about us. And it's just fun to talk and debate the Browns. So we appreciate you listening. You don't have to agree to listen and support the show. That's awesome. Let's talk about the draft then. Enough about us. That's not why anybody's watching. Obviously, Cam Ward is going to go number one. If they come out and Cam Ward's not number one,
That changes
Shocked.
our whole night.
I'm
Our
shocked.
whole night. 'Cause
that's insane.
the Browns would take him, I think, 100%.
I do too.
At 2.
Yeah.
I think so too. What do you guys prefer? So all the smoke is the Jags and the Browns are talking about that 2-5 switch, and if they are talking, I have a feeling it's going to take the whole 10
Yeah.
minutes. You know what I mean? Because Andrew Berry's going to be trying to squeeze every little bit he can. This young guy is going to want to prove that he's got hair on his chest. So what do you want? Do you want him to stay at 2 and take Travis, or do you want him to move to 5 and take whoever's there?
So, and we talked about this in the pre-show. If it's a haul, I mean, and those trade details have to come up, and we have to sit here and say, "Damn, that's awesome! We fleeced them," and we have to be pumped about it.
Yeah.
Go to 5, and it has to be Ashton Genty. I'm not moving to 5 to take an offensive tackle. I'm not moving to 5 to take Mason Graham or a defensive player. Stop it. Get a weapon for the offense. I think that Travis Hunter is a very awesome generational, whatever you want to use that tag,
Sure.
weapon for the offense. But so is Ashton Genty. Are you telling me he's not going to come in here and just put some boost into our? We have no run game.
Right.
I would say there's probably like 2 offensive players outside of Cam Ward that to me are like game-changing guys right away. Some of the other names like Ted McMillan, but some people have him way high, and then I'm seeing guys like Mache have him ranked 50th.
Yeah, it's
You know what I mean?
There's no real-
There's no
blue chip
overwhelming
receivers.
Correct. So, but I think there's 2 guys in this top 5 that if you left with one of them, your offense should feel a lot better, and it's Travis Hunter and it's Genty.
the only risk you run then in moving 2 to 5. What if the Giants or the Patriots either take Genty, one of them take Genty, or they trade with the Bears or the Raiders who want to come up and get in front of the Browns to take him?
Yes, you can't make this trade thinking, okay, Giants are going Abdul Carter, and I'm hearing the Patriots are going to go with the tackle
Will Campbell.
from LSU. Yeah, in which doesn't shock me, even though I initially thought they were going to go wide receiver, but until I remember who their new head coach is.
Yeah.
You know,
Their offensive line.
their offensive line's bad. They
Yeah.
need to protect their quarterback. They got a tough, hard-nosed head coach now in Vrabel. But you got to make sure that the guy you think you're going to get at 5 is going to be there at 5. You can't make this move and then end up being stuck. Like, oh man, now we have to take somebody we're not absolutely in love with.
Do you want to know the actual points? Because I just looked it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
So basically, pick 2 is 2,600 points. Pick 5 is 1,700 points. And this is based on Jimmy Johnson's draft pick sheet. So the difference is 900 points for the Jacksonville Jaguars to get up to the Cleveland Browns. So what it costs to go from 5 to 2, you got to make up that 900-point gap, like I said. And so you're looking at a mid-first rounder, which is 15 to 16. So, I mean, it'll probably be something from next year. And early second rounder, mid-second rounder to early third, and a future. Here's the future
What's
first.
pick 36
Yeah.
worth? That's what they have.
Yeah, it's just giving me generalities
Okay.
right now. Oh, here, sorry, there's an example. I didn't scroll down fast enough.
Come on, Kenny.
Pick.
Speaking
So you're
technology.
basically going to get pick 5, pick 36, pick 100, and that total is 2340. And you might need to sweeten the deal with a 2026 pick or player. Is basically what they're saying.
So I know when Josh texted us yesterday, he said that I forget who you said it was, but that a trade from 2 to 5 with Jacksonville would be us getting them
Jared
getting
Muller.
2, us getting 5, 36 in their first round pick next year. For the love of me, I could not get them to accept that trade on the PFN draft.
I know you were struggling.
I tried to get I offered them 2 and then I offered them every pick we have next year for 536 in their first rounder next year, and they declined it. And I was like, something tells me either these guys are way stingier than they are in real life, or this thing's not very realistic. I have a feeling if we offered every single pick, they would take it. So
if you look at next year, so the other option would be you take pick 5 in next year's first round, and that gets you to 2,400 points. And so generally, the rule of thumb in the league is that when you get into the top 2 or 3, there's like a kind of a premium that you would put on it. So I don't know what that would be as in a third round or something like that. And that's kind of what you're looking for.
Do you think we should be worried about a team jumping the Browns up to, say, 3 or 4 to take a running back when there's so many other running backs in this draft? Because I feel like if you can look at the Browns and say they moved out of 2 to 5, picked up a boatload of draft capital, and still got the best running back in the draft, everybody's applauding that. Yeah. If you're a team and you have to give up assets or players or future picks to move up in the draft to grab a running back when there's Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, Amarian Hampton sitting out there, you obviously don't make moves based on what everybody's going to say, but I feel like that's not something GMs do. You know, you're not giving up assets to move up into the top 5 to grab a running back.
The only thing that concerns me about that is just because all the rumors, reports, buzz, whatever you want to call it, about the Raiders being dead set on taking Genty at 6 and the Bears really trying to get up to 5 with the Jaguars to get ahead of them so they can get him. So there's like 2 teams that have him, maybe 1 on their board. They might do something like that. I don't know. But I
wouldn't be shocked to see the Raiders. What is it called? Tweeted, but was it called the X'd it? I don't know what it's called.
I think
now.
They still call it tweeted.
Okay. They tweeted just some eyeball emojis a while back. So like they're trying to cook something up. I could see them wanting him real bad with Pete Carroll. They got Geno Smith locked up for a couple years. He likes running the ball, controlling the clock, defense, and all that good stuff.
Well, where do you guys see Genty in the grand scheme of all these players? Do you see him as the first, second, third? Like where do you see him rated?
As far as like overall,
I think he's like the 3rd best player in this league, and I think he can get the Browns probably 2 to 3 more wins. Who else is going to do that in the draft for them other than maybe Hunter?
Right.
According to PFF, he's the 3rd best player on the.
We talked about that at dinner.
Right.
Like there's really like 3 blue chip players you would consider in this draft, and it's Hunter, Carter, and Genty.
Hunter, Carter, yeah.
I've kind of been on the train of the running back is making a comeback. Yeah. At least high-level elite running backs are making a comeback.
The 2 high safety has taken a lot of that away from the quarterbacks.
You're having to see teams nickel and dime, and I talked about this a lot with the Browns offense last year. How many games did Jameis threw for 300 yards? We had 400 yards of offense, and we scored 14 points. It's because we had no run game at all. And obviously a lot of it was bad offensive line play, but Jerome Ford leaves so much on the field he just doesn't create any of his own yards. You know what I mean? He doesn't run through any arm tackles. Yeah. It's got to be blocked up. It's got to be blocked up for Jerome Ford to go get 4 yards. A good running back like Genty, it doesn't need to be blocked up for him to get 3 or 4. He's going to break a tackle, break through an arm tackle, and he's going to get you 3 or 4 when maybe there should have only been 1 or none there.
Right.
Well, what was the thing he sent to the general managers that you said earlier? If guys are concentrating on, what is it, guys that tackle?
I think he said something like,
get the guy that can't be tackled.
Yes, it's a league about tackling. Right. Take the guy who can't be tackled.
Yep.
Yeah. Are you at all concerned if it is Genty? Are you at all concerned with the wear and tear? I mean, the guy, what do you have, like 10,000 carries at Boise State? I'm obviously exaggerating, but he had a lot. I watched any chance I got that they would be on TV. Obviously, Boise State's not on East Coast, Dover, Ohio TV a ton. But I would watch, and their offense was literally just turning around, giving the ball.
Yeah, and
people are just banging on them.
I don't care what level you're playing at. If you're the one playmaker on your offense, you're the dude, and the other team, I don't care who you're playing, the other team knows that, and they can't stop you, you're pretty good. I mean, we were talking about that earlier about Caleb Johnson from Iowa. Same situation. Every defense they played against knew they're just handing the ball to Caleb every play. And what did he do? Had like the second most yards after contact in the entire nation with teams gearing up on him. So Yeah, I like that a lot.
Well, the other thing that Ashton Genty's going to do is he's going to make your offense better from the standpoint of selling your play fakes, right? Because that's what a Kevin Stefanski system is. He also, if you look at the Browns and the way that they rolled last year, how many times were we 2nd and 11? Second and whatever, right? What's going on?
Well, PFF is obviously ahead of the broadcast. Cam Ward is the pick at 1 for the Titans. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no problem.
The Browns will now be picking number 5.
Yeah,
they
I
have
just saw
traded
that.
Wow.
with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow.
Christ.
Man, I've been talking myself up on Hunter.
Yep, there we go.
I need to see what the compensation is.
Me too. I'm trying to find it. I am trying
I
to
said
find
I wasn't
it.
going to get frustrated, and I'm already.
I'm not
here we go.
frustrated
Okay.
yet. I got to hear.
All right, so the Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick 104 in the 4th round, and pick 200 in the 6th round to the Jags. We're getting back pick 5, pick 36, so we're getting another 2nd-round pick. We're getting pick 126 in the 4th round, and next year's 1st-round pick.
Whoa. I'm not mad anymore.
Okay, we'll take it.
Especially
Here we go.
if this still leads to, if we get Genty out of this still, 36.
It's a nice player.
36.
Quarterbacks, running backs, wide
All of a
receivers,
sudden,
whatever you
can,
need.
You package 33 and 36 up to go get your wide receiver now or something. And if we suck
Or
this
just
year,
take the players.
the Jaguars are probably still going to suck.
There's a chance, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Or at least we're picking mid
You know what I mean?
round.
Like,
yeah.
and we'll have our hours.
Yes.
So if we need to do anything like, I did, and I think we all talked about in the offseason, if the Browns did trade back, we didn't want them to go past like 4 or 5. Sure. I feel like
Yeah.
this is the sweet spot.
So now who's the target?
To me, it's I'm with
right?
I,
We
I've
have got to get Genty,
I've
right?
been telling Kenny for months
Yes.
he's crazy thinking we're going to get Genty.
Yes.
And this
Well
mother
done.
effer over here.
connection
Well
to
done,
Genty this
sir.
entire
Dude,
thing.
you
That's
know how
what's
many
crazy.
people online told me it was a jackass, man? Like, holy crap.
Send it back at
That was
him, bro. Let him know.
Crazy, crazy.
Here's the thing: is
Oh, man.
we're getting all excited in
know what's gonna
typical
happen.
Cleveland
Devastated.
fashion.
We're going to get
It's gonna be
devastated. I
it's
know
gonna
it.
be
They're going to take
left tackle.
Kelvin Banks, yeah.
and I'm just gonna they're gonna take the next Jed Wills, and I'm going to just puke everywhere.
Yeah.
Andrew
and I-
Barry did not do so well with his last tackle pick.
Yeah.
Now, especially
first round.
when, and I hate being a Monday morning quarterback with that kind of thing because Jed Wills was seen as a top.
You're right.
He was seen as a home run pick for the Browns. But man, it's tough not to do the comparisons between a guy like Jed Wills and Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's tough. That's been my my biggest thing for people who are overly critical of Andrew Barry in the draft. If you go look up all of Andrew Barry's draft grades post-draft, so Mel Kiper puts out his draft grades as soon as the draft is wrapped up. I don't think he's had anything lower than a B+ or an A- on any of his drafts for the Browns. So therefore, he took guys that overwhelmingly everybody thought were the right guys to take. You know what I mean? It's not like Andrew Barry's been out here getting C- and D's in all of his draft grades, and they're not panning out. He's getting A's and B's in his draft grades, and some of them aren't panning out. And I also think some people are overly critical, and they focus on the ones he missed on, and they don't pay attention to how many he actually has hit on and gotten starter-level players outside the first or second round.
Well, the thing that sucks, too, is it an issue with just bad luck where you're missing, like, when you do miss, or is there something, too, internally where it's like, why do we never develop a wide receiver? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's things like where I'm just like, it's not Andrew Barry
Correct.
on Andrew Barry at that point.
He
know
gets
what
you
I
the
mean?
talent, and according to his draft grades, he got you talent. Now the coaching's got to figure out a way to develop it.
Well, yeah. So there's a couple different things when you're looking at that. First, you got to have a structured player development plan. You have strength and conditioning program, because a lot of these guys, when they come out, they're like, he's kind of lean or whatever. You know what I mean? Right. Nutrition. And here's the other thing, not nutrition and recovery resources. How many times have these guys have pulled a hamstring, and that's kind of hamstrung them for the season, right? Mental health and performance coaches, veteran mentorship. I mean, how good is our locker room really? We don't know. Rookie orientation and education. Clearly, Deshaun Watson didn't show up for that. Housing and relocation assistance, like those are small things. But what I really want to get into, positional coaches, and they matter, man. You got to refine your technique, accelerate the processing. Player trust and communication. Is it there? Because it clearly was not there last year. Fit in the scheme. I think generally they may have fit in the scheme, maybe not. But ultimately, it has to do with the guys that the Browns had. And for some reason on the O-line, for example, Callahan left and all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Bebo Ventrone, did he not look awesome in the first year? And then second year, and what happened? You know, people weren't bought in. Obviously, same with Jim Schwartz. He made our defensive line amazing. That defensive line feasted, you know? And so I think positional coaches and what we got, they revamped a lot, and that might help for this year.
So I want to talk. Do you guys think everybody said it was Hunter for the Browns at 2? They fell in love with him. How much of that was draft talk to try to fleece the Jags?
I text you guys.
Or do you think they really did love him in the Jaguars? I mean, that's a haul.
That's a good
They moved back 3 picks. They're still in the top 5, and they got 33 or 36 is. I mean, that's basically a first-round pick.
That's a very high-end second-round pick.
33 and 36, man. That's amazing.
You now have 5, 33, and 36 in this draft, and you picked up a first-rounder next year and an extra fourth-rounder this year.
Yep. Now, they sent one, though, too.
Which one did they send?
I forget. This year's 4th.
This year,
Dude,
okay.
I'm pumped for tomorrow. I'm pumped for tomorrow now.
Yeah.
How much of it was it smokescreen, or did they just like blow us away with their offer?
I texted you guys and I said, I didn't know if he was just trying to like run the stock up. But I'm with you when you watched Travis Hunter's tape. I don't know how you don't come away with it going, well, it might just be smoke. The dude, you watch the film, bro, and you're.
What do you know, Sonny?
Yeah,
what do you know, Sonny?
Like, I don't know.
Are we
like,
shocked that Jags pick isn't in yet?
It is in.
Okay. I didn't see
I think
PFF
it's
usually
very
early.
Shocker.
who they're-
It is actually. It's Travis Hunter.
Yeah. Okay.
How do you,
That's who they
gonna
came-
where are you
say,
seeing it at?
It's on PFF.
I'm looking at PFF.
I can't believe that they came up, or that we got all that draft capital for a non-quarterback.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
it's a
crazy.
special
Now
player,
that kind of stuff
probably.
doesn't happen very often. So he better be that special
I
player.
mean, the PFN.
I think he is,
The PFN.
but-
I couldn't get them to just give us 36 in next year's first.
Yeah, and we moved back 20 spots, I think, 20-ish spots in the 4th.
Yeah.
Got an extra second this year. Still get a top 5 pick, and we get their first next year.
So I'm going to say this now, though.
Take Ashton Genty.
Even somebody said in the YouTube chat, ESPN's talking about how the Browns might not be done trading back, especially if Genty is taken before that.
Would you guys get warned then?
How far would you guys trade back again?
I guess
What do you
5, yes.
What do you think? What do you think they're targeting?
The Browns probably a freaking tackle or a defensive tackle, probably. I mean, seriously.
Are you guys at all in my head? All I keep, it's just a replay. It's just Julio Jones.
Yeah.
I'm just like traumatized right now, and I'm just I'm just reliving this same scenario.
If we traded back to 15 or 20, I
Sure.
would be. The fact that we're still in the top 5.
I know.
I just feel like the
good about
only
it.
top 5 pick left, other than unless they want Abdul Carter and hope he falls to 5, is
I don't think
Ashton Genty.
I don't think he falls to 5.
If Genty's not there, why are you taking a tackle at 5? You can get the same caliber tackle at 10.
At 33?
Or
maybe?
or later.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
you know?
If that's what you're targeting, like you don't trade back unless you're targeting another blue chip player in that top 5, in my opinion.
Gage says if we trade back again, we're going QB, which would make sense to me. Accumulate a bunch of picks and get one of the quarterbacks that's sliding.
And
You know,
hope he
it-
turns out to be the guy, so
like-
you don't have to use one of those. You get
What
2
if we
first round
don't
picks
take
next year.
anybody?
So we
and then draft Jalen Milroe?
So we're at 5 now, and say we trade back to like 12, and that's when we go nab Shador, and you managed to get the QB you wanted at 2,
Sure.
and you picked up 2 extra first rounders next year, plus you picked up however another second and a third this year, and all of a sudden you're going, we got the guy we wanted at 2 anyways, and we just picked up 2 first-round draft picks, 2 second-round picks this year, a 4th rounder. I've been all in. I wanted the quarterback, but I've spent the last month telling myself how exciting it would be to add some of these playmakers.
Yes.
You know,
Some
you
of
know
these
what I mean?
weapons that we don't have.
Yes. So, Dub says this is Julio Jones all over
I
again.
feel that, brother. Speaking to my soul.
I will say this, and I wanted Travis Hunter. Julio Jones was huge, like alpha male wide receiver. As high as I am on Travis Hunter, he is like He's small.
But he is
skinny.
he is the build for the modern day
Yes.
NFL wide
He's-
receiver.
bro, he's
Julio
a-
Jones was
And he'll put 10 pounds of muscle on.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he already has.
He's
He'll play in the 195
bulked up.
range, I would imagine, at least.
Hear me out. Carter slides to 5 and then use 33 and 36 to trade back in the first to get their quarterback. No.
I still don't want Carter. I still don't want a defensive player.
I don't want a defensive player in the first 4 picks.
Yeah.
I don't. We've said this.
Scored 15.2 points a game. Like, do you want to see that?
Our
again?
and here's the thing: is our offensive numbers were inflated by a 4-game stretch of Jameis Winston chucking the ball around.
We had 19 touchdowns. 3 of them were in those 3 games where he went crazy.
Yeah. Our no. If you take out Jameis's best game and his worst game, I'd be very interested to know the offensive numbers for the Browns last year.
Oh, I can tell you
where we would rank historically, or even worse.
Whoa, brother, they were terrible.
You know, it's kind of like when you're talking running back, and it's like, well, if you take out his longest run, he only averaged 2 yards. It's like, well, you got to take out his longest one and his worst one to kind of get like a true middle ground. Take out Jameis's best game for us and his worst game for us, and then tell me what the Browns' offensive stats were last year.
Do we not remember people saying, "Hey, I
man.
went for a walk instead of watching the Browns, and it was the best day ever"?
Yeah.
That was a thing that was happening last year.
true.
People abandoned the team because they were so awful to watch.
Oh man, the offense was terrible. DTR. Ugh.
Ah.
Everybody in the chat, we just passed on a Hall of Famer and all this kind of stuff. I mean,
I feel like that's very.
Well, here's
you're
the thing.
projecting a lot onto a 22-year-old who's never played a snap in the NFL. I get it.
And
Yeah.
let's if we get Genty here at 5, let's not pretend like we're getting a scrub.
He
We're
could
getting the guy
easily
who
be a Hall of
We're getting the
Famer.
guy
Yes.
who almost broke Barry Sanders' college rushing record.
And that's wild.
You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Like-
in a NCAA that doesn't run anymore. Everybody passes.
Yes.
It's a pass happy RPO league, and or maybe we should get into RPO versus read option play. But anyways, we'll get into that
We
later.
can do that later.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they run, but they pass more, and people want to see passing. And this guy still lit it up.
Just over here watching all these Travis Hunter
I
highlights.
know it's tough, man. I mean, you have some of these tweets on here, like Browns just traded away a guy that can score a touchdown at any point from anywhere, and then go lock up Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, and I might add, also score a touchdown on that side of the ball. Yeah, it's tough. I was ready to get the new Travis Hunter jersey for
me
the
too.
wall back
I was
here
gonna
and
get
give
it
one
for my
away on the
body.
live chat and everything else. So
No, what's crazy is I said it's probably going to be a Travis Hunter jersey. Maybe I jinxed it. I said, or whoever we take in the first.
Yeah.
Watch us not take anybody. We're going to be giving away a jersey for somebody who we take at 33. So
the trade, just so you know, it pretty much lines up. So if you look at the current assessment,
Giants pick is in, by the way.
yeah, I saw it.
If you look at the current assessment, the Browns, they gave up picks totaling $26.98. They got back for this year. Okay, now make sure you listen to what I said. This year, $22.86, but that doesn't count the first rounder for next year, which would be another 400 points. So it's about bang on. It's a difference of like 14 points.
So it's not the fleece that we hoped it was, huh?
No, it wasn't the fleece based on the point system.
It
but-
depends on who we take. That's all I care about. It depends on who we take, and we got a first-round pick for next year. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, does the Deshaun Watson trade hurt as much as based on who they got? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, if they would have hit on every single pick, we'd be crying even more.
True. And if the Deshaun had actually hit, then we don't care about those first-round picks because
Yeah.
we got the guy.
Yeah.
First thing, it says, so no more jersey. We're still going to give away a jersey. It'll just be somebody different.
It's not Travis
It'll
Hunter,
just be
though.
somebody different.
If
Yep.
anybody
Mikey
is,
Genti.
if you weren't listening at the beginning in the opening, head to jointhedawgs.com, become an official Dog Pack member. If you're already a Dog Pack member, you're already entered. Anybody who becomes a Dog Pack member by the end of our live stream tonight, you'll be entered for a chance to win a jersey of whoever we take in the first round tonight. Whoever we take with our first pick, we're not giving, if we end up trading back. Like I said, we're not Joe Rogan. We can't give away 2 jerseys, but we're going to give away 1 jersey tonight to anybody who is a Dog Pack member or becomes a Dog Pack member. I need some more water. Again, that's jointhedawgs.com.
You didn't have a beer at dinner.
No, jointhedawgs.com to become an official Dog Pack member.
You can get your Will Campbell
So
jersey. There you go.
to me, it seems like the Browns. Should we announce the Giants pick?
Go for it. Yeah, might as well.
So the Giants did what everybody said, and they went with Abdul Carter.
Yeah, so Shazor
Thank
is
God.
sliding.
So tell me this then. It seems to me if the Patriots go Campbell at tackle, the Browns are, if they're sitting at 5, they pretty much got their pick of the litter in terms of who they want.
Right.
I've seen Genty go to them.
Who are you going with? Are you taking Genty? Are you going to go? Are we going with the quarterback
at 5?
At 5,
Genty.
Take Genty. Yes.
You transform your backfield. All of a sudden, you got potentially one of the top running backs in the NFL. These running backs hit at a large rate early in their career.
He seems like the safest
Yes.
first round draft pick.
Yes.
Well, and the thing is like in going through this, I think I might have went through it with it. Well, it's one of you two, Blake or it was Josh. I said like we literally go from 93 yards of rushing offense to like maybe 118 and maybe even higher. Just depends on certain aspects.
Yeah.
But then you look at your third down efficiency, it goes up because you're starting more to second and 6s
short.
instead of second and 11s.
Yeah, second and 15,
because this guy
second
can make
and
like
20.
3 people miss.
Yeah.
And like on a bad day, but if the offensive line actually hits their blocks, then he's ripping off one for 20, 30 yards. So it all depends. The biggest thing now you need, because Stefanski likes 21 and 13 personnel, you need 4 tight ends. We got 1.
Did you see Fatal Gnome in the chat? He says Carter's walking like his foot's still messed up.
Yikes.
I just saw Diana. Somebody posted in the Discord that Diana Rossini is reporting the Browns are fielding calls and they're open to trading back at 5.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, just
I
take
mean
Genty.
that tells you right there that Andrew Barry and Kevin have guarantees that they're safe.
Oh, yeah,
Because
bro.
Andrew Barry is not trading back
Twice.
and not taking these top players
He's not,
if he
he's not
knows
getting
his
first
job's
round
in
draft
jeopardy.
picks for next year's GM.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's not setting up his predecessor or
Exactly.
his successor. I'm sorry for success. No, I feel like we kind of all got that vibe. About halfway through this offseason, like maybe they're not on the hot seat.
No.
Yep.
Maybe Jimmy's gonna be. They made the decision together, so they're gonna get through it together.
When you got Jimmy saying, well, hey, we might not even be targeting a quarterback, and in our heads we're going, isn't that the key to success to this whole engine? Don't we need that part?
Isn't that what we did since
Jimmy,
1999?
don't we need the quarterback? We're not doing that? Okay. Yeah. All right, brother. Well, then, obviously, these guys got a little bit of slack on the leash. You know what I mean? Like,
I do. I like the trade. As much as I wanted Hunter, I'm cool with the trade back from 3 to 5. But as what I said we needed to get in this first round is we needed to get a dynamic playmaker. If we just keep trading back and we end up with a tackle or a defensive player, that's where like I'll be pissed. Okay, that's where I'm like, if we trade back from 5 to 8 or whatever it is, and we can still somehow get a playmaker, but in my opinion, like the safest, best one left right now that you're going to spend a first round pick on is Genty.
I agree.
Either
that, or if we're going to go with like Emeka Ibuka. But we're going to keep trading back. The Patriots pick is in.
Patriots pick is in.
Patriots pick is in. They took Will Campbell, so
he's off the board. So that was the tackle that basically that's the tackle we met with. That was in this like top 5-ish area was Will Campbell.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. If we trade this,
I got like this sinking feeling we're gonna do it. We're gonna trade back. This is where I guarantee you the Chicago Bears come up from 10 to 5 to get ahead of the Raiders right here to get Genty, and we leave Travis Hunter and Ashton Genty on the board in this draft, and we're going to be talking about that in like 5 years.
So what'll piss me off is,
what do you think?
If we say we trade to 10 and we accumulate all these picks and then we still get Shador, part of me is going, okay, we got the quarterback we wanted at 2 and we added all these picks. That's great.
Okay, sure.
But what then also kind of irritates me is the fact that there's a solid chance he's going to be there at 33 now, but from like what we're kind of gathering. Mm-hmm. You could have got Genty and him possibly, or you picked up 36. So take Genty at 5 and trade 33 and 36 to trade back up in front of the Steelers if you need to, and get him if he's the guy you want. Get 2. You know what I mean? I guess I guess if we trade back again and we take Shador at 10 or 15, and then we still have 33 and 36 and whatever we get from whoever gives us to move up there, and then we can go Ibuka, Travion Henderson, and somebody else, then I'm still going to be happy. So I'm not going to grade our first round until I get to see our second round.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I can tell you what's going to make me feel a lot better going to bed tonight.
Yeah.
So I will say, like, if I was a betting person, I would have bet Travis Hunter. So I did not see us trading out of there.
I did not either.
I thought the calls were real, but I didn't think we'd get an offer that would actually make us do it.
I totally agree, and I've been on the bandwagon the biggest for Genty. I did not see it coming. I pretty much thought I was buying a Hunter jersey in 2 days.
Oh, bullshit. You knew what was going
there's
down.
people that
Who are
already
you
have.
talking to?
Yeah.
Kenny, you're the VP of the Browns.
Yeah,
Everybody
I'm
knows.
not buying that at
You're
all,
actually
bro.
the guy making
Yeah,
the pick.
yeah.
Everybody knows.
I'm not buying
Kenny's
that
sitting
at all,
over here.
Kenny.
No, he knew this was
He's got Jimmy's ear.
Yeah. Hey, I
You
told
told me you
Jimmy,
didn't need a quarterback this year?
I got to meet Jimmy this year, and I told him, I said, "Hey, man, if you swing and miss on a good QB," and he came back and he said, "Hey, we
gonna
swung and
trade the
missed." I was
pick.
like, "Oh my God, he listened to me." Oh, jeez.
Oh, Kenny.
Yeah.
I love that.
What if they do trade back and they pass on Hunter and they pass on Genty? I do, like you said, I fear that it's something that we're going, especially if we end up taking doesn't pan out.
It's just another chapter of the
Now,
book.
like I think, and I'm sorry, I'm like updating graphics and stuff over here. So if you guys said this, I apologize. But if we pass on Genty, we do move back to 10, whatever, and we still come away with like Travion Henderson or the running back we wanted. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not going to freak out.
So say, who do you think's going to possibly trade up to 5 for us?
the Bears,
The
would be
Bears.
my guess.
And
they got to try to get ahead of the Raiders if they want Genty.
They're at 10.
Dude,
So
Yeah.
say, and then where do they pick at in the second? I'm looking, hang on. They pick at 39.
Okay.
So if they give us 39 in a first rounder next year or whatever,
Yeah.
I feel like they have to give up a lot to go from 10 to 5.
10 to 5 is going to be like, do you guys want him? If not, we're taking him.
Yes,
That's what I would- I mean,
what
seriously, 'cause I will
so
take
like,
him.
If we get 10 and then we get 39 and we get next year's first, and then also, and then say we get at 10 and then we, like I said, say we go with Shador at 10 or maybe they love Jackson Dart. They said they spent a ton of time with Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
So say they go with Jackson Dart and then we got 33, 36, and 39. That's there's a chance you could go Ibuka at 33, Henderson or Judkins at 36, and Tyler Warren or something?
Oh, Tyler Warren's
Tyler
gonna be
Warren's
gone,
going
bro.
soon.
Going,
He's gonna- I
Did you
think he's
see
gonna
Andy Kaiser in the chat, buddy? I feel he says my son literally started crying because we didn't get Hunter.
Tell him I said, hey,
Your son
Jet,
is not alone. There are grown men crying
Yes.
right now, buddy. Don't worry about it.
he better
My
get
boy
used to
Jet.
it, Andy, because the
Yeah,
Browns
you're
just
raising
caused
them as a Browns
disappointment.
Yeah.
Yes.
So all you
Okay, well, you guys.
Oh my gosh.
all you got to do to
No, we
trade up
didn't.
from
Yes. Is that a joke?
all you
no,
got,
that's real.
God! God!
Hey, we said we weren't going to do this.
so they got another second round pick basically.
God! And you know what's fucking crazy? I made the argument to take this guy like 2 months
Yeah.
ago instead of Abdul
Thanks a lot.
Carter.
Yeah.
But it isn't who I wanted him to take. It was just my argument for why you wouldn't take. I freaking hate the Browns. I freaking hate the Browns. Oh my God.
He better be freaking awesome, man. You might as well tell everybody what's going on because they might not know yet.
Browns took Graham.
Mason Graham, defensive tackle from
Michigan.
Which, hey, maybe he's awesome. Fatal Gnome in the chat. LMFAO, we drafted Mason Graham.
Andrew Jackson's been joking about this forever, by the way. He actually posted in the Discord earlier, can't wait to take Graham and somebody else later today.
That's
And I was
who
like,
we
there's...
took. So,
We scored 14 fucking points a game last year. And we could have had Travis Hunter or Ashton Genty, and we took a defensive tackle
we sure did.
out of Michigan.
Is it just a Michigan thing? or
When
just-
he's not even the
it's-
consensus best defensive tackle in the draft.
It's all of it.
That's what pisses me off. Genty is the consensus best running back in this draft.
God. How many times
There's
are
so
we
many
going to-
defensive tackles. This is such a deep class. That's what pisses me off about this. All right. Well,
All right, on to pick 6. Here we
We'll
go.
probably get a chance to meet Mason Graham.
Yeah, in about 5 years after he's playing in the CFL.
I'm going to buy a car from him.
I feel like a dick now.
Sorry. Yeah, he's going to end up being free.
Mason, when you move to Cleveland,
Yes,
you're going to need to buy a house. I'm your guy.
Hey,
gosh.
if you're watching, sorry that this is so negative. Welcome to Cleveland.
Welcome to Cleveland.
Welcome to Cleveland.
Well, you
did
played at Michigan. You didn't start off well.
We did it's the same thing we kind of did with Greg Newsome, and Greg Newsome turned out to be really well. And we felt a lot better about the Greg Newsome pick once we got JOK in the second. To me, this is just that thing, though. We have to score points. We have to score points.
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
That would be
100%,
nice.
dude.
And if we trade back up and we take Jalen Milroe, I'm done. I'm not doing this podcast anymore. This is my retirement. I can't.
I said I was
do
going
it.
to walk out, bro. Like multiple missed picks ago.
You're still here.
Yeah.
Still here.
Oh my
All right.
god.
We need the chat. Come on. How you guys feeling about this? Come on. Let us know, because obviously we're not.
We just took a
Totally
guy in
bummed.
the second round last year? Was he the third? Mike Hall.
Mike Hall was the second round. He was our first
second.
pick last year.
We just took a defensive tackle.
Andrew Berry. I posted this on social medias the other night. He has defensive tackle is like his position. He's taken one in every draft, and he's never taken one later. Well, he's never taken his first one later than the fourth, and it's gotten worse. It's been third round picks. I mean, you've got Jordan Elliott, Tommy Togiai, and then there was Perrion Winfrey in the fourth, and then Mike Hall last year. And here we are with Mason Graham. So he better be a freaking Pro Bowl defensive tackle this year to take a DT at 5.
Do you think there's no way this is what like they told Miles?
Maybe this is why he kind of laughed.
And I know, like I said, they just told him, bro, you can take this money or you can just sit here and wait. So they didn't actually tell him a plan. But there's just every Browns player who was interviewed in the offseason, it was, we just got to get the offense right. We just got to get the offense right. We got to get quarterback right. We got to get the offense right. And we take a defensive tackle.
Man, it's rough.
There's gonna be a little silence on here, I assume, right?
This is what they call
I'm doing.
This is what they call dead air.
Yeah, I know.
Just disappointed.
I didn't even look at this guy.
I didn't do a ton on him either, just because I was like, we're not taking a freaking defensive tackle.
I don't understand.
No, I don't either.
For the most part, my phone is
God.
agreeing with what I'm thinking, because I just picked it up and it's just a lot of, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing?
And like, I don't want
why?
to. I want to support the Browns picks, and like, hopefully he's awesome, and we
Yeah.
can look back at this and make fun of ourselves.
Yeah.
I hope I can clown us, 8 months from now when he's defensive rookie of the year and he's the next coming of Aaron Donald. But God, it does not feel like that right now. It does not feel like that right now. Ugh.
Well, it's kind of interesting. We took an Ohio State defensive tackle first last year, and now we're taking a Michigan guy. Defensive. You can line them up next to each other and see how it goes.
And I said, if you want to help Miles, you go get a defensive tackle who can help eat up blocks to free up Miles.
Right.
But
not at 5.
no. Like, I would rather trade back again and got Mike Green or something.
Mike Green's an edge rusher.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
But
I see what you're saying.
like a
Well-
defensive tackle at 5?
Well, here, so I'll go over to the NFL draft prospect profiles. I mean, the NFL draft prospect profiles don't even have Mason Graham as the number 1 DT. It's Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss. And I've heard a lot of people that I listen to say, actually, Walter Nolan's probably the best defensive tackle in this draft. You got Derek Harmon, who we could have drafted after that from Oregon, Tyler Williams from Ohio State, Kenneth Grant's the other guy from Michigan that some people think might be just as good as Mason Graham, Shamar Turner, TJ Sanders. Like, there's so many freaking DTs in this class. We need so much on offense. To me, this feels like we're going to beef up our defense and we're going to punt this season. Anyone else feel like that?
We're going to be
initially?
punting a shit ton, bro.
Okay,
yes,
fair enough.
absolutely. We're
Fair
going to be
enough.
dog shit on offense again.
What did we get we didn't trade again, so we didn't even pick up another second. So it's like, do we move back up and take a quarterback who's not going to play this year, and this season's just not worth watching? Shut the fucking program down.
Yeah, take your
by
take
5
your
weeks
free safety
in.
now. Take your
by
free safety.
by
like-
5 weeks in, I'm going to be done watching in the second quarter. I can't justify even watching games to the wife by week 6 because we're 1-5. And there's just, well, why do we have to sit around and watch them lose again? I'm like, well, you know what? You're right. I guess I will go do yard work.
Go take a walk. Yeah. Go take a walk in the park.
I will go do that instead of watching them. Like, this just screams we're especially if we trade up for a project quarterback now. You're not going to add any high-level offensive talent to this team. A team that doesn't have a starting running back, doesn't questionable if you have a number 1 wide receiver, definitely don't have a solidified 2 or 3 wide receiver, don't have a high-level starting quarterback, don't have a high-level tight end 2. The only thing we have on this team that we like for sure know about is right tackle, right guard, center, and left guard. On the offense, everything else is a question mark. And you took honest, a freaking defensive player,
and they were suspect as hell last year.
Yeah, that's true. And did we already see Ashton Genty? Of course, is the pick at 6 for the Raiders.
Yeah,
they got
for us.
their guy.
Yeah.
They got to just sit there and watch the Browns.
Yeah,
like they're sitting there going, "Oh, what do we got to do to make sure we can still get him? Make sure the Browns don't get him." And then they're like, just sitting there laughing. It's just
like let the Browns do their thing.
It's like when the Eagles took Jalen Rager and the Vikings were just laughing because they were going to get Justin Jefferson. They couldn't get the card in fast enough.
Yeah, dude, you're right. I just can't believe we just passed on 2 blue chip guys, like legitimate franchise turning dudes for
Mason Graham could be a blue chip player, but he's blue chip on the other side of the ball.
Yeah,
the side that doesn't score any points.
Well, but now he has to be blue chip. Like he has to be.
I mean, in theory, they all had to be.
Well, okay, but
what do you get?
He was not.
Guy?
For me, it's just he wasn't consensus for anybody that he was the top one.
The only one I'm seeing on PFF, he was the number 1 D tackle.
That's what I'm saying, but it's not consensus. Like NFL doesn't have him there. I'm sure ESPN does, but I don't know, man.
So it says like even for weakness, like the first thing I read, not an elite athlete. Graham is more of a power effort rusher than a quick penetrator, which is generally what Schwartz is looking for. He doesn't have a first step explosion of, say, Gerald McCoy or elite length. Like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like,
what are we doing?
I don't want to be. Listen, I do not want to be. I don't want to do the negative thing.
I know. I don't want to beat the kid down too much.
I am blind optimist every year with this team. And I'm almost 40 years into this thing, and I'm wondering why we keep doing this, bro. What are we doing? Why are these people cheering?
Because they're on TV.
Yeah. Put the sign down. Don't let them do that. Hey, man, we look dumb.
Dude, there's a ton of people that wanted Carter, and like this is just the next defensive thing to make to clap. They wanted a pocket collapser. Like, I mean, if you want to look at the strengths, he's a powerful run stopper with pass rush upside. Graham is strong at the point of attack. He can hold double teams and rarely gets moved off the spot. He uses leverage and hand placement well, so he's a technician basically, to stack and shed blockers in the run game. Michigan's top-tier run defense was part and due to Graham's stout presence inside. He's got a surprising pass rush burst for a nose tackle type, quick off the snap, and can push the pocket. He uses bull rush, and he has flash swim move to get past guards, and he has strength that allows him to press the pocket even when he doesn't get a sack, causing quarterback discomfort. So they're trying to drive up the pressures, basically.
I get it. And and who knows? One thing we have not talked a ton about this offseason, I've mentioned it a few times, but we haven't really harped on it, is Mike Hall did have the what was it, MCL tear, I think it was, at the end of the season. Maybe they don't think he's going to be on track to, I don't know.
I don't know, man. Like,
they just need to solidify that position. They've been trying like hell. They have tried every draft since 2020 to find a freaking defensive tackle for this defense, and they can't do it. Yeah. So if you can't do it with pick 5, stop it. Stop picking the damn position.
Ultimately, I'm feeling better if we get the Ohio State receiver, and I'm feeling better if we get
if we get like a Buka or one of those guys
and Junkins.
But if we take another defensive player in the next 5 picks, I'm going to be pissed.
I'm not even, I guess I'll say this for when he turns out to be a beast or something. I'm not even anti the player as much as I'm anti the position.
Yeah.
The position, like somebody just texted us in the one group chat. It doesn't even matter where he went to school or anything. Defensive tackle is not even close to a need for this team right now.
No.
It's not in the top 5 of needs of a position we needed to fill. You could roll into this. You could not pick him and roll into the season with what we have on the defensive line and still get out a solid defense out there. If we roll out there what we have on offense right now, we're going to be the worst offense ever. Ever.
They're going to look over and go, oh, hey, so who's giving David a couple plays off? Yeah. No? Nobody? Okay. Yep.
No, I agree with you, Blake. I'm more disappointed in listening all offseason that we need offense, weapons, and we don't get one. This kid, I mean, based on, I maybe shouldn't have come in with the weaknesses right away. I mean, he obviously made that Michigan defense go. They won a national championship because of him and his cohort. And I think that he'll work well with Mike Hall, with Myles Garrett, and the combination of defensive ends that we have. That being said, that doesn't help us score more than 15.2 points a game. Doesn't help us on third downs, offensive-wise, maybe defensive-wise it will. And those were like our biggest things that we needed to accomplish. That being said, I mean, we have an extra second-round pick, so you got to get weapons from this point. We do have, I thought, to Blake's point too, the bigger gaping hole in the defense was not defensive tackle, which he said, but I thought it was free safety. And now you passed over a guy that could have potentially did that in Hunter versus like the traditional cornerback role that he played. And you got a guy that really didn't help. So now I'm thinking like, man, you need Xavier Watts or you need somebody. Is a 5th rounder really going to help us out at safety? In this draft? Probably not. I would have to take a look and see what's left with the free agents, but I just don't know. I mean, they're still there for a reason, right? And
you talk about the 15.2 points per game that our offense struggled to produce last year, and even that's inflated because, like Blake said, with Jameis Winston's games pushing those numbers up, I get the sentiment that you want to build up a strong defense to limit what the opposing teams can do. But first of all, the NFL is totally built for offense. You are trying to build a defense to stop what the NFL doesn't want you to stop. So why are you playing that game, number one? And number two, if we're rolling out Joe Flacco or Kenny Pickett, who knows, but what have we led the league in the last 2 seasons? Turnovers.
Yeah.
We're a lock to give the other team at least a prime opportunity to score 7 on the defensive side of the ball. So it's not like our defense might be able to shut their offense down to 14 points. Hey, we scored 15. But their defense scored 7 on us because we suck on offense. And we still lose.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll like the
somebody's getting a Mason Graham jersey. That's so exciting. Joke's on you guys. No, I'm just kidding. How about jersey of their choice?
Yeah, jersey of your choice. We're going to change it. You might not want
I'd be more interested in a Travion Henderson.
Or if you want a Myles Garrett jersey, whatever. We'll get you jersey of your choice. We're changing the rules.
Again, that's jointhedawgs.com. Become a Dog Pack member. If you guys want to moan about the draft so far.
If Tyler Shuck gets picked next, then
So the Jets just made their pick. Did you guys see that one?
No, sir.
I did.
Armand Membu, the offensive tackle from Missouri. Some people thought he might be the best tackle in the draft over Will Campbell. So
they got to protect Justin Fields.
Yep.
So I guess now it's one of those things where, do you think the Browns are done or are they trying to get back up?
Oh, I think they're trying to get back up.
And if they're trying to get back up, what are they trying to get back up for?
I think that they do have a quarterback they like, whether it's Shador, Dart, Milroe, whoever. I think that Shuck, I hope not, but who knows? And we'll see if quarterbacks get past that like late teens, early 20s where teams could try to trade up in front of Pittsburgh, or maybe Pittsburgh takes a guy. Maybe we don't see them be so aggressive moving up because they're like, well, maybe this guy's going to fall to us. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them make another move tonight.
So I was my
mix-up says I wait all day for this bullshit. So did we.
Unreal.
We've been waiting for months, buddy. We understand. We're with you.
My boss is a big Steelers fan. He was asking me about what I thought was going to go on tonight, and I said I'm pretty sure it's going to be Hunter. And we were talking a little bit about the Steelers, and I said I'm seeing some things that the Steelers are going to take a defensive tackle at 21 and not take Shador. I said, I think the fans will lose their minds if your only quarterback is Mason Rudolph and you pass on quarterback and you take a defensive tackle. And here we are.
And here we are.
Isn't that poetic?
Yes.
It's just working itself out there.
It's like I jinxed us.
Yeah,
I did a Mason Graham rant instead of Abdul Carter a couple months back. And then I poked fun at Steelers fans potentially having to settle for a defensive tackle instead of quarterback.
It's on you, bro.
Sometimes we got to be careful what we say, because when Andrew Berry does listen to the podcast and, then he doesn't catch another episode for a couple weeks, he's like, wait, those guys said Mason Graham over Abdul Carter for sure.
Maybe I got his ear. I don't. It's just.
Oh man.
It's that tells you too what they kind of thought about Abdul Carter. Like if they were not going to go offense,
yeah,
and they were going to go
I told you, I wasn't big on him.
and they were going to go a defensive lineman, and they could have taken Abdul Carter at 2,
right?
And they passed on him to take a defensive tackle. Tells you what they thought of Carter.
It does.
Gage Tucker said Andrew Berry is live. I would be very interested to watch that later, just see what that's like.
Yeah, I mean, the Cleveland Browns official Twitter account just posted the most elite defensive tackle in the draft. We're adding a beast in the trenches. Okay, hey,
cool.
I hope so.
I hope
he better be like, seriously.
He better score a lot of fucking touchdowns. Better be J.J. Watt out there catching touchdown passes for us. Or
I'm
Vrabel.
thinking more like Aaron Donald, but okay. And like Kenny said, he's not even a pass rushing specialist defensive tackle. He's more of a run stopper.
With a high
Which,
motor.
hey, we need
because a
not
lot of our defensive tackle, like Mike Hall is more of a pass rushing defensive tackle and stuff like that.
Malik Collins is kind of the tweener.
So I did look at defensive tackle quickly, and I thought, well, we lost. Who's the guy that went to the Cardinals?
Tomlinson.
Tomlinson, we lost him, and I thought in my head, I was like, we might get a defensive tackle. I had no idea we'd go this high getting one. And again, if it pays off, it pays off. It's great.
So let me just go through his NFL draft profile real quick, because I mean, this is our guy. So this is the Browns guy at 5. Mason Graham, 6'3", 296, so about 300 pounds. He had a 93 on their production score, number 1 overall defensive tackle rank at the Combine. His athleticism score, though, was 9th. Let's go down here. They have him compared to Christian Wilkins. 3 technique, who provides activity, effort, strength, and quickness. Graham's first step quickness makes interior disruption inevitable. He has the instant read and response to regularly beat lateral blocks. He's stout at the point of attack with great leverage and body control, but will lose some ground against double teams. Graham's lack of length makes it tougher for him to find quick wins as a rusher, but he more than makes up for it with his activity level and foot quickness. Harmonious hands and feet are the catalyst for his edge-to-edge counters, while his extended effort and closing burst help him get home. He may not dominate as a pro, but his strength, body control, and quickness should allow him to play his brand of ball and become a good starter in an upfield defensive front.
Didn't say elite.
I want to GCB here in the YouTube comments says this is horrible. Hopefully they can transform Mason into the league leading passer, because we need someone who can throw the damn ball. Pickett can hardly hold on to the ball with hands the size of my 7-year-old.
It's a Jack 7-year-old.
Oh man, just
Tough.
unbelievable, man.
Super
Fatal
tough.
says it makes sense to me. I don't like it, but defense that we need a short supply in this draft. Address one early. Offense is stacked, so you get those around 2 or 3. Like I said, I'm trying. I'm failing miserably, but I'm trying not to be overly upset, because maybe we still come away with Ekbuka at 33 and Henderson at 36, and I'll be like, okay, I feel really good about that. But man, tomorrow can't get here soon enough.
I just threw a new poll up there for you guys in the chat. Do you like the Mason Graham pick at 5?
Let me go ahead and vote.
Only
let me
options
vote real
are
quick.
yes or no. Make your pick.
Did you guys see who the Panthers took?
Yeah.
No, who?
Tet?
Tataroa McMillan,
Getting
8 to the Panthers.
Bryce Young, a weapon.
Yes.
Bryce Young started to play,
Balled out.
pretty well.
Yeah. 5 touchdowns his last game.
So that's an interesting pick. Here, curious, pick 9 now. Are we going to see
could be Jackson Dart.
Are we going to see the next quarterback come off the board? now I want to ask you guys, knowing that we did not address offense at pick 5. Ugh, I just threw up in my mouth saying it. But knowing that happened, do you package 33 and 36 to try to move up for quarterback, or do you stay and do you take 2 offensive players now?
2 offensive players.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I feel I don't want to sound negative. I feel like I'm kind of shit the bed already on this one. You know what I mean? Like I kind of am like, hey, let's get as much sound as we can. Obviously,
Usually
pulled the wool over our eyes real quick on pick 5 here, so we're going to come back very strong on 33, 36.
Usually when you preface, you're not going to be that guy.
Yes, it's going to be negative. I'm going to be that guy, bro. Yes.
Man, got the polls already got 49 votes. I just posted it a minute ago, and it's already 69% no, 70% no.
What about where do you stand here, Josh? Do you package your picks to move up, or do you stay where you are and hope you can get a
package it for who? Just somebody,
a quarterback.
Who's ringing? That me?
I think it's Kenny.
Let me see.
Don't worry, Kenny.
Somebody's phone's ringing. All right. Anyway, I guess it just depends, man. It depends on where certain players start to fall.
I kind of feel like
it's because Siri went on.
I'm kind of at the point now because we didn't address offense and there's so many offensive holes. I'm not moving. I'm not moving up now.
So
unless you can move up without giving up 36.
Right. I would move up for Ibuka personally because I just think that he can be a very dominant pro receiver in an offense. I think he's
if I can move up from 33 to the early to mid 20s to get Ibuka and keep 36, that way I can still nab like Henderson or Judkins. I'll feel better. But I don't think I'm taking quarterback now.
So the thing is, like,
in this early because.
If it's not Ibuka, I'm not moving into the first round for any other receivers. Chat, let me know what you guys think. I'm not big on Matthew Golden out of Texas. I don't like him.
I know I
wouldn't take Luther Burden in the first round. I don't think he's worth a first round pick.
McShay said he's a stud. That's like the next guy that he thinks is like not being looked at.
So I would take Ibuka in the first, but other than that, like I've got 3 guys in the early second round that I would be just freaking elated to get, and it's Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. You guys know I love him. Mm-hmm. And either one of the Iowa State guys, Jaden Higgins, the bigger outside receiver, or Jalen Knoll, the slot receiver, who I think Jalen Knoll is going to be a freaking dog in the NFL. He's a tough, gritty kid. I think he could kind of have some Amon-Ra St. Brown to his game. I like him. So I would kind of sit pat and get one of those guys maybe.
I want to throw kind of an out of left field question out at
you. We love those.
How pissed are we that everybody's using 10 minutes?
I know it's 9 o'clock and we're not even to 10 yet.
Like I feel like at least a lot of times in your top 5, everybody like boom. Like you can get through your first 5. Let's go.
And we're the only team that's traded so far.
Yeah.
I think we'll see more trades as we get to maybe like 15 and on. At the end of the 20s, you'll see teams wanting to move back out of the first round, recoup some picks. Maybe some teams want to come up, and that's where you might see the quarterbacks go.
I'm just throwing this out to you, on you guys here live. I think we should stick around for pick 9. Make sure, because this might be one of the quarterback, and then we're about an hour in. Maybe take our first break.
Yeah, I got beer. I got to get rid of.
Yeah, why the top 10? Why we move into the 10?
I'm with you. Let's do it.
All right, guys. So, who do you guys think is going here at 9? Or I guess on TV. Is the world not seeing the Panthers pick yet? I feel like it's been up forever for us. Or we just really far.
Well, they took a commercial break too on TV, so that's why.
So the Saints are on the clock. They've been on the clock for a little while, I'm pretty sure.
So the Saints are interesting.
Yes.
Well, what's more interesting is at 10, the Bears. So they didn't get Genty, and is my bold take of like Trevion Henderson going at 10, or do they take like Omar and Hampton? I think they're locked into a running back. I really do. Unless they take maybe they take Kelvin Banks and beef up the O-line.
Yeah. That offense is.
They want another tight end and Tyler Warren maybe?
He's a stud.
Who's their running backs right now?
You got Roshan Johnson and
it's just DeAndre Swift and Johnson, yeah.
That's it.
They need a guy.
I feel like Ben Johnson can get stuff out of Swift.
Ben Johnson had DeAndre Swift, didn't he? In Detroit?
Was he there with him?
I thought he had him for a year, didn't he? Or maybe not. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Either way.
But like a Ben Johnson offense is definitely built on
you got to be able to run the ball.
You got to be able to run the ball and be physical up front. So I wouldn't be shocked, like you said, running back or offensive line.
So what does it tell you? All right, so let's just hypothetical before it pops through here. Saints take Jackson Dart instead of Shedeur Sanders. What's that tell you about Shedeur Sanders? Is the NFL, all the rumors you heard about, maybe only one or two teams even have a first round grade on him? Does that start to become more believable?
If he doesn't go, if Shador doesn't go at 9 to the Saints, I think his next possible landing spots is Pittsburgh at 21.
Yes.
And if he doesn't go there, I think the Browns will have a chance to get him at 33 or 36.
Yeah.
I agree. The only team.
Would you take him at 33? Now
that we don't have Travis Hunter, I'm kind of like,
now that we don't have weapons, are we just so sold on the fact that we need to go get weapons now?
Kind of.
Well, I felt like that before. If we picked a defensive player, I felt like we were in trouble. Oh, God.
So,
welcome to Draft Night with the Browns podcast, everybody.
I still need weapons, man.
Oh, the Saints made an interesting pick.
Hang on.
Might as well throw it out there before the TV gets to it so we can take an early break, maybe.
Yes.
Get back here. The
Announce
Saints
it,
have taken offensive tackle Kelvin Banks Jr.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, we said they liked Dart, but they didn't like him at
They didn't like him at 9. No.
9. Yep.
So,
Interesting. So right now
quarterback's
it's-
still on the board.
Yeah.
I think the next super interesting pick coming up, Chicago, which we talked about, but Dallas at 12.
Yeah.
Because I heard that they were really looking to pair Tet with CD. So it'll be interesting. I could see them going Tyler Warren.
I'm surprised Tyler Warren didn't go top 10. I mean, I guess he could still technically go to the Bears here, but I thought he was going to go a little earlier than this. The way everybody hyped him up, the analysts were saying he's like top 5 player in the draft, all that kind of stuff.
It's just not a position you take in the top 10 very often.
Right.
But, all right, everybody, do not go anywhere. All 978 of you guys on X, all 30 of Facebook, get your shit together. 30. And
Got to squat up a little
and
bit.
all 160 plus of you on YouTube, please stick around. We're going to take a quick break as the top 10 winds down. We'll be right back as the Bears jump onto the clock. Thank you guys so much for being here, and we appreciate you guys hanging out with us and coaching us through this difficult time. This is supposed to be a glorious celebration.
Go smoke your cigarettes if you need a little.
Yeah.
And if you're not
come
just
back sesh.
Put 'em out- put
chat
'em
it
out
up,
on
and we'll
yourself.
get caught up on the chat when we get back.
Yep, we'll be right back. Thank you.
Go Browns.
Whatever.
This episode is brought to you by Danger Coffee. Browns fans, we talk about how Danger Coffee is made free from mold toxins that are in 45% of the world's coffee, but that's not all that Danger Coffee has to offer. Mineral and nutrient deficiencies are a big deal. They make you feel sick, tired, stressed, and they can give you brain fog. These deficiencies negatively affect your immune system, your digestion, sleep, metabolism. Have you ever wondered why you get an initial burst from your coffee, but then you get that little crash not long after? Danger Coffee's patent-pending process remineralizes your body with more than 50 trace minerals and electrolytes, leaving you more energized, engaged, powerful. These micronutrients enter the cells to boost performance. They bind to toxins to provide detoxification support. I know that sounds like a lot, but the bottom line, guys, is minerals matter, and most of us really don't get enough of them on a daily basis. Danger Coffee delivers micronutrients, plus it gives you access to the minerals you already have. Head to dangercoffee.com, use our code DAWGS, DAWGS, for 10% off your order, and that code can be used over and over, so you get 10% off every order you make using code DAWGS. It's time to start every day off with a cup of coffee that gets you going and actually keeps you going. dangercoffee.com, code DAWGS. This episode is brought to you by Bodden Sports. Browns fans, Bodden Sports is your one-stop shop for all your athletic gear. Bodden started out perfecting and manufacturing the best balls in the business. Yeah, if that sounded dirty, that's more about your mind than my words. But hey, it's true. Baseballs, softballs, footballs, basketballs, volleyballs, soccer balls, you name it, and Bodden has engineered the highest standard sports balls available. And now they offer more than just sports balls. If you got kids playing baseball or softball, Bodden has batting gloves and bats to go along with both game balls and training balls. If you're into basketball, Bodden makes basketball specifically for indoor or outdoor use. Heck, Bodden even has all the equipment you need for pickleball, which is one sport that I hear everyone is playing, and yet I still never have. And I need to fix that soon. But don't miss the backyard games section of Bodden's website, where you can order everything you need for this upcoming outdoor season. pool balls, backyard volleyball nets, croquet, bocce, horseshoes, cornhole, and more. Right now, you can get 10% off your entire order at Baden Sports, BADEN Sports.com/dogs, DAWGS, and use promo code DOGS when you check out. That's 10% off all the top quality sporting gear you need this season. BadenSports.com/dogs. This episode is sponsored by Manly Bands. Guys, is your wedding band old, outdated, or just not the same taste you had when you were younger? Or hey, maybe you're about to get married, but you don't want to deal with the salespeople at the jewelry stores. Manly Bands has the best wedding bands made specifically for men. They have the classic, timeless gold and white gold styles, but they also have rings made from platinum, black zirconium, tungsten, titanium, even materials like meteorite and dinosaur bone. Yes, your wedding ring could be made from a dinosaur fossil. That is a real thing. They also have different ring collections, like their Jack Daniels rings made from actual Jack Daniels whiskey barrels. They also have Lord of the Rings and DC Comics band collections. Head over to manlybands.com/dogs and take advantage of their 30% off sale with free shipping. Plus, use promo code DOGS, DAWGS, when you check out for another 10% off your order. Now, every Manly band comes with a free silicone ring, and if you don't know your ring size, that's okay. You can order a free ring size chart from Manly Bands to make sure that you know exactly the right size before you order. And then if you get your ring and it doesn't fit just right, you can always return it or exchange it without any hassle. And I know this because I like my rings to be a little more loose, and the first band that I got was just a little too snug for the way I like to wear it, so I exchanged it, and the whole process was quick, easy, and I had my new ring in no time. And now, Manly Bands is even accessorizing men beyond just your wedding rings with their chain necklaces and chain bracelets made for men by men. And if you need groomsmen gifts or anything else, Manly Bands has you covered with their barware, whiskey glasses, flasks. They even have customized coasters and flight trays. So skip the jewelry stores, avoid the salespeople, and get a wedding band that was designed for you. Manlybands.com/dogs to get 30% off, free shipping, plus get an extra 10% off when you use code DOGS, DAWGS, when you check out.
What's up, Browns fans? If you're watching this, you already know me as a host of your favorite Browns podcast, but what you may not know about me is that I'm also a licensed realtor here in the state of Ohio. So if you're local to Tuscarawas County or Stark County, or you just need help finding a trusted agent in your area, shoot me an email at agentblakereniker@gmail.com to see how I can help you reach your real estate goals.
This episode is sponsored by Butcher Box for Pets. Browns fans, it's about time the Dogs offered you something for the real dogs in your life. Our furry friends aren't just pets, they're part of the family. And you wouldn't let yourself or your children eat strange meat from questionable sources, and your dog shouldn't either. Right now, head to butcherboxforpets.com/dogs or use promo code DOGS, DAWGS, to get 20% off your entire order. At ButcherBox, they believe in real ingredients. Their pet foods have been developed and certified by a vet nutritionist to contain 0 artificial flavors or preservatives. You get protein-packed formula with over 50% of the recipe comprised of third-party certified humane ButcherBox meat, plus functional ingredients like pre- and postbiotics to support your dog's vitality and digestion. And ButcherBox even removes the guesswork for you. Their custom meal plans are perfectly portioned to fit your dog's nutritional needs based on 8 factors, including age, weight, and activity level. I know my home wouldn't be the same without Odie, our 100-pound golden who thinks he's a 10-pound lap dog, and it gives us peace of mind knowing that we're giving him quality food instead of that factory processed garbage from the store. And speaking of the store, no need to add dog food to the shopping list ever again. ButcherBox delivers their high-quality food right to your door on the right feeding schedule for your dog. And you can change, modify, or pause your plan at any time. So head to butcherboxforpets.com/dogs and use promo code DOGS for 20% off your order. It's time for all of us dogs to give all of our dogs the nutrition they deserve. And we're back.
What's up, Browns fans? I was so disappointed that I came back from commercial break and I don't even have my headset plugged
I did the same thing.
So bear with me as I'm fumbling around in the dark for my headset. I can't hear myself through the microphone. Hopefully I don't sound as depressed as what I am.
You do sound depressed.
Well,
you sound great.
I hear we're back. When you do things live and you don't have a production crew with you, I mean, we got PT. What are you doing when not reminding me? You're fired.
Did we get did we get his opinion on the Mason?
Do you want to talk about it, brother?
Sure. Hey, Tommy, why don't you unmute your mic and let us know what you think?
I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
Bring him back. He's hired again. He's on a second stint here with us. Let's do this thing,
He
dude.
says things.
It's good.
John Nye, is that you?
Yeah, he's hiding back there.
So I want to address the super chat again. Thank you for the super chats; they're greatly appreciated. Any donation to the show is greatly appreciated. And I guess this is a good time to remind you, one, about the contest. It was going to be a Travis Hunter jersey. Sadly, it's now a Mason Graham jersey or player of choosing. We will change it up to any Dog Pack member who is a current one or becomes a Dog Pack member by the end of this live stream. That's jointhedogs.com.
Quinchon Junkins jersey coming up.
Yeah, another thing with the super chats, if you want to become a YouTube member, it's 99 cents a month. That also helps support the show a ton, and you get to the different Browns emojis and stuff in the chat, that kind of thing. So it gets a little cool thing for you to spice up your chats when we're doing the lives, and it just helps out the show a ton. So that you can become a YouTube member. Again, that's only 99 cents a month. E-Unit, thank you for the super chat. He said it's a pick by GM that's scared to have his skill in talent evaluation judged. The spreadsheet said we should do this. Do you think that played into it at all? Like, all we've heard is that he can't evaluate wide receivers.
Right.
You know what I mean? At least in the draft, he's traded for a good one.
So far, it's
Or two good ones. But the draft, like Anthony Schwartz, books out on Jamari Thrash.
David
Bell. We hope Cedric Tillman is good.
Donovan Peoples-Jones is the only one who ever did anything.
Yeah.
Man.
And he's not even like in the league anymore.
No.
Michael Woods.
He's a 6th-round pick,
Sure.
Achilles tear guy. No.
You know what I mean? So it's like, do you think that played into it? I hope not.
If
You
we have a
can't be
GM who's gun shy to pick skill players, we're screwed.
yes.
Bad.
This league?
Well,
Yes.
it makes sense with the post that you did where we picked the least of any team in the last
Yeah, we don't
5,
use
10
picks
years.
on skill players.
So I don't know.
It was D tackle, right? Was the highest? Wasn't it?
Yeah, there was another post I made where
Okay.
like the Browns have used the fewest amount of draft picks on skill position players in the last, I forget how many years it was, Kenny, but we are the league lowest.
So yeah,
And it shows because we have none.
what do you want to do? Bring Amari back now? Tyler Lockett? Those are the two
No,
best
Tyler
he
receivers.
Lockett
signed, bro.
signed.
He signed today.
Tennessee.
Oh,
Yeah, he
he
went to
did. I
Tennessee.
totally missed that.
Yeah.
And then you have Nick Chubb. What, is he the best running back left? And who's the best tight end that's left? The guy from
Nobody.
New
There's
Orleans.
no tight ends in free agency. So
Yeah, fair enough. So I mean, I don't know what we're doing here.
no, I
then.
think
Yeah,
Jawan
sure.
Johnson.
Juwan
From the
Johnson.
Saints.
He signed back with the Saints, didn't he?
Did he?
I do not.
I thought he did.
I'll take a look.
I thought he did, but either way, we need to start drafting some freaking players that are going to be here for the next 10 years that are going
That can
to
catch a ball.
actually score touchdowns. Yes.
So I guess we should address pick 10. The Bears, they took Colston Loveland, tight end, out of Michigan. Are you guys surprised that the first tight end off the board is not Tyler Warren? I felt like he was kind of the guy that, I mean, everybody said he was the
If
guy.
I was going to bet on which one was first, I would have bet Tyler Warren, but
Yes.
I'm not surprised that it was Colston Love.
You know, it's really, I just watched a video my draft research a lot this year consisted of watching Todd McShay doing draft research.
That's a good way to do research.
And I just watched a video with him yesterday where he was arguing with, I think the other guy's name is like Mensch or something, about how Colston Loveland is like, he has him like right up there with him. And the guy was kind of like pushing back, like, you're out of your mind. What else does Tyler Warren have to do? Blah, blah, blah. So he's going to be tooting his own horn a little bit, I feel like.
I heard a evaluator today. I was listening to a podcast on the way up here, and they were talking about Tyler Warren, and they were talking about how, he does a lot of things well, but he's not a very good blocker. He hugs guys more than he attacks, so like he's more than punching, so he's going to get called for holds.
Especially
he's
in
also
the
a
NFL.
lot older of a prospect. That plays into it sometimes.
The poor blocking then leads you to, you're not surprised that Ben Johnson doesn't take a poor blocking tight end.
Right.
Like, we just talked about how their entire offense is predicated on running the ball.
Yeah, Sam Laporta. I mean, he's a good tight end, and maybe that was the basis behind his picks.
I just want to say,
still too.
I don't want to just humble brag, but we've officially broken a record for this podcast in terms of viewers at one time during a live. We are at 1,000 on X and
136 on YouTube and 23 on Facebook.
so I'm pretty sure like our record is like a couple hundred. So
we might have got around the 500 mark last year on the live.
to have over 1,000 people watching us, we really appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with us tonight. This is pretty cool for us. Like it sucks that we're doing it, and we're just super depressed, disappointed about the Browns' first pick. What really sucks is I was as much as I wanted Travis Hunter, I was very high on I was like, man, we fleeced them in that trade back, and now we're going to get Genty and a first rounder next year, and we got 36. I was like, sign me up. I'm going to get to watch Genty run the football for us. We're going to still get all these good players, all this stuff. Yeah. I was even starting to talk myself into be like, well, if we trade back to 10, we can still nab, a quarterback or something, and then and now all of a sudden we can go pick 3 skill positions in the first 8 picks of the second round. I was like, all these possibilities in my head, and then it all just flatlined.
Go ahead.
That's exactly where I'm at. Like, heading into the draft, I was like, this team is lacking talent at a lot of different positions, and I was like, okay. In my head, I watched the film with Travis Hunter, and I go, this is a guy that can make some plays, maybe be a game changer for us, on offense. And now, we're at this point where I'm like, okay, so we didn't take Travis Hunter, but we got some picks. Okay, cool. All right. Well, we didn't take Genty, so then we take a defensive tackle. What? I'm very confused.
We got the number 2 pick because we were so bad on offense last year.
Yes.
And instead of using the number 2 pick to help the offense, we instead trade back.
Was I doing? Was it
getting
Robert
defensive
Cleary's
tackle?
here.
Oh, is he?
Our good friend.
We're not expecting disappointment. Okay, I got a couple comments I need to address here.
Go for it.
Okay, so first one, E-Unit says, D-tackle at 5 is just wow. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but yikes. Guess we should start giving the kid support. Hope he's staying off social media. Again,
Sorry.
I'm not
please don't read the comments,
I'm
buddy.
not as anti-Mason Graham as I just anti-defensive tackle at 5 when we scored 14 points a game.
Yeah, it's anti what the regime has been saying. Like, they said we need to revert back to the Stefanski type offense. If you have the best running back on the board and you take a defensive tackle, it just goes against what they've been saying. So, I mean, again, it's surprise and shock that they picked a defensive tackle. I mean, it'll probably work out, and we don't mean the hate on
I'm hating on the position he plays and where we drafted him. I'm not hating on him, and I hope I'm dead wrong, and he's awesome.
Yeah,
100%.
He becomes Aaron Donald. But, man, it's a letdown. Second comment I want to address here. GCB, you said, how do I join the dog pack? I listen to your pods every week. Need to hop in with you guys. We'd love to have you. It's jointhedawgs.com. That's how it's a Patreon. You just sign up. When you sign up, we'll message you with how to link your Patreon to the Discord. I'll be honest, I haven't actually got into the Patreon app in a long time because everybody pretty much just jumps into the Discord, I feel like, and that's where all the interaction happens. So jointhedawgs.com, become the dog pack member, and then you'll get that link to join the Discord, and then you can interact with everybody. And we appreciate you reaching out. Was I not expecting disappointment? We have some rules at work, and we expect disappointment, so we aren't ever disappointed. And unfortunately, I broke that rule. And now I'm paying
rule number 1 of being a Browns fan.
Yes, and now I'm paying the price for it, and that's on me. That's another rule at work. That's on me. Browns aren't a football team. They're a test from God, like the story of Job, but God never restores his fortune.
I love that comment, bro.
Dude, that is like my favorite comment. Yeah,
I kind of want to get it put on a plaque, or framed and put it up.
Yeah,
I might put that on a T-shirt and put it in the store.
I love that. I would buy it. I'd wear it.
By the way, for everybody out there, we do have a merch store. We never talk about it, but it's thedogspodcast.com/shop. So,
dude, I got 5 shirts I can wear. I can go full Dogs podcast all week.
I was out in Vegas with Kenny, and it was a different Dogs. He's got more Dogs podcast merch than I do.
Yeah.
In my defense, the store didn't sell tents, which is up until recently what size I wore.
Yeah, you've been changing sizes, so it's all good.
But I do want to shout out Lee in the Honolulu Brown.
Honolulu,
Yes.
He gave me the shirt a couple of years ago, and I couldn't wear it, and now I wear it all the time. Kenny just gave me a new shirt to be rocking, so I'm excited. So we appreciate all the Browns backers clubs that give us shirts.
Yeah.
So
Iron Eagle, you see his comment?
Where's he at?
It's 4 years now.
Disappointment from giving up all our first for Watson just to be disappointed when we do make a pick.
Ugh.
That's our first round pick since 2021.
Yeah.
Which was also a defensive player.
Yep. And then that draft we took JOK in the second. When was the last time we drafted?
What if we take a defensive player at 33?
What
are you going to do?
We trade up?
What are you going to do?
What if we trade up to 20 or 20, ahead of Pittsburgh, and we're like, this is it. We're going to take a quarterback,
30?
and then they take
33 and 36, you would
Malachi Starks.
No,
Yeah.
you would have Xavier Watts available, and you need a free safety. I don't want to put that in the universe.
You did.
Yeah,
Just-
Kenny,
sorry,
we're gonna
man.
need you to say, brother,
Yeah.
hold on. Some of the stuff
Just
you're putting out there was great.
remember, I put out Genty and we didn't
Yes,
do it. So
yes,
maybe I'll
okay,
put that as the
that's
same vibe.
Yeah, you got
know,
Jimmy's
whatever.
here. I'm going to need you to get him on the line right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Do you think that was legitimately their plan?
No.
I don't think they really had much of a plan. I think it was just we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Let
Like, do you think they went into this draft going, we need to get Mason Graham?
no matter what?
No matter like do you think they reached into their pocket and pulled out their Post-it note and it said Mason Graham no matter what? And
Not
it
a
was
chance.
like we think we can do this and
If
still
I'm
get
Kevin
him.
Stefanski, no freaking way. It was Genty no matter what. I'm telling you, man.
I just
or
don't
Hunter. Sorry.
If you're Kevin, I just don't understand how if I'm Kevin, I'm fighting that pick tooth and nail.
We're looking at each other and I'm going,
I'm like, hey, I'm an offensive head coach.
My offense sucks.
My offense has no players.
yeah.
I am now calling plays again.
That move might get Kevin fired.
We are revamping. We just hired an all new offensive coordinator and offensive staff. What are we doing?
Dude,
You know what I mean? Like he's out here like in the trenches taking bullets, fighting for his life, and we're just picking defensive players.
I can tell you right now that regardless, I mean, we got to really turn this thing around, but can you imagine what home opener is going to be like? Man.
It'll be okay because
Think so?
everybody loves Flacco. That's why I'm saying, like, I know you're about Kenny Pickett starting, but I think that there's going to have to be a switch mid-season to Kenny. I think they have to start with Joe. Otherwise, I'm telling you, every bad throw Kenny makes, it's just going to be hell raining down for Joe.
I think the rosy glasses on Joe will go away.
Well, and that's fine. Let him go away naturally. But I'm just saying, if you want to give Kenny Pickett a chance, the fan base will not. They will reject him if you put him out there in front of Joe. Is my feeling.
Gage and another person in the chat saying reports saying that they've been working on this deal for 2 weeks. I fucking hate it here.
Which deal are we talking about? The trade?
The trade, and then the Mason.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well,
I don't
Andrew
understand
Berry
this.
did just do his press conference thing or whatever. So I don't know what he said. I didn't watch it, obviously.
Gage Tucker, somebody said in one of the group chats that he mentioned that it's potential they could trade back into the first.
Which is
I
what's
think
going
they will.
They're
I
going to
think they
sucker
will.
us into staying here till 11.
And then they're not
And they're going to trade to 32.
Yeah, Justin's going to have to leave straight from here to get to work in the morning.
Correct. For sure.
And they're going to be like, oh, there's just nothing there to entice us to make the move.
You know what the worst part is this is going to be my next, I would say, 72 hours. What the fuck are the Browns doing?
Yeah.
Just every person I talk to. What are we doing?
Dude, we've been saying that since training camp last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing here? And you know what everybody's going to come back with? We're tanking for Arch Manning. That's what they're going to come back with.
And who knows? Maybe
guy-
they are.
that
Maybe
guy-
they're that dumb that they think for
That
sure
guy
this
ain't coming
guy's-
out, man.
Yep.
And they're tanking for what is it here? 61-90 for 939 yards.
You know what's funny is
9 touchdowns so far.
So I saw somebody post the list of the quarterbacks that they're projecting to come out next year, and they're saying there's a loaded quarterback class, and it was Arch Manning, Drew Aller, and then another list of like 6 guys. And I'm like,
Cowboys just took a
I
guard.
watched Drew Aller last
Cowboys
year.
took a guard.
Yeah, they're beefing up. I'm telling you, they're trying to fix that run game.
I'm just going to put it like right here so I can
So you can see us?
Oh, sorry. Are we surprised they didn't go skill position? I feel like
Yeah, they've been trying to. But who are you going to take at this point, though?
I guess
mean,
maybe that's what we need to do. Let's pull up the big board. Let's pull up the big board and see. I got PFF's big board pulled up, and who they have is the next best available players, and it's almost exclusively defensive players right now.
could have waited.
It's Walter Nolan, Malachi Starks, Mike Green. How do you say his name? Jade Barron, and then the next offensive guy is Tyler Warren, tight end, and then Campbell, the linebacker out of Alabama, Will Johnson, cornerback out of Michigan. The next offensive player is Luther Burden, wide receiver, and then edge rusher Donovan Ezeriku.
it's good enough for me.
That was my best attempt, and then tackle Josh Simmons, and then our guy Emeka Egbuka. There's not, at least in terms of like first round grades, not a lot of offense out there right now.
Okay, so we don't trade back in the first. We stick at 33, and our first pick tomorrow night is an offensive tackle. How we feeling? We're beefing up the trenches.
I'm salty,
And that could very well be
salty.
Yeah, that very well could be though, because I mean that's what he likes to pick with high
It
picks
is.
because they're discounted value picks. You know, those are the guys that get paid: defensive tackles, offensive tackles, corners, and running back. Sorry, I meant
It's not even really
quarterbacks.
defensive
Quarterbacks.
tackles. It's the edge rushers, you mean, that get paid, right?
Yes, yeah. Good. Well, good D tackles get paid. We saw some get paid.
I hope he's good.
So Miami's on the clock now. Team needs tackle, guard, center, defensive interior, and cornerback. Do you think what's his face getting traded, or did he decide to stay,
Hill.
or
Tyreek
Hill?
I have no idea what's going on with him.
I
I
also
feel
saw,
like it
like,
changes.
He's all
every
over the
day,
place. Yeah.
What do we think he's got left in the tank? Was last year just an injury thing, or do you think he's on the decline?
Once the injuries start piling up, it's not good for receivers. Look at Stephon Diggs. I can't believe he got paid.
He does look good working out, and he's playing well.
I'm sorry, I was reading stuff.
Stephon Diggs.
Oh,
He said once the injuries start mounting up, it's not good for receivers. And he said, look at Stephon Diggs. He can't believe he got paid. And I said, well, he looks good and he's playing well.
who is that? Oh, Devontae.
He's still not listening.
I'm sorry.
Josh is
I
a
was
poopy
reading. Now
head.
I'm reading the chat. I'm not,
Stephon Diggs.
You did that exclusively for him.
Nico Harrison or Andrew Berry, who gets ran out of town first? All this hype to do. It's Nico Harrison.
Yeah, Nico.
I don't want to.
We didn't even get the generational guy on our team first before he was traded out. So
We just didn't
let's
take him at all.
Yeah, we just didn't take him. So
I'm not-
can't trade him.
I'm not trying to go off on too much of a tangent that doesn't have anything to do with the draft or football tonight, but that is
a big fuck up.
That's an awful trade.
Yeah.
That is. There's no way you can every time he tries to justify it, he just is digging the hole deeper. He's just digging. It's terrible. And what sucks is I feel like the owner was probably just as much like pushing for that because he didn't want to pay him, and the GM's going to be the one who gets fired. For
sure.
The owner's going to still get to keep his team, and the GM's going to be the one who has to have that on his resume now. Oh,
Yeah.
what are you known for? Wait, you traded Luka for this? No, this can't be right. This is a typo.
This is right.
You were worried about his injury history, and so you must have got somebody who hasn't missed many games. Oh, you got
The injury guy.
Anthony Davis? What? Get out of here. It's so bad. I was texting John Nye the other night. He texted me and he said, Anthony Davis is balling out. I said, he'll get hurt here real soon. It was like 5 minutes later. He said, by the way, they just took Anthony out because he's hurt.
Oh man.
It wasn't 5 minutes. It wasn't 5 minutes. I said, there's a couple things in life that are certain: death, taxes, and Anthony Davis is going to get hurt in the game.
Yes.
Someone get Kevin Costner in town to fix. We need Sonny Weaver.
yeah. Way, yeah. Devontae, thank you. We could use that right now.
Oh man, rough. All right,
Yep.
what do we need to get into now? So, if I guess the dream scenario for the first round, most likely not happening. Honestly,
any of us.
we're on our
That's on the
way.
board.
We're on our way to nightmare scenario.
No.
Well, I said if we didn't get an offensive difference maker in this first round, like this was bad. I guess who do you have your eye on now in terms of whether they trade up or say they're just going to sit at 33 and 36? Who's like the number one player on your big board that they got to come away with now?
Man, I need a running back to get this offense going, but I don't think anything I want's at round 2. So I need either. Man, that's tough. I don't know. I like. Josh got me depressed. I think we're taking a freaking offensive tackle.
I'm sorry, man. I just
Yeah,
like that is now like that's my gut feeling is
the Oregon tackle is going to be there. And,
yeah, it's going to be Josh Connerly.
unless something happens where I've seen a couple things where Omari and Hampton falls, but I don't even know if I want him. I like Junkins way better.
I like
We gotta
both
see-
Ohio State running backs.
we got to see
more.
who the Broncos and who the Chargers could take a running back in the first round too.
Chargers
for sure. God, I hope
Chargers,
it's not one
yeah.
of the Ohio State guys. I don't. It was bad enough I had to watch J.K. Dobbins play for that Michigan F word. I've said it enough times.
Michigan F word.
I might have family watch. I've said it enough times already.
You know, Andy took it off the TV at home because his kid was watching.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kaiser children.
Oh, the swearing.
Yeah,
Oh, Andy's
sorry, Andy.
about part of the deal right here.
If I had to pick a person who's like the number one get for me now, it's Igbuka.
Sure.
I would love a Buka. Sure. Yep. I'm with Kenny. I would love to get a running back because I'm just I can't watch Jerome Ford anymore.
My thought is the running back then can be there at 36.
I know. I totally get it. If Ibuka's at 33 or falling through the 20s, I would try.
If you take Ibuka at 33 and then say Shador's still there at 36, do you take him at 36 and then try to use some of that draft pack capital we picked up to trade back up in and get Judkins or Henderson? Do you risk passing up on the running back to get the quarterback?
Dude, I don't know, man. The trade
because I feel like a lot of people don't have a first round draft grade on Shador. I still am of the belief that he fits what we want to do on offense like very well.
Sure.
So there's a lot less pressure to come out and play when you're taking it 36 than as opposed to 2.
And you have a chip on your shoulder a little bit.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Andrew Berry's only traded up in the NFL draft one time.
For JOK.
And that was it. So a lot of times he'll either trade back or just stay put and let whoever fall to him. And I mean, he's already accumulating picks. I don't know if they're trading up. I mean, I think I still think they will if somebody they like is there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. They just stay pat.
What if Luther Burden III falls?
Not a big fan. I know you guys might be different. I'm just not.
Well, here's Colts. What it says. NFL production here is fascinating. Burden brings skill set reminiscent of the rookie year of Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, no thanks.
I think he just retired.
He's a rapper now.
Yeah, him and AB. AB's going to open for him.
One thing
AB
that
had a way better career.
One thing that I would look at.
Way better rapper too.
One thing that I would look at for
Tyler Warren did get picked.
One thing I would look at for the Browns though is getting receivers. That
Tyler Warren
really,
got picked.
He did.
Yeah, to the Colts.
Oh well, that was the other landing spot for a tight end for sure.
Yeah,
him with Steichen. Who's playing quarterback for them right now?
It's either Richardson or Daniel Jones.
Listen, you remember we did our hot take episode. Daniel Jones was my hot take pick for comeback player of the year. And that was when he was still in New York.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That was when he was still in New York. I think you put him with Shane Steichen, and he's got Jonathan Taylor. I mean,
they have weapons.
They have
Josh
weapons.
Downs is nice.
They just added a top receiving tight end. My hot take for comeback player of the year is still out there.
Yeah,
just with a different team.
With a different team. No, it was for this coming year.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was when we were talking about. It was right around the NFL awards, and we were picking like our next year too early people. And I said comeback player of the year was going to be.
Boy, that feels like forever ago.
Yeah,
Dang.
And I said it was going to be Daniel Jones.
All right.
So we'll see. Who do you think they roll with at the beginning of the season?
Anthony Richardson. You got to give. I mean, he's the guy you took it for.
Right.
Yeah, they already benched him for Joe Flacco.
They did.
Yeah, he took himself out of a game.
But I mean, if you don't start,
he took himself out of a game.
He was tired.
Yeah.
I know McAfee is not a fan.
Yeah, I love McAfee.
And I know like he doesn't make decisions for the team, but he does speak for a lot of people in Colts Nation.
Yes.
Falcons on the clock now. Team needs wide receiver. So this is when I was doing a lot of mock drafts. This was some of the places where I was seeing Ibuka go. Was at 15 to the Falcons.
Do they need speed or what do they need?
If they could get Penix a weapon.
Oh, I mean, he's just a reliable weapon. The thing is, like,
what did he test? Did he run anywhere?
I don't think he ran. Maybe at his pro day. I don't think it's not a super fast. He's not a track star. He's not a super fast receiver.
I think he still ran like in the 4.4s though.
Okay, I would say like everybody's like, oh, you got to run the. Amon-Ra St. Brown ran like a 4.54 or something slow. I mean. I think Keenan Allen ran a slow 40, didn't he? I mean, there's guys.
He ran a 4.48.
If you can run routes,
Jarvis Landry.
If you can create separation and catch the ball, you can play in the NFL.
Well, and look at what Jarvis Landry did for us. He was a guy that could get guys on the line of scrimmage and get them set up so we didn't get these procedure penalties that we get all the time.
Right.
And he could block. Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt both benefited greatly from having him on the field. I kind of like the guys that can block in here. Like I like Besh, and I like Ao Manor, like Elick. I like those two guys. They're 210 pounds, 215 pounds. And the guy from Stanford, he can run a 4.4. Like, I mean, that's pretty good. Jack Besh, not Jeff, as we got into a long time ago. He's 6'2", and he's the best blocker of the bunch because he was a tight end. So, I mean, you want to pair him with somebody like a Harold Fannin Jr., and then you can have real like weapons and hide some stuff based on what they can do. I mean, I'd be feeling better about the offense then.
So I want to address a comment in here, but doesn't matter. And he's kind of going back and forth with Natus the Greatest. He says, me and you look to be the only ones that are psyched about Graham. He's an absolute unit. It's, again, not to just beat the dead horse, but we got 4 hours of air time to fill. It's one of those things where he could be amazing. He could be the next coming of Aaron Donald. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't score you any points. It doesn't move the needle. And I guess some people are maybe willing to accept that this year the Browns are going to be awful. But I was hoping,
Not me.
Thought that if we went and got some studs in the draft, which again we can, it's that like we could be good or at least interesting. Yeah. Like have something to be excited for. If we go this route and we don't add any of these top level offensive talents, I don't want to say this on our Browns podcast, but I have a hard time caring as we enter into the season. You know what I mean? Like it's just going to be very tough to know going in. One, our schedule's brutal, and then to just go in and be like, well, last year it was a struggle to get to 16, and it might be a struggle to get to 12 this year in terms of points per game.
Yeah.
Better hold them to 11.
Do you guys remember when Ronnie Hickman was our, or no? Who was it?
It was Rodney McLeod, our leading touchdown scorer through how many weeks?
The Philly game. I mean, that was
6 weeks of the season?
Pick 6 and a blocked field goal, and you're the leading scorer for 8 weeks.
Yes.
Brutal.
Who was that?
Rodney
McLeod.
freaking Cloud, our backup safety who was 37,000 years old. Yes.
Kevin says, why not wait and see what they do the rest of the draft? There's still a lot of offensive talent yet left.
Because we're here now.
If you were here at the beginning, I said, I'm trying not to, but I'm failing miserably. I'm trying not to overreact to the pick until I see what we do tomorrow or later tonight if we trade back up.
Well, and again,
but this is all I had to react to right now. Right. And like I said, I got 3 more hours that I have. I just am imagining Genty run around in Las Vegas and Hunter.
That'll be tough.
Catching a ton of passes and also having like highlight reel interceptions to seal games, and Mason Graham stuffed the stat sheet with 2 pressures and 1 TFL, and we lost 18-10. And I'm just like,
stat sheet.
High scoring.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
I'm with you, man.
It's one of those things where it's just, and I understand that football is like, it's not always the sexy pick, and you got to build the trenches and all that stuff. But
haven't we been doing that?
Well, that's the thing is we've tried to build the trenches and it hasn't worked. And
we've drafted so many linemen and we've waited so long to take offensive weapons since Andrew Berry has been here that the offensive side of the ball is depleted.
Yeah.
For like the last 10 years, man.
When was the last time we took? I guess maybe we can get one of our people in our ear to look this up for us on the fly. When was the last time we took like a highly coveted offensive weapon in the first round? Can we even think off the top of our head?
I made a post not too long ago with all of our first round picks since '99, and I'm feeling like it was
like when was the last time
Trent Richardson? Maybe
I would say it was Trent Richardson
at 3. I think it was Richardson maybe.
4.
And I knew
4. Okay, sorry.
And I know we took Braylon Edwards at 3. And
it was Braylon Edwards. Yeah, he was before Trent though.
Yes, he was. That was a long time ago.
Yeah,
but it's like just going back to say 2016 or 2015, just the last decade. And I know there was 3 years we didn't have first round draft picks, but even then in the early second. When was the last time we took a guy where it's like everybody was like, this guy's a difference maker on the offensive side of the ball, and we drafted him? No, we always pass on him.
Yeah.
We always pass on him.
Yeah.
We passed on, we traded and didn't take Julio Jones. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yep.
We didn't take Deshaun Watson in the 4 best years of his career. We watched him tear it up in Houston, and then we gave up 3 picks to get him for the ass end of his terrible career. You know what I mean? Like, we could have had him for the good part. How does that change the trajectory of our team if we take him? But again, we passed on another offensive talent that everybody like this. His coach called him the Michael Jordan of football, and we were like,
Nah, we want Jabril Peppers.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, really, if you think about it, the offensive skill players that are legitimate on our team right now, it's Jerry Jeudy, who was a trade by Andrew Berry, and it's David Njoku, who was a draft pick by
Dorsey.
Was it Dorsey or who? I don't remember who was somebody
it
before
was
him.
Sashi Brown.
Sashi Brown.
Oh, wow.
Like Andrew Berry, yeah. There's nobody on our offense in 5 years. This is year 6. This is his 6th NFL draft.
We make fun of the Steelers for this kind of thing, but we're doing it, only we're not even getting, like, our defense doesn't win us as many games as their defense wins them.
No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they pass on offensive people all the time, but they somehow make the playoffs because the defensive players they pick are the difference makers, and they don't make mistakes, and they win close games, and they somehow squeak into the playoffs. We keep passing on offensive talent, and then we just good year, bad year, good year, bad year, good, no consistency. We can't score any fucking points on a consistent basis. It's just, somebody said 18-10, you're giving our offense a lot of credit. This person says, when I was 7, it's like, this is feeling like the Anthony Schwartz draft. I cooled on Hunter after statements that he'd rather quit football than not play both ways in the NFL. It rubbed me the wrong way.
He was just a kid talking.
Well, and
to
here's
me.
the thing. I don't judge people for that kind of stuff. Like, it's not like he came out and said my shit don't stink. He just said I want to play on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
You know,
sounded like
I want a guy who wants to play a lot of football.
He sounded
not a
like
guy
a
I have to talk
21-year-old.
If
into
you
putting in
read
the extra time.
he was misquoted on that too by a lot of people. He did not, from what I read, his quote, he did not say, I would rather quit football than only play one side of the ball. I think he was asked, what would it mean to you to only play one side of the ball? And he said, man, not even playing football anymore. Like, that's all I've ever done. For him, playing football is both sides of the ball. That's what he was saying.
Yes.
And everybody took it like, oh, he'll quit. I'm like, bullshit. That's not what he said. Shut up. I hate the media misconstrues comments so well.
You know what's great though about this conversation is we don't even have to worry about him quitting because he's
not on our team.
Yep. Didn't draft him.
Devontae, thank you. He said within the past 10 years, Corey Coleman at 15 in 2016.
Do you remember? I remember about
what a
Corey
pick.
Coleman getting hit in the face with a ball against Pittsburgh
To
when we
complete.
didn't win a game,
Yeah.
and then he had a really great shoe collection because
And
of
then-
His face mask drop completed 0-16. Because if he catches that, he scores, and I think we win that
trust
game,
me,
right?
I really,
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, that's
Well,
what
I think we're driving. Yeah, we're making
Driving
it
down,
interesting.
we had all the momentum.
Yeah.
And then there's him.
Exactly.
I know it was
That
on the goal
wins.
line.
like this.
Hit him right in the freaking face, man. Those are the situations though. Like as a Browns fan, like I relive. Like I'm just like, yep. Hopefully we don't have to do that again.
Bad.
So I'm looking at this 2016 NFL draft in which we took Corey Coleman. Okay. We had the number 2 pick that year.
Yeah, we traded back to 8, and then we traded back to 15, right?
Yes, we traded back to 8, and then we traded back to 15. Okay. Carson Wentz was taken at 2 by the Eagles. Joey Bosa, there was Zeke Elliott was taken, offensive player. Jared Goff was also taken at number 1. We didn't have a chance at him. Jack Conklin got taken at 8. Not a ton of offensive guys in this draft. So then Corey Coleman was the first receiver. We took him at 15, and then I'm trying to see anybody after him. Will Fuller, Josh Dotson, Laquan Treadwell, Paxton. This was a bad draft. Holy shark.
So they really wanted Goff in that year, and they panicked and traded back.
We took a guy in the first round there, and it's not like we passed on a bunch of. I would say the biggest miss on that was we could have stayed at 2 and taken Zeke. Prime Zeke would have been nice.
Yeah.
Would you? But
As an Ohio State fan, yeah, I would have loved that.
So I won't fault him there. I'm going to just over the course of the next couple hours, look at the next few drafts and see what offensive players we passed on, and that we could have taken. I'm just kind of looking at the results here. If we go to the next one, we took number 1. We took Myles Garrett. Obviously, pretty good pick probably. There's Leonard Fournette, Corey Davis, Mike Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Patrick Mahomes. Would you rather have Myles Garrett or Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes.
Deshaun Watson. Obviously, we know Deshaun now, but again, if we had Deshaun for his first 4 years, who knows what's going on.
Right.
And we ended up with Myles Garrett and Jabril Peppers.
I could, Heath, I have terrible eyes. I can't read really well. But correct me if I'm wrong. In that year where we traded back and passed on Julio, didn't we take Justin Gilbert and Johnny Manziel that year? Was that the same
No,
year?
that wasn't Julio.
Okay, cool.
Was it?
Unless
I think that Julio was already in the league.
I can't remember who. I'll tell you this, Heath. We didn't get a player that was on the same level as Julio Jones at the end of the day. Or draft capital back to.
I'll tell you who it was. Here, give me 1
right,
second.
cool.
But you guys go ahead and keep talking. It's going to take me more in a second. I lied.
Okay. It's
we suck.
it's the thing. It's like we just, and you see people will talk like this. We always try to be like the smartest people in the room. And I defend our front office and stuff a lot, but can we please quit passing on offensive players? And I guess again, what we do tomorrow is going to alter my mood. If we come out with Mason Graham and we go and we get Judkins and we go and get Ibuka, I'll feel pretty good. But as of right now, this is all I have to go on.
We did. We traded off of, what was it, pick?
4,
right?
6.
went to 7, right?
Pick 6 was Julio Jones.
Okay.
So Atlanta came up to 6 to get Julio. And then I think we went back and then traded back again, if I'm not mistaken. But we ended up taking Phil Taylor, defensive tackle, at 21.
Great guy.
Great
Not
guy.
great football player.
Phil Taylor from
great-
Baylor.
Great Cleveland Brown
And then
fan.
go, what other offensive players, too, were then taken on that draft?
So after pick 6, where we could have been, it was Julio Jones there. And then at like quarterback, Jake Locker, quarterback, Blaine Gabbert. Defensive end, J.J. Watt. Quarterback, Christian Ponder. Guard, Mike Pouncey. I mean, this was 2011. Not a lot of skill players. You don't have any skill players until Jonathan Baldwin at wide receiver 26.
Yikes.
And then it was.
It also tells you
Mark
how much
Ingram.
the league has changed.
Yeah, Mark Ingram was the first running back there at 28 to New Orleans.
If you go
was it.
look at like some of these drafts from 10 years ago, it's almost always it's like defensive, lineman.
Line,
Like
line,
they
yeah.
did not put an emphasis on skill position players and stuff like that.
Right.
Last year's pick was Holland. How did that work out? I know.
It was
Kinda
Hall was so
upper-
hard to gauge because
yeah.
he was suspended for the first 4? Was it 4 or 6?
Yeah, then injured and like,
Then he got injured. He was on IR for a stint. And then he came back and then he tore his MCL. And yeah, okay, so it didn't work out. I'm with you there. Crusty Critter.
Wait, what?
Crusty Critter. That's who said that.
Stacy said, do we think the Browns are still looking at a free agent for offense, and that's why we traded back? Free agency's going who's left?
yeah. I mean,
You know what I mean? Like I don't think like that should be your plan. You have a chance to get young.
Yeah, there's nobody in free agency.
you got Chubb and you got.
I'm seeing stuff now like
Amari
people
Cooper.
are speculating maybe this is actually, and we've said it. I know I've said it. Maybe this is a rebuilding year, and they just don't want to say it.
Well, they said it.
Well,
They said it
We're,
just now.
we're accumulating draft picks and
Yeah.
building the trenches. So
They said it just now with this pick, right?
yeah, that's how I feel. Dead air. Sorry, guys. We'll keep talking here, but Stacy said, "Is Chris Olave still a possible
I don't know
trade
if-
target, or is he out of the picture?"
I don't
They
know
just
if-
picked up his 5th-year option.
Really?
Well, and they
I was worried he was.
They just drafted a tackle.
I don't think he's an option at all.
I don't think if they were going to trade their number one wide receiver, they would have probably tried to replace
If
him.
they're going to trade him, I think it will be next year. Because with a 5th-year option, so his next year's salary becomes fully guaranteed, whatever it is based on the chart. I'll have to go look at it. But whatever roster bonus money or whatever this year becomes guaranteed. So I think they would probably hold him through this year. And then next year, if they're like, let's recoup some picks for him, whatever, that would be the time. But I think he's off the table now.
We should talk. Did we mention that the Falcons took Jalen Walker? So they did not go.
We've missed a couple picks.
They
I
did
think.
not go wide receivers, so that's good for me. Ibuka's still on the board. Walter Nolan, interior defensive tackle, goes to the Cardinals. So now the Bengals on the clock. I think they're salivating right now. I think I would not. This is going to be one of the edge rushers.
Yeah.
This is going to be either Green or I can see like James Pierce. I've heard he's got a ton of character like red flags.
Yeah, big time. I would not take James Pierce.
Not on
Nope,
the
I would
not on the
not do it.
Browns.
Now they got Walter. They got Walter Nolan.
You know, it's That's who the Cardinals went.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Bengals.
Oh, my bad.
I think they're going to go edge because they still haven't figured out a deal with Trey Hendrickson, have they?
No.
Nope.
I think they're about to just draft his replacement, and he's going to be gone. Maybe the Browns can get him.
Maybe they'll.
I would take that. All of a sudden, all right, I'm talking myself into liking the Browns again. Here we go.
If you're tuning in tonight, you guys are riding the roller coaster.
Right
Browns
along
fan.
with us.
That's right, baby.
Well, I got my watch
up,
on.
we're
My
down.
heart rate's going up. It's going down. I'm comatosing. I'm having a heart
I
attack.
hate the Browns. Wait, but if they do this away, I love the Browns.
What if Bengals draft Mike Green? They give Hendrick. They say, okay, we don't need you anymore, Trey. Thanks for your services, but we're not going to pay you because we're too broke.
Yeah.
We got this new young stud in here. Hendrickson wants to stick it to him.
Yeah.
We sign him because we didn't draft Abdul Carter. We need another edge.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, your D-line is your top 5 pick, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, and then we go and get Ibuka at 33 and Quinshon Judkins at 36.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting over here bricked up.
I have one pushback on this. He wants money, which we don't have.
This is true.
We can figure it out.
Just restructure it till 2098.
If there's one thing that I'm
The salary cap's not real.
absolutely not worried about is Andrew Berry being able to figure out how to
This is
get
true.
money to work to get somebody on our team. Like if there's one thing I have unlimited trust in with Andrew Berry, it's that.
Yeah.
If they want Trey Hendrickson and he wants money, they'll figure out a way to give him his money and get him on the team.
Yeah.
They'll figure that out. Especially if you can say, well, we'll front load you in this, and then when we get all this insurance money, tax relief next year from Watson, we'll have a ton of money. We'll extend you then, or some backdoor deal. I don't know what you're allowed to do, anything like that, but he'll make that work. But I would be shocked if the Bengals don't go with edge rusher here. Shocked.
I just realized that we never got
has to
our
be defense.
Never got our calls from Ian Swifty.
That's okay.
Journey must have been really jamming out tonight.
No, it's because I totally forgot about it. He's been texting me, but I got my phone on Do Not Disturb.
Oh, that's tough.
So-
Yeah.
So I do want to throw it out to the chat. Was anybody at the Journey concert tonight? How was it? Because I don't like a lot of 80s bands, but I do like Journey. And I'm curious what their lead singer's like live.
My mom said he's good. My mom.
I've seen some videos, but
They'd be fun, man.
She said they're great.
I've seen them. I've seen them
Legendary rock
before.
stars. They go out and play and sound good.
I was at a Journey Foreigner doubleheader.
Oh,
it was
Foreigner.
fantastic.
Out of Foreigner
Loved it.
headline that thing. Come on now, not Journey.
I don't like many 80s bands, but Journey has it's like bang. Their greatest hits
bangers.
is banger after banger.
Yeah, yeah.
Them, REO Speedwagon,
Okay. All right, keep going.
That's pretty good.
and
That's
then
it. What about the outfield?
they got a song, and I can play the shit out of it on the drums
And I
on
can
Rock
sing
Band.
the shit
I was
out of
gonna
it.
say, I knew it.
I sing it every time.
I knew
Sorry.
it.
We got off track. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're live for 4 hours, you're going to go off track
Do you,
sometimes.
do you want me to check with him and see if he still wants to give us an insider report?
Yeah, do it.
Well, you just asked us live, and he's our friend, so I can't say no. He'll be like,
We're good.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's having
On to
an
the
okay
next
time in
thing.
the stadium right now, so I think we'll see what.
what he says.
Yeah.
Andre Rison, a free agent. We don't do Six Flags in Ohio. We do Cedar Point.
Yeah, or
I'm
Kings
like,
Island.
I'm like really caught up in a different conversation here. Let's relive the draft where we passed over Ben Roethlisberger. If we just go through all the bad drafts in Cleveland Browns history, we're going to be here for a long
Well, we're going to be here all night anyway.
Well, just
but-
start at 99.
Bengals just made their
go. Keep
pick.
going.
Their pick is in.
Yep, and it wasn't edge rusher.
It wasn't?
It was.
Let me hang on. I'm refreshing. For some reason, my thing's not just going. I have to refresh it. It's weird. I must be Nostradamus. It wasn't one of the ones I said, but
They took the athletic freak.
yeah. But man, this is to me. This is the thing. Like his production.
Yeah, it
Was
was
not-
questionable.
Like he's looks great getting off the bus guy, but then out on the field, he was. Why would if you're them? Why do you not take the guy who led the nation in sacks? That freaking Marshall. Like you can't imagine there's a bunch of other NFL ready guys that the offense was focusing on. If this guy's getting all the attention and he still led the nation in sacks, I'd have taken Green. Like that's who I would have taken.
And I know I think there was some off-field maybe concerns or whatever about Mike Green maybe in the past or something about him, but Maybe that played into it. I
It's
don't know.
all coming to fruition now, though. Trey Hendrickson, you are a Cleveland Brown. I'm speaking it into existence. Chat, what do you guys think about my? What do you think about my scenario? The Bengals let Trey Hendrickson walk now. Browns go out, sign him. All of a sudden, our defensive line is now Mason Graham, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson. We address this offense here early second round. We put all this negative Nanciness to bed. I'm back on.
This is where things are going to get interesting because we're at 18 with Seattle and we're coming up on that pick 21 with Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's
where that could be the next quarterback spot.
Yeah.
So does a team trade up here to 18, 19, 20 to get ahead of them? There was reports the other day, just yesterday, and I think still today, that pick 20 from the Broncos was on the table.
Yes.
Like they're saying, hey, we will trade back. Somebody come up and get this pick if you want it.
I feel like they need a running back bad.
Another one to watch out for is they do. Another one, though, is Minnesota at 24 because they think they only have like 4 picks in this draft and they're looking to recoup some extra picks.
If I'm Minnesota, and maybe this is overkill because there's only one football to go around, but imagine if you could snag Ibuka. And you got
Addison,
you
Jefferson,
got Addison,
yeah.
Jefferson,
Hawkinson.
Ibuka, and TJ Hawkinson out there.
My God.
And
Aaron Jones.
I know they're looking for
still looks good.
I hear
Yeah.
they're looking for running back too, though.
I hear they actually draft weapons. It's great. I wish someone else would do that. The Browns.
doesn't it just frustrate the shit out of you though to like watch these other teams that just have offensive weapons
falls
all
perfectly,
over
too.
the
Baltimore.
field,
Everything just falls perfect.
and then
Baltimore doesn't necessarily draft high either. They're always like kind of
No, they just take value
Yep.
yeah.
because they have that luxury.
because it's like you can not draft based off need if you built your foundation good 20 years ago and then you just have kept it up. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Then you could just, but if you're tearing it down to the studs, you got to address some needs. You can't go get really nice windows if your basement's cracked.
Yeah.
You don't
And
even
right
have
now,
a window.
yeah, or if you don't have a frame for the window.
yeah, exactly.
And then right now the Browns' foundation is cracked. I wouldn't be shocked. The Seahawks PFF has their needs as guard, center, edge. They could go green. I also feel like if they're talking about possibly being willing to trade Kenneth Walker, but they got Charbonnet, but I don't know. Like I feel like we've heard a lot about him, and then he doesn't stay healthy, and he just
Are you talking about Walker or Charbonnet?
Charbonnet.
I was going to say.
Walker
that-
gets injured too.
Yeah, they're both injury prone. I mean, when
Well, Josh has
Charbonnet's-
mentioned that like mentioned they've been open to trading Kenneth Walker, so he's running back on the board for them.
I mean, when Charbonnet steps in, it doesn't seem like there's any.
They've been
fall off
moving
at
all their offensive pieces this year, like the older ones, so it would make sense that Kenneth Walker could be dealt. I also saw about Breece Hall potentially being on the
That would
trade
be
block
crazy.
during this draft,
Yeah.
so we'll see what happens there in New York. I did want to say just maybe we'll get the tempo back up a little bit. So going
Okay.
back to the trade at 2, this is from Over the Cap on Twitter, says the Browns will receive 5,512 points on the Fitzgerald-Spielberger draft chart. The Jaguars gain 36-10. So that's a differential of 1,902 points in the Browns' favor. It's about equivalent to the 8th overall pick next year. So if the Jaguars have anywhere from the 8th on, we're getting a big deal, like a good deal.
Like
Right.
anything 8 or higher, you mean?
No, I'm saying like it's the value is about the 8th pick. So the value, say the Jaguars have a good season, they're picking at 24. Well, we get the 24th pick, but the value that we got it, like the value was the 8th pick.
I would have just rather just
I
taken Travis
know.
Hunter at this
Confused by
point.
that. How can the
I'm just-
value of the
Yeah,
24th
I know.
pick
I
see
wanted
the
to
value
buy
of
that
the 8th
jersey
pick?
I'm
so
just saying,
bad,
like
man.
the further down you go, like obviously the picks are lower and lower in value. So if the value was like 700 for the Browns, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, here's an example. If you want to get back in to the first round, like we have a 33 pick, it's 580 points. To get up to 19, the value is 875. So you got to make
19's one I'm looking at with the Bucks.
Yeah, so yeah, I've mocked that one a couple times. Ultimately, here's an example. You take your 33rd, 85th, and your 190th, and that gives you a total of 760 points. So you get close, and then you got to add like a pick the next day.
Patrick, does anybody have any idea how many times Kuiper Jr. has said the word upside so far tonight? Last leg of my parlay I need to hit.
Well done, sir. Well done, Patrick.
No lie. I was thinking about putting on like a coat, like a sports coat and a tie, and getting some glasses and not getting a haircut and slicking my hair back and just like
Kuiper.
doing a 4-hour Mel Kiper
Oh,
impression.
that'd be so great, bro.
Josh. Now Josh. I just don't know how many times I can say Josh in 4 hours.
I love that when he's talking about
I think
coffee.
you'd fall out of character pretty quick.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I would have had a tough time staying in character. I had something before I got off topic. Seeing the thing about Kuiper. Yeah, this is a good time. The good news is we can still buy a Travis Hunter jersey. Well, you can if you like the Jags, I guess.
I did like the Jags.
But this is a good time to mention jointhedawgs.com. We picked up one new member for sure tonight. Obviously, GCB, I believe that was your handle I saw in here. We're obviously all on online, so you probably haven't gotten reached out to on the Patreon, but we will be doing that sometime, shortly within, tonight or tomorrow. And we'll get you hooked up into the Discord and everything. But you are going to be entered for the jersey. And again, if you want to win a Browns jersey, it was going to be a Travis Hunter. Obviously, we didn't pick him. If you want it to be Mason Graham or any other Browns player of your choosing, jointhedawgs.com, become an official dog pack member. You have until the end of this live to join to be entered. And obviously to any current dog pack members, we love you, and you are entered.
There goes one of, I think Blake's guys, maybe, if I'm remembering correctly, to the Seattle Seahawks, a guy that I thought might be available at 33 when the Browns pick, but he's gone.
I've heard that, it's especially at the Senior Bowl, this dude's stock rose a ton.
It did. Sure.
Gray Zabel to the Seahawks.
Man, I wanted that guy bad.
I will say this, at least if we were going to pass on offensive talent at 5, outside of Colson Loveland got picked at 10, Tech got picked at 8, obviously Genty at 6.
Tyler Warren.
But there's still a lot of the guys that we had on our board available.
If the plan is to get offensive playmakers with that 33 and 36 picks, okay, there's going to be some available. If the plan is to go another defensive player or an offensive lineman, okay, whatever.
It's I guess how will you feel if we stay at 33 and 36 and we leave with Graham, Ibuka, and a running back? Does it make you feel better about the Graham?
I'd be more excited. Well, I mean, there's no turning back now, dog. We're moving
does
this
it make you
direction,
feel
bro.
better?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It is what it is at this point. Yeah.
Well,
yes.
here's the one thing about getting Graham, okay? So if you take a look at our defensive tackle, I forgot to put all this together here. I actually put stuff together for about defensive tackles. So you have Malik Collins, who we just signed. You have Shelby Harris. You got Jawan Briggs. You have Mike Hall Jr. You got Ralph Hawley and Sam Kamara. So that tells me we got a lot of defensive tackles. I'm not sure. Here's their grades: 54.2, 66.8. This is all against the run. Jawan Briggs, 76.3. Mike Hall Jr., 67.4. Ralph Hawley isn't in there because he played in the CFL, and they don't have a grade. I can't find the grade for Sam Kamara. So right now,
he didn't play.
Sam Kamara. Oh, I thought he played last year for a bit.
Well, he might have, but I think he's mostly practice squad.
Oh, situational run defender. He probably didn't have enough snaps.
Yeah,
You're
that would
correct.
be my guess.
And so basically, if you look at the tier, you have Shelby Harris, who's considered strong against the run. Everybody else is average, below average, or a liability versus the run. So that's why they got him. And so that's, I mean, I tried to plug in who the other draft choices were, but it's giving me, these are all guys from last year.
It's just, this year against the run, we better be good. We better stop people. I don't want to be seeing us getting gashed and saying, Mason Graham getting blown off his block or getting blown off the line again, and all that
they're
kind of
scoring
stuff.
against us. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, I really need
shit,
to see
they got
some,
17.
I
We're screwed.
really need to see some weapons.
I
man.
want to ask the chat here, do us a favor. Obviously, I don't have X pulled up or any other news sites because I'm trying to be an engaged podcast host. Is there talks? Is there any talks about is there rumors of the Browns trying to get back up Or are we just kind of spinning the wheels here and it's not even being discussed? Help us out here.
So
Chat.
Fatal Gnome says Twitter's flooding right now with teams wanting to trade back, which is what I thought was probably going to happen about this point. Get to the 20s and these teams are going to start saying, let's get into the second round where I think there's going to be a lot of value. And remember, I forget who it was, but they were saying in this draft there's about 18 maybe guys that have like are actual first round grades, which means after those guys are all gone, then you're drafting second round graded guys in the first round. So this is where teams are like, I got to get out of here. I can't take this guy in the first round because it's too high. So this is where you might start to see quarterbacks or running backs for teams that are like, I got to get a running back, high end one, like the Chargers or the Broncos. Could be interesting.
You know what's crazy? Kind of crazy to me when there's thinking like that. To me, it doesn't matter where you draft the guy if he becomes good. So, like, if I have a second round grade on this guy, but I think he's good enough that he's going to come in and start for my team. Maybe he's not going to be an elite player, but he's going to be a good football player on my team because second round is still a good grade. Why would I not just take him at 25? Why would I risk not getting him? Like, it's all arbitrary in terms of, like, the value we play. Like, this chart. It's all fucking made up.
But I mean,
like, you know what I mean? It's all like, arbitrary things. Like,
you probably have a range of guys though. Let's say if we trade back and there's one of these 5 guys is still available,
but they're not all the same.
I know, but I'm saying they're probably happy. Like we probably said, if we get to 5, we're happy. Mason Graham's at the top of our board, but we'd be happy with this guy or this guy. And if those guys aren't there, we'll probably trade back again. I don't know. I know that's how these teams think though.
You know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's just like, if there's a guy that you think can help your football team, there's no such thing as overdrafting him. In my opinion, if he can help your football team, then it's not over. There's so many misses. So if you're that confident in him being the guy to help you,
oh boy,
I almost joked about this, but I was like, no, they're not going to do that. They got Evans and
Godwin
Godwin.
They took him.
Well, Godwin's not going to be their slot guy anymore.
They just took Ibuka.
Oh,
Emeka Ibuka, 19
Holy
to the
crap.
Bucks.
Wow.
All of a sudden, I'm back on the depression train. There's
a glimmer of hope, and then
Second wide receiver off the board in this draft. Well, I mean, after, I guess, Travis Hunter and then Tedero McMillan. Emeka Ibuka.
wow.
I love Emeka
I gotta
Ibuka.
watch fucking Baker Mayfield throw touchdown passes to him. I fucking hate my life.
Yeah.
Dude, it was like 5 minutes ago. He was all back on.
I
The roller coaster ride is real.
Back up.
We're gonna be able to put together like a reel.
Yeah, just worse. draft
Every
night
like high and low
moments.
point.
Yes.
Yeah. I hate my life.
Just unbelievable. Like,
Oh.
It's okay.
it would be the Bucks too, and Baker. Like,
Yeah. Go Browns. Oh man.
I'm telling you, if I gotta watch, if Travis Hunter and Genty are like battling out for offensive rookie of the year or
I know,
something,
man.
and Ibuka is the best rookie wide receiver, I'm just
Sick.
be sick. I'm drunk
still in
already.
Shock. I'm still in shock. Oh.
Yeah.
So
But how is he in the locker room? You guys are the only thing getting me through this right now. You're the only thing getting me through this.
live chat is awesome. You guys rock.
I think I saw Ron Harper on there. It's like passed on Hunter. And he's with a sick face emoji. He's a Ravens fan,
Oh yeah.
and even I'm pretty sure, and even he's like,
Dude, it doesn't matter what team you root for. You're watching another team just do these things over and over. It's like, man, I feel bad for them.
it's like watching an addict.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's like, man, like, oh, that's pathetic, but it's also like really sad.
Jesus.
I wish there was something I could do to help them. Like, I guess right here, are the Broncos going to trade out of this?
I don't know. Well, it's interesting though. Like,
They're gonna take Amari Hampton.
I bet you they take a running back. Yeah. I'm gonna stick with my. Here comes Travion Henderson.
Oh man. Well,
We'll see.
Ohio State. Right?
We'll see
Oh,
here.
but they
Running
got a banger in the kid out of Notre Dame last year, so maybe they need a fast guy
Audric
that can catch.
Estime,
Audric.
Estime, or however you say
Estime.
Estime.
Yeah.
I know that like Javonte Williams is like awful.
He's gone.
Oh, he's
in
gone?
Dallas now.
Dallas.
Okay.
They got Blake
awful.
Watson
He's awful.
and Audric Estime.
Blake Watson and Audric. Yeah.
I would say
and
those-
Jaleel McLaughlin.
Yeah. He's
There was-
probably, technically, I would say he's a starter, but I think those
Probably their best running back right now.
Two of
I
the
think those are
easiest bets, if you're betting people, two of the easiest bets ever
Why are we getting more balloons?
for a
what are we
season ago.
celebrating?
Oh, was it because of this?
I don't know. Put it down,
Throwing
though.
up the Hunger
Was-
Games sign.
Was 2 years ago betting CMC anytime touchdown. That was
Yeah.
the easiest bet ever. And last year, it was taking the under on whatever Javonte Williams line was.
Yeah, it was bad.
Almost guaranteed. I remember I took him under like 25 yards one game, and in the first quarter, he ripped off like an 18-yard run, and I still wasn't sweating. And I think he finished the game with 19 and a half yards.
Tough.
I don't know if he hit the over ever.
He was. I really was excited about him when he first came into the league, and then
Oh, he was awesome at
that
first.
knee injury. He's never came out of that.
Yeah. No, I mean that's a story with like J.K. Dobbins, who I mean obviously he's still a free agent.
Yeah.
So that
It's crazy.
it's still an option, but it's just I know teams are waiting until after the draft for that. And I've seen a lot of people say, well, Nick Chubb hasn't signed anywhere, and veterans like Nick Chubb, especially the older guys coming off of injuries, if they're not signing, like if he's not signing back to the Browns right away, he's not signing anywhere until training camp.
Kenny Mack's so depressed, he's just putting comments in the.
What did you say? Go Ravens. Go Ravens.
Go anyone that plays this team of sorrow.
Hey, somebody hacked your freaking YouTube account, bro. Jesus, you better get that under control. Sign out.
Kenny's usually so like lively and stuff. Look at him just sitting there. He's like, it's past his bedtime.
He drove 8 hours for this. Oh, we said on the in
What
the
time
break.
did you get up today?
I got up at like 6 a.m.
Okay. Me and
Canada
you were-
time.
me and
That's
you were
like 4 a.m. here. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No, you know what? I'm sitting back
Do
here.
they tell time on the metric system?
I'm sitting back here, and I have all these notes on Hunter, and I'm just staring at him like I can't use these. I can't say anything.
Well, you can when you start your Jacksonville podcast.
Oh man.
I just added to the guys the Browns could have had list.
Yeah. Oh man, my crying list.
Because we'll have to do the show again next year.
This says, I think the Broncos and the Steelers are both taking a running back. Broncos, I wouldn't be shocked, but
Steelers? Well, they don't have a second round pick. That's the thing. So the Steelers are they're pigeonholed into taking either they trade back and get some capital, which they might not be able to, or they got to take whatever player they think they want now. Because
are they going to give Warren like the chance to be the guy?
I don't know,
Because
man.
all we've heard is like
should.
how he's so explosive, and every time he gets in, but they don't ever give him the ball.
I know they should.
Were they
he
just
has an
giving it to
opportunity
Najee
now.
because they took him in the first, and so they felt like they had to?
They like getting 3 yards.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it is with Jalen Warren there. But so do we all think they're going running back at 20 to Denver?
I would say so, or trade.
Steelers are taking Harmon from Oregon. Of
Oh,
course,
so they
they're
could
taking.
take another defensive tackle.
So I saw them mock defensive tackle. Like I said, I was joking with my boss
Yeah.
about how they were going to go defensive player instead of taking quarterback. It is almost so if say quarterbacks if Shador gets past the Steelers, if we're looking past them, Chargers don't need a quarterback. Packers don't need one. Vikings don't need one. Texans don't need one. You could maybe make an argument that the Rams would take a quarterback, but like Orlovsky was saying on ESPN, they're legit Super Bowl contenders. Like if you don't take a backup, rookie quarterback to groom to replace Matthew Stafford when you just need a player or two to go. If they don't play in the snow, if they play indoors, I thought they had a very good chance to beat the Eagles. Yeah, they just couldn't hold on to the ball.
They'd take receiver maybe. Like they need a weapon.
Yeah, I could see them going a skill position.
I thought they liked the kid from Stanford.
Who was that?
Elick
Ayamanor?
Yeah.
But I know they're not.
Manor.
So maybe
Manor.
quarterback, but I doubt it. Ravens obviously not going quarterback. Lions not going quarterback. Washington not going.
The only one is maybe Rams. Did you say that?
Maybe the Rams. So
I've heard that, but I don't know if they do it in the first round.
I just feel like if the Steelers don't take one, Dart and Shador are both going to be available.
they're going to
pick
be there.
33
We're going to have the pick of the litter at quarterback.
at quarterback at 33 if we want.
And hell,
then,
we could just skip it and just say if we like all these guys the same, wait till 36.
then okay. So then let's look at.
But
so,
I do think that the Giants will definitely take one.
So you got. I think your biggest risk would be the Giants will take one. Would Tennessee trade out a 35 to somebody who wants the other one to get in front
Maybe
of the
New
Browns?
Orleans at 40.
Yeah, that could
If
be
the Giants
a
took
big-
like Shador and then New Orleans came up and got Jackson Dart,
or vice versa.
Or vice versa,
I
yeah.
feel like the Giants aren't going Shador.
well, the Saints don't seem to be big either on him. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
We'll see, but I guess if there's one of those quarterbacks you like, I think you got to take him at 33, and then take your at this point running back at 36.
You might want to take him
Probably.
at 32 and get the 50-year
Hey,
option.
guys, where are we taking the offensive tackle?
This is true.
Oh,
Or we got to make room. We got to make room for
So,
off-ball linebacker.
Denver did not take a running back. They took a cornerback, the first true cornerback
took
of
Will
the
Johnson?
draft. They took Jahdae Barron from Texas.
So here we go. Are they going to go quarterback?
This is big. This is
All right.
very big.
So I've got Ian Swifty lined up. I told him after the Steelers pick, we'll give Ian Swifty a call.
Tell him he's got to be on his best behavior.
Well, we can always just end.
Let's go, Brad. Let's go. Yeah, they're got to be taking Shador then.
right?
I mean,
100%.
if you don't take a quarterback here at Pittsburgh, they got to be confident Aaron Rodgers is coming. Because otherwise,
I'd
Look at that.
100%.
Look
There's
at that.
no way-
reality.
there's no way-
Kirk Cousins
God.
or something. There's
or
gotta be
Kirk Cousins. I
an
forgot about
outlier
that. Yeah.
plan on the thing. There's got to be a plan. You don't just say, "Hey, we're only rolling Mason Rudolph into the year." You know what I mean?
You
That's
got to
just-
think they're going quarterback here, right?
Well, you wouldn't
I
think
would
you
think
want to
so.
do Kenny Pickett either, right? So
Or do they
and Joe
are
Flacco.
they nervous? Are they nervous about taking the quarterback just because they felt like they had to, like they did with Pickett, and it didn't pan out, and they want to go defense?
they can join the Browns train then.
Well, you know what I just realized? I'm sorry this is like an interjected thought, but the Broncos now have Patrick Surtain and Jahdae Barron at their cornerbacks. Damn.
Very good.
It'd be tough to pass on.
Yeah.
If what's his face is good quarterback. I'm in a brain
Bo
fart.
Nix.
Bo Nix. I kept wanting to say Paxton Lynch because I read his name in the when I was looking at all the drafts earlier. If he continues to play well, he doesn't have a sophomore slump. Broncos are going to be good.
Oh, yeah. I think so.
Sean Payton's a good coach.
They could get like a good, they still have running backs on the board in this draft, which we're seeing. There's
receivers they could use.
teams that we thought were
to.
going to take running backs didn't.
Then let's place I know this is all hypothetical and it could change here in like any second, but if Dart and Shador both available at 33 and say we're dead set on taking quarterback, which one are you taking?
Say it again, bro. I'm so sorry.
Are you taking Dart or Shador if they're both sitting there and we're taking quarterback. We're not going
I'm
anything
taking
else.
Shador, man. He seems to be like a Kirk Cousins type guy for me to run that offense for Stefanski. The only way it's Jackson Dart is if there's more of a Reese type influence with the read, like not the RPOs, like the read options where the quarterback's actually reading and running, not like reading and passing, And if it's reading and passing, that's Shador. If it's more of a run option from the quarterback, then I'd take Dart. Either way, both are going to sit for a year, though.
They didn't take quarterback.
They did not.
They did not take. So you got to unless somebody makes a move here to trade up, you got to think both these quarterbacks are going to be available at 33. Browns might not trade back up because if they're aiming for quarterback, which at this point with Ibuka gone, I feel like you're probably looking at quarterback.
And Ibuka was just us wanting him. There was no
Talk about the Browns.
about the Browns wanting him at all.
I feel like you're probably sitting there for quarterback. PFT commentator had a good point about Dart. He said Jackson Dart seems to be the kind of guy like that we do every year where he keeps getting better at football the further away we get from actually watching him play football games. Months ago when we were playing football games, he was seen as a day 2, third round pick. And then the further we get away from watching him play football games, all of a sudden we were talking about it being a first rounder. Seems to be like,
Wasn't that the
seems to be like maybe GMs weren't falling for it this time.
That was the exact same scenario for Kenny Pickett, was it not?
Yeah, it definitely was. So I'm with you. I think I would go Shador because I feel like he's the most. He might have the lowest ceiling, but I feel like he has the lowest floor. And I just feel like he fits what we want to do on offense. We need a quarterback who's accurate, can play on time, and can process information quickly. And that's
Yeah.
That's all of Shador's strengths.
The only difference, I mean, and I'm not saying I would prefer Dart, but just looking back at the pre-draft process, the Browns and Kevin Stefanski specifically spent a ton of time one-on-one with Jackson Dart, like through the private workouts and things like that. They didn't do that with Shador. I mean, they obviously brought him in for a visit. They went out to the pro day, took him out to eat and all that stuff, but they actually did a private workout with Dart. And maybe that was just to see, like, we're pretty confident what Shador can do. What can you do?
Right.
Maybe that was the case. I don't know.
You know what's killing me here is both of them will be on the board and we'll take Milroe.
Or if Milroe's the guy, they might trade back even. They might say, hey, New Orleans, why don't you come up here to 33, take the guy you want, and we'll pick at 40. But you guys want to let me get my Bluetooth up here, and we'll call Swifty in.
Let's do it.
And we'll see what he has to say. But
Oh gosh,
I know it could get interesting.
very
Like
nervous.
Shador's a better prospect than Cousins entering the draft at this point.
Then Cousins?
Yeah. More athleticism.
It's a legit phone call.
He should be calling you.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Ian. What do you have
What's
for
up?
us?
Ian Swifty.
What's up, guys? How you guys feeling?
We're good, Ian. How's what's the stadium atmosphere like up there in Cleveland?
Well, I'm not going to lie. The oxygen got sucked out of the room as soon as it said trade on the screen.
Really?
I bet.
Are we a little bit shocked? Like, whenever I first heard that we were going to bring in a band and do a big draft party, it's like, oh, we're going quarterback at 2.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, it's Hunter at 2. I definitely didn't think we were going to trade, and I sure shit didn't think we were going to go defensive tackle.
No way.
This
No.
huge draft party and go defensive tackle at 5.
What did everybody at the stadium think we were going to do at 5?
Well, so when I was there, I had a lot of people saying like, oh,
Look at these guys going.
we might get Genty. I'm like, well, I guess if we drop to 5 and still get Genty, I not going to cry too much. But then, my sources had me peeking at Mason Grandma selecting. I'm like, oh no, not a lot of people are not going to like this in the stadium at all. And it was a pretty big boo fest, not going to lie. There
Oh, it was a
not
boo
whole
fest.
lot of cheers. Yeah, there was not a lot of cheers, I will tell you that.
Poor kid, man.
I know.
I'm going to feel so bad.
That's
Yeah.
kind
I
of
kind
sucks.
of
Like
just want to get on.
you just got drafted by your NFL team, and the fan base is pissed about it.
Just tell them to watch the
Yeah.
draft on ESPN. They were all cheering.
Yeah. Don't listen to us.
I would stay with that because if he was here in the home. If we had the draft in Cleveland this year, and that was the dude that had to come across, oh man, it would have been a bad time for him.
I didn't
Just
even
gonna say
watch.
that.
Is he at the draft, Mason Graham?
Yeah, he
Did he
was.
come across?
Yeah,
the jersey? I
he
didn't
was.
even watch.
He was.
I'll have to go back and see.
Yeah.
He looked happy.
he
Hey, look,
He looked happier than I did.
Yeah.
He should be.
Yeah.
He should be.
He just
Yeah,
got really
I think-
rich.
Yeah, well, Nate had to talk me off the ledge a little bit, and I watched some tape. Unfortunately, I had to watch Michigan play, and he looks good. It's not a flashy pick, but it's a solid pick. And as you've been noticing, there's been a trend in the draft as we keep continuing of defensive tackles being selected. So maybe Barry was onto something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Steelers just took one, so the Steelers
Yeah, I mean, if
don't like offense as much as we do.
didn't want a defensive tackle in the first 4 picks anyway. So I don't really care
Yeah.
who's available at 33, in my opinion, at D tackle, because I wasn't taking one to begin with. But
Yeah.
That was Ian. My biggest thing was I'm not anti-Graham. I'm just anti the position he plays because it doesn't score points. So
no.
it was disappointing. I want to ask you, how was Journey?
Journey was great. And I think that was probably part of the problem is people got a little
too hyped.
lubricated during the concert, and
Sounds about right.
and the band themselves were all in Browns jerseys, and they said a couple times, "You guys are excited to draft Travis Hunter."
No, they didn't.
God.
No, they didn't. Journey said this, or was it like up on big boards?
It was Journey said it.
Journey. Thanks a lot.
They got the crowd so high for
Wow.
this.
You know what I told you
Do you
guys?
think
What
the
did I
Bra-
tell you guys?
Do you think Jimmy and AB were like, cut it, shut up, cut it?
What did I tell you guys
I
it was going to
can't
be?
believe that.
Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Don't Stop Believing is going to turn into Who's Crying Now.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
You got it,
I
buddy.
stand
You got it.
corrected.
Well,
Knew it.
what's funny is they came on after we picked at 5. And they played Don't Stop Believing.
What did they play?
They played Don't Stop Believing after we picked at 5.
They fucking better.
Wow.
They better, bro.
They're
What
like,
a
wait, we
better
already
time
played
to
that
play
earlier.
that
Get out
song.
there and play it again.
Yeah, play
Jimmy's
it
like, I'm not
again,
paying
bro.
you. I can't believe they asked the crowd if they were ready to draft Travis Hunter.
That's awesome, man. I mean, it sucks,
man.
but that's
you-
hilarious.
That's like this. That reminds me of like when we were doing the banners in the crowd, and the one side
it
was
up.
like
I was at that
upside
game,
down.
bro. I was
Yes,
at that game.
So was I.
Yeah, yeah.
I was looking at it and I was like, "We fucked that up. Look,
Yeah,
at it's
man.
upside down, and you always see it. This is like that, the version of that, only now. Are you guys ready to draft Travis Hunter? It's gonna be awesome. Here's his jersey." And then you,
Wait,
oh, hang on a second.
wait.
Trade back, defensive tackle.
Oh, you guys are not gonna believe this.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to draft Ashton Jensen?
Well, it was funny because
Oh my God.
I had multiple guys around me, and I already knew who the pick was, because way before the TV. The TV was so behind. He was worse than last year, in my opinion. And I was like, because they said pick was in, like, on the TV. And I was like, don't get excited. You're not going to like it.
And they
You're
didn't
like,
like it.
oh, I don't know. It was bad.
So, Brad, I'm sorry, Ian Schwifty, what are your sources telling you about the quarterbacks left on the board? Now, the Browns got 33, and because they made that trade, they got 36. You got Shador, Sanders, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe, Tyler Shuck, all these, are these guys in the first round type of quarterbacks? They're still sitting there.
Who's left to pick after the Steelers?
So you've got, right now, the Chargers are on the clock. Then you've got Green Bay, Minnesota, Houston, the Rams, the Ravens, the Lions, Commanders, and then the Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles.
So the only team I can see maybe taking Shador is, and this would be a surprise, would be the Rams.
I actually said quarterback to the Rams a little bit ago. So I'm
Yeah.
with you, buddy. I'm with you.
And I've been hearing there's a lot of movement at the end of the draft right now. The teams just want to trade out of the first because there's not enough talent for them to stay at spots that they're at, per se. So they'd rather drop back and collect themselves in the war room.
Interesting. Shoot, I'm sorry, guys. You get Phil now. I just had a brain fire. I was going to say something.
Oh,
Yeah, no
there's some guys that probably want to trade up and do see the value and want to get that 50-year option. So that might be something that people are looking to do that have already picked or want to trade with one of these teams that are left. Do you think that the Ravens might pick Milroe, develop somebody behind?
No.
I'd be very surprised.
That'd be a non-Ravens move right there.
Especially, didn't they just sign Dallas's backup?
Yeah.
Yeah, Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Talk
Oh,
about like
I
how
Really brain farted.
big,
You know what? I
huge
forgot
difference
about
in terms
that.
of like ability.
Yeah.
I see the Ravens. As a hot take, I see the Ravens taking running back.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I see him going
my
defense.
my
Malachi Starks.
my Milroe take there was kind of in jest to the comparison to Jackson,
Well.
because we got tons of people saying that he's Lamar Jackson when he's not.
I feel like if Shador does not get selected by the Rams, he might just be sitting there for us tomorrow.
I think all these guys could be sitting there for us tomorrow.
I think all four of them. I think that it's looking more likely than not that Dart, Shador, Shuck, and Milroe are going to be there. And we're getting to the point now where like Milroe seems like a guy, like if people aren't falling for the underwear Olympic stuff, we might not need to take him in the second. He might just keep falling.
I didn't think that was going to happen, but There's a chance.
You know what I mean?
'Cause a
Like
lot
he
of
just might keep falling. Could we get him in the third? Could we get him in the fourth?
So my poll that I made for you guys is actually could be really right on, to be honest. What I made earlier today, that all those guys could be sitting there. Who do you select at 33 then?
Who do you select at 33 then?
Josh Connolly Jr.
What's going on here?
Offensive tackle out of Oregon.
No face. No
I have to
case.
know who
Yeah, bro.
who is no face, no case.
This guy
he
is legendary.
Is he a dog pack member? I feel like he is. He mentioned something about the. I don't know who it is, but that is an excellent response.
We can't even read that. We can, but
Yeah, I won't. I think we can leave that one in the
okay.
chat.
But just so you know, no face, no case. Well done, my friend.
Sorry,
But-
bro. You all was hating on my Jags. How you like? When were we hating on your Jags?
Oh man, because he's saying how you like those pancakes. That was Seattle. That part was that.
Well, and we didn't
When
hate
draft
on
day?
you got Travis Hunter,
And
which
we
is
got
cool
your
for
first
you.
round pick next
we
year.
got your first round pick. We got your second round pick. Like
You guys aren't picking again for a while.
yes, we fleeced you. Have fun with Trevor Lawrence.
The can't miss quarterback
Yes.
prospect, right?
So it's okay. We don't feel bad about the Jaguars. That's not what has us upset about the draft at all. I actually loved the move. I was perfectly willing to give up Travis Hunter if we needed to take Genty there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have the Chargers put their pick in yet?
They did.
They got
Okay.
Hampton.
The second running back is off the board, and it is, guesses?
Amari and Hampton.
Mario Hampton.
Marion Hampton. Yep.
I'm perfectly fine with that. There's two dudes that I want,
Yeah.
and
that
they're
wasn't
both
one of
still
them.
available. Are any of these other teams looking running back? Maybe Vikings.
I don't know.
Hey, you want to keep them together? Just use your two second rounders now. Just
The only other
in
one I
your
could see
backfield.
would be I've heard maybe Travion Henderson to the Chiefs, which would be scary.
that would make sense too.
Yeah, Pacheco's so good for them though. He's like
but he's not-
like the finesse to their or the brute to their.
That's what they
finesse.
need, though. They need a finesse.
They do, and honestly, the Chiefs need they need a lot. I heard a hot take that said from who's the dude who does the herd with Colin, Jason McIntyre, and he said Chiefs won't make the playoffs next year.
Wow, that's a hot take.
Yeah.
That's a hot take, but I understand where he's coming from. Like if you look at their roster, it's just not that great. You're gonna have Rasheed Rice coming back off of terrible injury. Travis Hunter's 100 or Travis Kelsey's 150 years old. You could tell last year he was getting old. Pacheco's coming off of an ankle injury. I mean, like they got a sturdy defense, and they get a lot of favorable calls, and that's about it. Their
And
offense,
luck.
ever since they lost Tyreek Hill, their offense has not been that like explosive like what it was for Pat Mahomes' first 2 years over there, 3 years. It's been close games, make the smart plays, win with defense, let other teams beat you, get a good call here and there, and we win a bunch of games. But they've been far from like an explosive offense the last few seasons. They need weapons in a bad way.
No, the defense carried them big time. And Mahomes.
Chargers have a scary running back room now.
So who's their other guy? They got Hampton and who else?
Kamani Vidal.
Well,
They don't have anybody
They
else.
have Najee Harris.
Oh, I
yeah,
forgot
I
about
forgot about
Najee.
great.
Oh, interesting. That's
That
kind of
is-
two similar.
Nice job, Ian.
That's right.
Well done, my friend.
That's like right in their wheelhouse, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm I would have tried to get a wide receiver. Like if I was them, I would have been in play for Ibuka. Like Justin Herbert's a really good
And they
quarterback.
might have been, but he's gone.
Yeah, I would have tried to make sure I grabbed him, which they still might grab one of these guys later.
Second round's going to be chock full of wide receivers, I think.
Green Bay going to pick another weapon. We're on the very.
This
back.
is where like you could see like a Matthew Golden go.
Yeah,
one of
that's
these,
what I'm thinking.
Or Luther Burden, one of these fringe first round receivers.
Because Green Bay's
Are you saying-
here for picking weapons, and we're here
Yeah.
picking weapons.
They need I feel like their wide receiver room is full of like solid guys, but they don't have that alpha.
Ian, I'm sorry, buddy. What do you got? We keep cutting you off.
Per my sources, the Packers are getting trade calls.
Oh, who? That's got to be for. Well, let's see what's going off the board already. There's defensive tackle. There's been a run, so maybe a team wants to come up and get one of those guys.
So your best available players right now are Malachi Starks, Mike Green, Jihad Campbell, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Donovan Ezriku, Josh Simmons, and James Pierce, Matthew Golden. You still have the number 1 safety, the number 2 edge, the number 1 linebacker, the number 3 corner, the number 2 wide receiver, according to PFF, the number 3 edge, the number 3 tackle. So you still got a ton of guys who are top 3 at their position rank left.
Yep.
You still got then there's obviously still the Ohio State running backs. Maybe they're not going to go as early as we thought. Obviously, all the quarterbacks. This is where it gets really interesting because a lot of these teams, I feel like now these are the teams that have offensive needs. But you're also in the spot where are these guys not seen as first-round picks?
Right.
But if nobody sees them as first-round picks, good luck getting anybody to trade up into the first round. if you don't want to spend your 1 pick on them, nobody wants to spend multiple picks to come up and get them. You know what I mean? So this is where it gets interesting.
Per Pro Football Talk, it says if the ESPN draft day predictor had Shedeur Sanders at a 96% shot at going in the first 21 picks, did lightning strike, or is it perhaps the predictor broken?
I was barely listening because I was reading.
I feel like he tried to deliver that one. I'm sorry, Ian.
Is broken.
I was just reading Kyle's stuffs over here. We just got Champ Bailey and Justin Jefferson.
We got a Jaguars fan in the chat going.
Imagine being a Jaguars fan and talking crap
in a Cleveland Browns podcast.
In a Cleveland Browns podcast.
Yeah, it's about as pathetic as a Ravens fan being here. Where are you, Aaron?
At least the Ravens are good.
That's true.
The Jaguars are as big of a dumpster fire as we are.
Yeah, he kind of forgets they were picking 5th. With Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Eagles might be moving up.
Yeah, I can see them coming up to get like a defensive guy. They just love stocking. I mean, their offense is already legit.
What Georgia defensive players are available? That's who
they just cleared out.
Who the Eagles are going to come up to get.
Malachi Starks.
Oh,
yeah.
They'll get a safety.
They cleaned out their
safety.
backfield. Yeah, they cleaned up their defensive backfield. Cleaned out their defensive backfield.
Yeah, that could be it. Or they come up and get another cornerback. Maybe they get Will Johnson.
Eagles don't have a pick, until
32.
32 and then 64.
Oh,
They're at the tail end, obviously, because they won the Super Bowl. They got a trophy. Yeah, they got rings. So
go Browns.
Well, maybe we get Ian out of here and we take a break or last break before the night because we'll ride out these last few picks.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
I need to move.
Ian, appreciate you, man.
Love you, dog.
Of course, guys.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, brother.
Yeah.
Brother.
I'll see you tomorrow.
We'll be drinking some beers. Let's get her done.
Brother.
All right.
All right.
All right, guys. We appreciate you being here, riding through with us through. This is like the tough part.
This is the home stretch. Are we trading back in?
Yes.
Or is it just going to be?
We'll be so pissed if we don't.
We're the only team that traded so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. Okay.
Yeah, and we do. Whatever. We're going to break. Everybody on X, everybody on YouTube, Facebook, stay tuned. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. We'll be with you till the end of the first round.
This episode is brought to you by Danger Coffee. Browns fans, we talk about how Danger Coffee is made free from mold toxins that are in 45% of the world's coffee, but that's not all that Danger Coffee has to offer. Mineral and nutrient deficiencies are a big deal. They make you feel sick, tired, stressed, and they can give you brain fog. These deficiencies negatively affect your immune system, your digestion, sleep, metabolism. Have you ever wondered why you get an initial burst from your coffee, but then you get that little crash not long after? Danger Coffee's patent-pending process remineralizes your body with more than 50 trace minerals and electrolytes, leaving you more energized, engaged, powerful. These micronutrients enter the cells to boost performance. They bind to toxins to provide detoxification support. I know that sounds like a lot, but the bottom line, guys, is minerals matter, and most of us really don't get enough of them on a daily basis. Danger Coffee delivers micronutrients, plus it gives you access to the minerals you already have. Head to dangercoffee.com, use our code DAWGS, DAWGS, for 10% off your order. And that code can be used over and over. So you get 10% off every order you make using code DAWGS. It's time to start every day off with a cup of coffee that gets you going and actually keeps you going. Dangercoffee.com, code DAWGS. This episode is brought to you by Bodden Sports. Browns fans, Baden Sports is your one-stop shop for all your athletic gear. Baden started out perfecting and manufacturing the best balls in the business. Yeah, if that sounded dirty, that's more about your mind than my words. But hey, it's true. Baseballs, softballs, footballs, basketballs, volleyballs, soccer balls, you name it, and Baden has engineered the highest standard sports balls available. And now they offer more than just sports balls. If you got kids playing baseball or softball, Baden has batting gloves and bats to go along with both game balls and training balls. If you're into basketball, Baden makes basketball specifically for indoor or outdoor use. Heck, Baden even has all the equipment you need for pickleball, which is one sport that I hear everyone is playing and yet I still never have. And I need to fix that soon. But don't miss the backyard games section of Baden's website where you can order everything you need for this upcoming outdoor season. Pool balls, backyard volleyball nets, croquet, bocce, horseshoes, cornhole, and more. Right now, you can get 10% off your entire order at Baden Sports, BADEN Sports.com/dogs, DAWGS, and use promo code DAWGS when you check out. That's 10% off all the top quality sporting gear you need this season. BadenSports.com/dogs. This episode is sponsored by Manly Bands. Guys, is your wedding band old, outdated, or just not the same taste you had when you were younger? Or hey, maybe you're about to get married, but you don't want to deal with the salespeople at the jewelry stores. Manly Bands has the best wedding bands made specifically for men. They have the classic, timeless gold and white gold styles, but they also have rings made from platinum, black zirconium, tungsten, titanium, even materials like meteorite and dinosaur bone. Yes, your wedding ring could be made from a dinosaur fossil. That is a real thing. They also have different ring collections, like their Jack Daniels rings made from actual Jack Daniels whiskey barrels. They also have Lord of the Rings and DC Comics band collections. Head over to manlybands.com/dogs and take advantage of their 30% off sale with free shipping. Plus, use promo code DAWGS, DAWGS, when you check out for another 10% off your order. Now, every Manly band comes with a free silicone ring, and if you don't know your ring size, that's okay. You can order a free ring size chart from Manly Bands to make sure that you know exactly the right size before you order. And then if you get your ring and it doesn't fit just right, you can always return it or exchange it without any hassle. And I know this because I like my rings to be a little more loose, and the first band that I got was just a little too snug for the way I like to wear it, so I exchanged it, and the whole process was quick, easy, and I had my new ring in no time. And now, Manly Bands is even accessorizing men beyond just your wedding rings with their chain necklaces and chain bracelets made for men by men. And if you need groomsmen gifts or anything else, Manly Bands has you covered with their barware, whiskey glasses, flasks. They even have customized coasters and flight trays. So skip the jewelry stores, avoid the salespeople, and get a wedding band that was designed for you. Manlybands.com/dogs to get 30% off, free shipping, plus get an extra 10% off when you use code DAWGS, DAWGS, when you check out.
What's up, Browns fans? If you're watching this, you already know me as a host of your favorite Browns podcast, but what you may not know about me is that I'm also a licensed realtor here in the state of Ohio. So if you're local to Tuscarawas County or Stark County, or you just need help finding a trusted agent in your area, shoot me an email at agentblakereneker@gmail.com to see how I can help you reach your real estate goals.
This episode is sponsored by Butcher Box for Pets. Browns fans, it's about time the Dogs offered you something for the real dogs in your life. Our furry friends aren't just pets, they're part of the family. And you wouldn't let yourself or your children eat strange meat from questionable sources, and your dog shouldn't either. Right now, head to butcherboxforpets.com/dogs or use promo code DAWGS, DAWGS, to get 20% off your entire order. At ButcherBox, they believe in real ingredients. Their pet foods have been developed and certified by a vet nutritionist to contain zero artificial flavors or preservatives. You get protein-packed formula with over 50% of the recipe comprised of third-party certified humane ButcherBox meat, plus functional ingredients like pre- and postbiotics to support your dog's vitality and digestion. And ButcherBox even removes the guesswork for you. Their custom meal plans are perfectly portioned to fit your dog's nutritional needs based on 8 factors, including age, weight, and activity level. I know my home wouldn't be the same without Odie, our 100-pound golden who thinks he's a 10-pound lap dog, and it gives us peace of mind knowing that we're giving him quality food instead of that factory processed garbage from the store. And speaking of the store, No need to add dog food to the shopping list ever again. ButcherBox delivers their high-quality food right to your door on the right feeding schedule for your dog. And you can change, modify, or pause your plan at any time. So head to butcherboxforpets.com/dogs and use promo code DOGS for 20% off your order. It's time for all of us dogs to give all of our dogs the nutrition they deserve.
And we're back.
Let's go.
Three of us anyway.
Three of us. We lost Justin. Justin has to get up for work extremely early.
Like in a couple hours.
Yes. And his children are being watched by another younger individual who's probably like, it's past my bedtime. So Justin had to skedaddle, but we are going to be here with you till the end of the first. So thank you for hanging out with us all night. We still got PT over here. Silent Assassin, the producer. We did miss a pick. The Green Bay Packers selected, was it Matthew Golden?
Yep.
Wide receiver. So tons of quarterbacks still on the board. Chad, I want to get your opinion then. Are the Browns staying pat? At this point, I think the Browns aren't trading back up.
Doesn't feel like it at all.
I don't see why their biggest needs are running back, wide receiver, and quarterback. And I think at 33, they're going to have their pick of the litter at pretty much any of those positions that they want.
They get all night and all day tomorrow to mull it over.
Yep.
Make that decision. Or trade it. They might trade it. Who knows?
Vikings just took a tackle, Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State.
Yep. I like him.
Yeah. So chat question. We're at 33. You've heard us talk about, I want to get your guys' opinion now. Dart, Sanders, Milrose, Shuck are all available. Are you going quarterback? Are you saving then pick 36 for running back? Are you trying to get a wide receiver in that position? What's your guys' strategy as we enter into round 2 tomorrow? Are you going quarterback at 33 now that it's probably not considered a reach? You know, a lot of people didn't want him to take him in the first because they didn't want to reach. Are you taking Shador at 33 now? Are you taking Dart? Which one are you picking? Don't say Milrow. I won't value your opinion.
Say Kyle McCord. He loves it.
Yeah, we're done in one. You can get QB, wide receiver, and running back, and strong fit in second and third. I agree. Perfect scenario for me, I guess, would be now that the receiver I really, really wanted is not available, I'm probably going quarterback, running back.
Yeah,
to get the offense going for sure.
But do you agree with me? Because I really think one of those picks is going to be an offensive lineman. I really do. I don't think we're getting both a quarterback and a running back there because I think they're going to try to use running back at either 67 or move up from the third round to get their running back. I don't think they would take one at the top of the second.
So let's go look at running backs here. Best available. Well, PFF's weird. PFF has Cam Scatabo ranked above Henderson and Judkins.
No, huh?
There's no way. Yeah, they have Cam ranked above Caleb Johnson.
No. That's not right either. That's incorrect.
For me, the best remaining running backs in the draft would be Henderson, Judkins, Johnson, in that order for me. Okay. And then there's Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. You still got Damian Martinez. You still have R.J. Harvey, DJ Giddens out of Kansas State. How far do you risk? Because I don't want just a solid guy. Mm-hmm. I would like to get a difference maker at the running back position.
Yeah, you need a difference maker to make that offense go. Like Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt were difference makers.
We already have.
Oh, the Giants just traded up with Houston to 25.
Oh, so they're going to get
Here goes Shador or Jackson Dart, but they're coming up for a quarterback.
Oh, they love Jackson Dart though.
Woo. Interesting. Okay. Let's see what happens here. So now we've got Houston moves. What's the trade? I see they still have 34 somehow.
I think this is going to be for Dart.
Yeah.
I think it could be too. Interesting.
Which is going to make nothing I said tonight came to fruition. My hot take's going to be gone. I almost made it out.
You almost did. You got almost through the 20s.
I'm a little surprised if they do go quarterback here, which it feels like they're going to. Why?
Unless they had a guy that they wanted, and you can't.
unless they thought that the Rams, like, did they think the Rams were the team they needed to jump?
I did hear people talking about Dart could be an option for McVay.
So, like, did they feel like they had to jump? Because in my opinion, at least the way I saw things going, it was like they were all going to be there. You could have waited a little bit longer. You didn't need to go this high.
No, I'm trying to see what the trade, guys. Do you have the trade compensation? Oh, there it is. Giants traded 34. Thank you, Heath 0280. So a 34, a 2025 third round pick, and a future sixth to the Rams for 26. No, to the Texans, right, for 25.
He says they're going Shador, and they're showing Shador on TV right now. Which is, if they go Shador, they're
showing Shador because he's the top ranked quarterback on the board. I think
it'll only further solidify the fact that you can't believe anything you hear in the pre-draft process, because all I've heard,
Jackson Dart. That's who it was. They went up and got Jackson Dart.
Okay.
Yeah. So Jackson Dart is going to the New York Giants.
So they must have felt like the Rams were going to go for him.
Maybe.
So now are the Rams going to go Shador?
Oh, it's interesting.
And we freaking take Milroe at 33, and I will be freaking done. I'll be done.
I would actually be. I mean, if these two guys are off the board,
Tyler Shuck would. I
just don't want Tyler Shuck.
I'd be worse with that than Milroe.
Yeah.
At least you're swinging on some kind of talent. You're going to swing and miss on a quarterback, and the quarterback's got talent, like elite speed or arm or whatever it is. Swing on that.
They're trading up for a great locker room DT guy. The unit's just he. I feel like he's a lot like me right now. He'll say like really mean things, and then he's like, "Oh, I feel bad for the kid. It's okay." And then like 10 minutes later, he's right back on like making fun of him. It's like we're one and the same.
All right, so that's interesting. Off the board.
So now, if you're the Browns, because I want nothing to do with Jalen Milroe, you got now.
I don't know.
You got to hope the Rams don't take a quarterback here, and it's got to be Shador at 33. To me, Shador at 33, and then I'm taking a running back at 36.
Yeah, I like that. I just with Tommy Rees, I think there's a better connection with Milroe. To be honest with you, I know you don't want to hear that, but I think that's going to be something. That being said, I do believe that Shador Sanders can run the offense a lot like Cousins, So it's just it depends on how this offense is going to morph with Tommy Rees.
So we heard, from the beginning of the pre-draft process, it was Cam Ward and Shador Sanders. Is Shador the number one guy? Is it Cam Ward? Well, then it was like, well, Shador's the number two guy, but he's locked into kind of Cleveland. If it's not Cleveland, it's New York. And here we are at pick 26, and two quarterbacks went off the board, and neither of them were Shador Sanders. Jackson Dart did end up getting drafted ahead of him.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, it really is interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean...
and we were kind of talking earlier when we got in here, and I watched a lot of tape on these quarterbacks because we had the number two pick, and we need a freaking quarterback. And obviously, I came away the most impressed with Cam Ward.
Yep.
Shador just didn't wow me in any way. Jackson Dart was kind of in between. Like, there were some plays, some games where I thought, man, this kid looks pretty good, and some games where it's like, yeah, he's okay. But that was kind of my evaluation coming out of it.
I think Shador is a guy that's kind of like a, what do you call it, like a low ceiling guy, like, you know what I mean?
Low ceiling, high floor.
Yeah. High floor, yeah. High floor guy is what
like
I want to say, yeah.
He can play NFL quarterback, but can he do it at a high enough level for you to go where you want to go? Which was the question with Baker Mayfield when we had him. It was, he's a good NFL quarterback, but can he? And they just didn't think so.
He had a rocket arm, and that's why he went number one. Again, like he's a lot like Kirk Cousins. He's a guy that he's just got a little bit more athleticism than him. He should be, from what I've read, an elite processor of information, which is what they're looking for.
So now we got the Rams on the clock, and we'll see. This pick will probably come in while I'm talking, so whatever. But they could go Shador. They have other needs, so if they don't think that he's the heir apparent, and I don't even think they met with him, so that might not happen. But you do also have now the Browns and, Atlanta just traded up So they're not taking a quarterback. So now Atlanta's on the clock. But
Who
anyway,
are they trading up for?
they might be trading up for an edge rusher. I know they need edge rush help in a bad way.
For like 2-3
So they could be
years.
going green.
They could be on Mike Green. Yeah, maybe, or Ezeruku.
It's kind of wild that we're talking about the guy who led the nation in sacks at a premier position, and he hasn't
know.
gone yet.
But so now we got the Browns and still the Saints down at pick 40 tomorrow night. And I know both of them had interest in Jackson Dart. The word was that New Orleans loved him.
Yep.
And now New York went up and made sure they got him. So I just wonder if the Saints will make a move up to try to get Shador if they have interest.
I'm curious to know how much interest they had, because everything I saw said they were a Dart. They wanted Dart, and like the Shador thing was kind of being pushed by the media, but like they didn't have a ton of interest there. Mm-hmm. And how much of it is the talent, or did he just really rub people the wrong way in his interviews?
Shador?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, you see all these reports coming out, and it's how much of this do I believe? How much of this is, unwarranted bias, slander, and everything? But when you got multiple scouts and people coming out saying, worst interview I've ever been in, and GMs are saying I don't know. It's interesting because he is fallen now big time.
A lot of time too is you have to take a look at the draft and what happens from the process when the season ends. These guys get done their bowl games, and where the draft kind of settles out with certain positions. This is where the draft class was originally. It was low, not low hanging fruit. It was basically just fool's gold, basically. Like, guys are like, I don't really want to invest it. I don't like the comments online were like, the quarterback class isn't that good this year. And it's starting to show itself, even Jackson Dart, like, this is pretty late. Like, he was the guy that kind of came up a little bit, but the number one prospect initially when we started this was Milroe, right? Maybe it's just, I'm quoting Pro Football Focus, but he was the number one. Then it was Cam Ward, and then it kind of switched up a little bit where Ward went up to 19, Milroe, and then Sanders was always been at 40, and he's never really moved. Like, they never moved him through their top 50 picks, and that's kind of where he's trending towards now, And I know people are a little iffy on PFF, but
which 40 is right where the Saints are sitting, actually.
Yeah. So it's, sometimes you just oversell a little bit to what they are. And of course that's going to happen with the quarterback position because people really need one. So they want to pump it up, and maybe it's just not there.
Iron Eagle, you got the wrong team, buddy.
I saw
says
that.
Atlanta takes Sanders with the car injury. That would be the Saints. Atlanta's got Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins still.
I want to address that's another thing. The Browns could still be in on Cousins after the draft.
Them and the Steelers.
Greg says he's talking about Shador. He's Goff at best. Ooh. Terrible footwork. Shador scrambles all the time to the left. Teams learned how to easily neutralize him. Terrible idea to draft him. Well, one, he doesn't have terrible footwork. I think he's the most pro-ready quarterback. I think everybody agrees on that. Like, he needs less time to sit. He might have not the athleticism or the arm strength as these other guys, but he's, in terms of mentally, he's the most pro-ready to come out and play the game. Also, I won't say that teams easily neutralized him. He completed 74% of his passes, threw for over 4,000 yards, had 37 touchdowns, and only 10 interceptions. So I don't think he was easily neutralized. Also, in almost every game he played, his team was equal or worse in terms of talent around him. He had Travis Hunter. Tell me, in Horn Jr., tell me another player on Colorado's offense. And Horn might not even get drafted.
No, he's not. I don't think so.
You know what I mean? So tell me another player on Colorado's offense. This kid went out and played on, roster-wise, one of the worst rosters in Division I college football. And they won one game the year before he got there. He turns around. They win 4 games his first year there. They play competitive, beat the team that had just played in the national championship. Then they come out and they win and go to a bowl game in his second year. And it's like the guy turned around 2 bad programs. He threw for over 4,000 yards. He had an over 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. And he didn't do it with 5-star wide receivers all around him. He didn't do it with a good offensive line. He did it with 0 running game. 0. So I feel like we give quarterbacks who play in way better situations a ton of credit for throwing wide open crossing routes to 4 or 5-star receivers who are playing against teams that are, a bunch of 2-star players, because every team they play against, they're better at every single position. But there's a guy who went into an awful situation and he helped turn the program around, and we give him zero credit for it. He gets no credit for making Colorado relevant. That's crazy to me.
Oh, he got his jersey retired.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess
he gets credit, but I'm talking about like
from Colorado
to the detractors. There's so many people that think he only gets talked about because of his dad. I think he only really gets talked about negatively because of his dad.
100%.
Yeah.
If his last name wasn't Sanders and he went out and threw for 4,000 yards and 37 touchdowns and only 10 picks, you guys would love him. If his last name was Smith or something, you don't like him because his dad is brash and arrogant and always has been, and he is brash and arrogant.
But you're talking like evaluators and just fans in general. But now we're talking about the NFL has passed him all the way down to 27 now. Did he really rub teams the wrong way, or do they just not like his dad too? I don't know what the case is or what the story is going to be.
They may not want to deal with it for a first round selection. They want to deal with it later.
It would be so cool to have public access to the interviews that these teams conduct with these players, just so we can see how they respond to questions and what questions they get asked, and that way we can make our own opinion. Because all we're getting is the hearsay. Yeah, we were told by this GM or this associate, whatever from this organization said, yeah, worst interview I've ever heard. Well, why? Was it the only interview you've ever heard? Like, what's
because
you have nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, I read too brash and too cocky. That's what I've found. But
they loved Baker Mayfield.
That's exactly it.
You know what I mean?
But I don't know. Maybe that's the thing. Like, I wish I could hear the interviews because maybe he was. I don't know. Or maybe he was just being confident.
So the Falcons trade up and they took James Pierce, edge rusher.
I can't believe they traded up to get a problem.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
Now here's what scares me. Now the Ravens are sitting here. They haven't done anything. They're just sitting here. And Mike Green's still there.
Oh, yeah. Green or Malachi Starks for their backfield, defensive backfield.
They don't really need a safety. They got Kyle Hamilton. And I don't know if they really need an edge rusher, but
why not?
You have the second-ranked edge rusher on the board.
They're just going to sit there. They do it every year. They just take the value.
Just take this guy. I won't even be a little bit shocked. Now, I think their offensive line's not great.
I was going to say offensive
and they
tackle.
could go offensive.
True, they could go. What? Josh Simmons is still on the board.
Connolly, no, he got picked.
Connolly Jr.
No,
Josh Simmons is there.
Yeah, he's. So, but wouldn't it would drive me nuts if they just sit there, hit pick 27, and the number 2 edge rusher is the guy who led the nation in sacks, just falls into their lap at pick 27. And then the Browns, with all their offensive talent they've acquired in this offseason, have to go against them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
So that would upset me. Gage in the comments said that the Browns needed to trade up. Gage, I'd be curious to know why.
Oh, he wants Shador. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think you got to trade up to get him.
I mean, unless you think that New Orleans is going to try to trade up. They're the only other team right now that the Steelers can't trade up. They don't have a pick in the second round. They don't have capital to come get him. Who else would trade up in front of us?
I don't think anybody.
Nobody. Not that I can think of. So I think they can pretty much. They're not going to trade up for Shador because they're going to take Milroe just to piss me off.
Yeah, that's where it's going to go, man.
You know what I mean? So they're not trading up.
Oh, I think it's funny that we're so opposite ends of the spectrum on Milroe. Like, I'd be actually happy if we got him, and you want nothing to do with it.
I'm trying to figure this out, but I'm pretty sure I heard last year in conference play he had more interceptions than touchdowns.
I'd have to look it up.
In the SEC.
I don't think. I don't think so.
I
take a look.
I don't know.
I was trying to look it up. I even asked ChatGPT, and it was like, this is a stupid question. But there's just we watched him play a whole season of football, and after his last game at Alabama, we were like, this guy is not a good quarterback. And then we watched him at the Pro Bowl or the Senior Bowl, and we were like, this guy's a really bad quarterback. And then the further we get away from watching him play football, he's magically becoming better at football games.
So 2024, he passed for 28, 44, 16 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
16 and 11. And how many? So there's a chance he threw more picks in conference play than he did touchdowns. If he was that close, 16 and 11.
Yeah, I can't find just conference only.
I guess I'd have to.
Well, like we were talking earlier, I mean,
unless I like tally it up.
Just box score surfing isn't always the answer because
but we watched him play.
I know. I also watched the Georgia game from last year, and he was the best quarterback. Like that, if he plays like that, he's a first round pick.
He played way more games.
There it is, Malachi Starks.
He played way more games not like that than he did like that. 16 and 11. 16 and 11.
Yeah.
You know what it is though, is if a coach sees something once on a player and they think they can coach it all the time, coach it up to that specific game, they'll take him. I'm not.
Now they got Kyle Hamilton. Sorry, they got Kyle Hamilton and
Malachi Starks. It was either him or Nick Emenworry were the top two safeties in this class.
Oh, that guy's a thumper. That guy's a thumper.
Malachi Starks is going to be nasty. We got to face him every year.
And now and again, just super pumped that we don't have a starting offense. And the Steelers' defense is always great. Bengals added another edge rusher. Ravens just added the number one safety in the draft to go with Kyle Hamilton, who's already a great safety. It's just like
you got Tommy Rees. He's gonna make a great offense for you.
That's the thing. Like we hire this new promote this new offensive coordinator. It's his first time. This up and comer. We give him jack shit to work with. Like
I don't get it.
I feel bad for the guy.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Unless Jimmy must have walked in and said, Kevin, you're safe. AB, you're safe. Tommy, you're safe.
My bad for the Watson thing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
My bad. You guys just go ahead and build the team for the next year or two, and then I'll make the comment. Oh, well, if we don't find our guy for another couple years, whatever.
Just make sure you start at defensive tackle.
Thanks, Jimmy.
I'm gonna just read you guys some things real quick. Jalen Milroe against Auburn, 0 touchdowns, 1 pick. Jalen Milroe against Oklahoma, a bad Oklahoma team. 11 of 26 for 0 touchdowns and 3 picks. He did manage to throw for 186 yards and 2 touchdowns against Mercer.
Sweet.
Against LSU, 109 yards, 0 picks, 0 touchdowns. Against Missouri, 250, he clips 200, 0 and 0 again. Against Tennessee, 1 and 2. Against South Carolina, 1 and 2. Against Vanderbilt, he managed to muster 1 and 1, and they lost to Vanderbilt. 2 and 1 against Georgia, and that was his great game. 2 and 1.
Do me a favor. Go look at his rushing numbers for every game because Alabama used him.
If we want to use him as a running back, we can draft him in the third round as a running back.
No one says the Browns are going to use him the same way that the new coaching staff in Alabama used him.
No,
go back and look how Tommy Rees.
We just spent a time trying to make everybody fit to a quarterback that didn't fit what we want to do.
That quarterback didn't want to do what we wanted to do.
This quarterback doesn't do what we want to do.
Has he said that? Do you know that?
He doesn't have the ability to do it.
Okay.
He doesn't.
Okay, I don't want to fight about fucking Jalen Milroe at 12 o'clock at night.
But he doesn't.
We're not even picking him yet.
He doesn't.
Oh, my God. Pick some other fucking topic, Blake.
Nope. We have 4 hours. You can't tell me other than he can run around real fast and had one good game why he should be picked.
It's the Tommy Rees connection, man. That's the only thing I can tell you. That's the only thing I can tell you.
Tommy Rees isn't even going to call plays or anything. It's going to be Kevin Stefanski's offense. And we just tried to stick a square peg in a round hole in a Kevin Stefanski offense, and we couldn't do it. And all the players complained about how we tried to mold the team to one guy instead of doing it to the team's strengths. And we want to go build on a guy who doesn't do anything that our head coach does well. Play action, 12 and 13 personnel,
it could
rolling
be
out under center. We just did that experiment.
It could be Shador too. It's not guaranteed. And who knows? It might just be weapons. They might not like anybody this year.
It's just
they might trade down for Curtis Rourke. Like who knows, man?
I think either 33 or 36 is going to be
Pick
an
'em low.
OT.
Dude, I heard you and I believe you.
I saw so many reports the other day talking about how the Browns are locked. They didn't say who. They just said they're locked into an OT at 33. I forget who. I think Mary Kay might have had one of those posts. I can't remember who it was.
I don't disagree. I just don't want to see it. I just want some weapons, man. I just want to go on and on about weapons. That's all I want.
The problem we're other than like running back, and there's a couple wide receivers, but like all like the favorites are gone. Outside of like Henderson and Judkins.
Yeah, I mean my favorite wide receivers outside of like Ibuka and Travis Hunter are still there, but they're not guys I'm taking in the first. I would maybe 36.
Like who?
Trey Harris and the Iowa State guys.
Trey Harris. I'd have to do a bit more. Is he a good blocker? Like, is he a guy that fits? Like my understanding with Tommy Reese is he wants more slants, more goes, like smaller stuff to like beat these too high safety bubble zones just to methodically get down the field, right? Is that something that he fits, or is it more like the other guys, like bashing these guys, or like?
I mean, I'd have to look a little more into like those precise things. I know I've saw plenty of plays where he caught a quick slant and can just beat a defense pretty good. So
yeah, and
this is where I think Jalen Knoll, as the slot receiver, could be really good too. And I've seen people say Jaden Higgins could end up being a true number one receiver on a team. So those are guys that I'm interested in.
Well, like with any of these guys, it's all about the position coach. And I mean, we're not feeling too good with the guy that they've had for the last couple of years because we haven't been able to develop any receivers, right? So,
no.
I mean, is it because we're drafting them too low, like Blake says? Is it like, we're just too afraid to draft weapons high, and it just the coaches just can't get enough out of them, or they're just bad picks, And the only thing that we haven't changed on on the staff is our wide receivers coach. Is that the problem? So
Shador at 33 and Luther Burden at 36.
Wait.
That's what Truth is saying.
Wait, is this a real person?
Where?
The Lions pick? Did PFF, what just happened here?
Yeah, I've
never heard of this guy.
Let me see.
That can't be right.
That can't be there. There's
There's
no way.
that's a typo.
They have two great running backs.
All right, come on. That can't
Is
be.
it Phil Maffa?
It says Tyleek Raynor, halfback or running back out of Temple.
I don't even know who that is.
I don't know who that is either. That's why I'm like,
I'm rubbing my temples trying to think about who he could be.
Okay, it was Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle out of Ohio State.
Okay.
I'm like,
Well, I was
running
like,
back out of Temple in the first round.
When you got Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery,
Good job, PFF. Okay.
it's late for them too.
Tyleek Williams out of Ohio State. So there's another defensive interior. So, I mean, if Andrew Berry
Ohio
thought there was
State,
going to be a
man.
run on those guys, he at least jumped out there and got the one he wanted.
So it has the. I'll tell you that this could be a scary spot for Anderson to go. Is the Commanders.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
yep.
To put him next to
Jane Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
What was their biggest problem at last year?
It says
Was
that their biggest needs are running back, guard, center, edge, and cornerback. I was going to say I could see them going
yeah.
green also. But if they want, I mean, that would be because their running backs, what? Brian
Robinson.
Yeah.
And they had Austin Eckler, who's old.
Yes. They could use like a Jahmyr Gibbs in space kind of guy to go with. That would be scary. It would be fun to watch. Like I want Henderson to be on the
They
Browns.
have Terry McLaurin, so they'd have some Buckeyes to root for there.
Like I want Henderson to be on the Browns, but I am also a fan of like when people go to cool places and it could be fun to watch.
Well, because then you can actually root for the Commanders when playoffs start. Like, hey, that's my team because they got Terry McLaurin and Travion Henderson.
Last year it was the Lions, and I feel like I cursed them. Like I was like, oh, the Lions in the playoffs, Browns are. I'm going to be pulling for the Lions, and then they lost. I brought the Cleveland curse up to them. We haven't talked about it in a little while. A reminder as we're getting closer to the end of this draft, if you want to be entered for a chance to win a Cleveland Browns jersey, It could be our first round draft pick from tonight, Mason Graham, or any player on the Browns of your choosing. Head to jointhedawgs.com, become an official Dog Pack member. If you have to do that before the end of this live, and we'll know. If you try to do it after, we'll know. You have to do it before the end of this live, become a Dog Pack member, and you will be entered for a chance to win that jersey. And if you're already a Dog Pack member, thank you, and we will hopefully you guys will win. Also, become a YouTube member. Just sign up for YouTube. Become a member. It's 99 cents a month. That helps us out a lot. Make sure you are liked and following here on all the social media platforms. Just search at the Dawgs Podcast. You don't want to miss any of the content we're putting out. Again, we'll take this moment also. We're up to 1.3K listeners on X. This is by far our biggest live audience, and we're just in it keeps getting bigger as the night goes on, as our energy's going over. You guys should have been here like 2 or 3 hours ago. We were really in peak form.
Yeah.
But we're going on, you know what? We're at 4 hours, approaching 4 hours of being live on YouTube.
We lost a host.
We lost a host. Yeah. We're dropping like flies out here. But anybody who's watching, if you're new to the show, we really appreciate you guys checking us out. Again, make sure you like and follow on all the platforms so you don't miss any of the content we're putting out. Now that the draft will be over at the end of the weekend, we'll have players to talk about, undrafted free agents to get into. We'll be getting closer to rookie mini camp, and so things are really starting to. We're getting into the thick of things. So make sure you guys are following us on everything. Somebody says Journey concert letting out. Was it going on this whole time? Have they just been playing for like 4 hours?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
If you're at the Journey concert and you're just now going home, be careful. I know you'll be distracted watching us while you're driving. Don't do that. You can just listen on Apple, Spotify, and Google. Well, maybe not now. I doubt
not right now.
over there. You can listen to this tomorrow on Apple, Spotify, and Google. I saw a comment here that I almost brought up. It says Mike Green at 33 or bust. Again, I don't want defensive players, but if you tell me that the number 2 edge rusher is sitting there, it's like –
it's value. Like they have him rated 10th overall.
I don't want it.
Man,
I'm still going to stick with the fact that we're going to go poach Trey Hendrickson, so we can draft offense here because we're gonna go poach Trey Hendrickson.
I totally agree. I need some weapons. Like get Luther Bird and get anything. Like I need what's left here.
I guess if they did go like edge rusher with Mike Green or something like that, it would tell you immediately this season is out as far as trying to be competitive with scoring points with other teams. It's all going to be about building a young defense like the Eagles, develop that defense into one of the best in the league and hope to God you're able to get a quarterback with one of your 2 picks next year.
Dude, I'm in denial. Like, don't say that. I don't want to hear
I know.
it. Oh,
I know, man.
Like, I've just been sitting here just like I can't grasp like where we're going just with this one pick in the top 5. Like, I was so elated, we see this like dropping 5, and in my head I'm like, we're going to get Genty because we're going to get this offense going, because who wants to watch 15 points a game? Apparently the Browns.
Jimmy must like that.
Did Henderson get picked? It says pick is in, but I'm not seeing it on PFF yet. Usually they're...
Yeah, I don't have it yet either.
Henderson's going to get injured going to the podium. Hey, he stayed healthy all year last year. His injury concern was that like going into the season was kind of why I was like, man, I would like this guy to be a Brown one day, but watching him split carries this year and he looked fresh for the whole year and he managed to stay healthy the entire season. He's just so explosive.
With the Commanders would be okay because Brian Robinson can split those carries with him.
Yes, they can be a good 1-2 punch. He would be scary in that offense.
Don't they have
Yes,
Eckler? Don't they have Eckler as well?
Yeah, but I don't know. He might actually. Oh, they took Josh Connerly Jr.
Yes.
Okay,
good. So now the Browns will be tempted to take him.
Hey, Josh Simmons still on the board.
Yeah.
Any chance Browns swap picks with the Eagles just for the 5th-year option and get Sanders, or does that not make sense? If they're going to go quarterback, it makes sense, and they have the relationship with the Eagles where I think we could do something like that, and like we wouldn't get trade graped.
So my whole thing, and you tell me if you think differently, but I feel like the 5th-year option on quarterbacks is not a big deal because after year 3, if they're good, you're extending them, and if they're not, you're trading them.
Then you don't want them. Yeah.
So the 5th-year option, because you're not going to pick up a 5th-year option on a quarterback like with Baker Mayfield. They're like, we're not going to pick up the 5th-year option because it's like $40 million. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So I feel like 5th-year option is more or is less impactful for a quarterback. which I know people would probably think it's really important, but I just don't think it is.
That's true because, like you said, you're either if you have questions, you're not picking up their option,
Right.
Unless you're the Giants and Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Well, they didn't pick up his option, did they? Didn't they just give him like a 2-year extension or something?
Nah, yeah,
They paid him. They actually
paid him
extended
after
him.
his one good year
But again, like
because it was that or give him
you either extend him or you trade him.
Yeah.
So no, I agree. But it's a good thought, and like I wouldn't rule it out. It's true, man. I'm a big Buckeye fan. I'm originally from Bellefontaine, guys. You are right. Before the season, I hated his injury, but I hope he turned around. He was nasty this year. I just think, and obviously, I don't know enough about Travion Henderson's like high school career. Was he banged up a lot in high school? I know he just had a lot of bad luck with the injuries early in his Ohio State career. But to see him not only be healthy all year last year, but we played a lot of games last year. It was basically an NFL, regular season last year, and he managed to stay healthy. I think having Judkins in there to kind of take some of the bumps and bruises.
That was huge.
And you can honestly his injury, as long as he can stay healthy now, it helps him in terms of like lengthening his career because he didn't take nearly as many hits as some of these guys because he missed games in college. So and it clearly didn't do anything to affect. It didn't affect his explosiveness or anything. Like he's arguably the most explosive running back in the draft. Like when he's in space.
Oh, I think so. Without a doubt.
Like his top end speed and everything is crazy. Genty's obviously like the complete back, but Henderson to me is in space. He's the best one.
There was times he just looked like he was shot out of a cannon.
That play against Texas,
the screen.
Yeah, right before halftime.
It's just like, first of all, it was set up beautifully, but then there's nobody catching him, and
you still have to be able to do it.
And he's in one cut and gone. No chance.
That's exactly what we're looking for our offense for sure.
It's the only person who can do anything close to that in the open field for the Browns right now is Jerome Ford. And like we've said before 4 hours ago, you better block it up perfect. It better be exactly how you drew it up because he's not making anybody miss.
He's not finding a lane on his own.
No, like I feel like he doesn't break arm tackles.
No. He's very weak.
He doesn't he's not shifty. Mm-mm. He's just once he gets to the open field, he can be gone. You're not going to catch him.
Sounds like Pierre Strong.
It's a lot of work to get him to the open field.
Yeah, it's a pain.
You know what I mean? Like guys like Chubb, Saquon, they might take a bump in the hole, bounce off, and then they're gone. Or they might make a guy miss in the hole or stiff arm somebody, and then they're gone.
That's what I liked about Caleb Johnson. His yards after contact per attempt was like 4.4 or something. Was the second highest behind Genty in the nation last year, which means after he's getting hit the first time, he's still getting on average 4 more yards, which is insane.
Wasn't Scatteraboo
that's what
up
I'm
there
looking
too?
for.
Scatteraboo up there too?
Scatteraboo was up there too. Yeah.
Scatteraboo is a guy that I'm just not taking him to be our main back.
No, he's got to be part of the committee.
Yes, it's just, and maybe I'll be wrong on him, maybe, but it gives Peyton Hillis vibes.
Yeah, I'm taking him like day 3, man. Like I like Scatteraboo, but I'd take him day 3.
Like heart and grit's only going to get you so far, and I don't want to put him down. And maybe he'll be great in the NFL, but all these dudes are super big and fast and strong, and they all lift every day.
Doesn't matter.
You know what I mean? This is their jobs now, so like they're all like you're not. It's and again, I could be wrong, and I like the kid, but I said it. I was just kind of joking. I wasn't. I'm not drafting anybody on this team that runs like over a 4.45 or something crazy. I'm obviously being slightly sarcastic, but we lack so much top end speed. We lack when was the last time the Browns had a guy outside of, it was Nick Chubb that you just said, let's just get the ball to this guy and
he's gonna go to the house.
And he's going to take it. Or he's, this guy's a difference maker. He's scary. We just get the ball to this guy. We got to get the ball to this guy 10 times because he's going to make something happen. Maybe Odell for like a game.
Well, we don't
Dallas
draft skill players, so it's been a long time. We don't have anybody like that.
We never do. We never have like some of the best guys. It was Nick Chubb.
I'm getting depressed again here, buddy. I'm getting depressed again.
It was Nick Chubb. That's all we've ever had.
So let's talk about the position I don't even think we've mentioned yet tonight, except for a couple other teams taking it. Who do you guys want the Browns to take a tight end? Because they have to take a tight end in this draft. Have to.
So I really like I've been big on Fannin.
Okay, that's where I'm at too.
For like a long time.
Do you think the Browns will take him considering analytically, I don't think the analytics would say take him because of his size and like athletic, his athletic testing and stuff like that isn't off the charts for his size. But I think the dude can just play football.
So the top 4 that are left are Elijah Arroyo, Mason Taylor, Terrence Ferguson, and Harold Fannin. I like all of them.
I'm going.
If the Browns came away with any 4 of those, I would be happy.
Yeah,
I think they're all good. I feel like the pick at 5 is such a wasted pick. It sets us back now. Now we're picking a round later for all these guys, and they're just gonna get taken in front of us now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you had a chance to add an explosive playmaker at either the wide receiver position at 2 or the running back position at 5. Instead, you got a guy who's going to play with his hands on the ground.
4 hands.
He's going to be in a 4-point stance.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I'm just shocked.
Yeah, and the thing is, I didn't do a whole lot of intel and research and stuff into Mason Graham because I was not anticipating the Browns actually drafting a defensive tackle in the top 5. I knew for sure they were going to take one. Like every mock draft that I did, I always had them taking a D tackle, but I just didn't think it would be there. So I'll have to go back and hit the books on Mason Graham for you guys.
I had a guy near the end from Nebraska.
Fannin can't block. Well, that's why we have Njoku.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I know Fannon's not a big, and it's his size. Like he's not going to play a lot in line, but we also don't have a slot receiver. He can pop out and play your big slot role. I mean, the dude is a ferocious football player. You get the ball to him. What did they say? Oh, I did in that one episode. They call him
H-back.
Nah, his hand. Something about his hands. It's vacuum hands. That was his nickname or something.
Catches everything.
At Bowling Green, catches everything.
I wouldn't be shocked if the Bills go Mike Green here.
No, I wouldn't either.
That's a need for them
because
PFF is like lacking here. I don't have anything. Let's see.
Truth says the Eagles traded up.
They did. They swapped places then with the
Maxwell
Hairston. Okay. So another cornerback off the board.
Where were the Eagles?
They were at 32.
So they just swapped with the Chiefs?
Yeah. Interesting.
I wonder who they got their eye on.
It's got to be Mike Green. Don't you think?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
The Eagles defense they're going to win the Super Bowl again.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? I'm almost rooting for it at this point. Just because I just like watching
good
football. Like that is if you feel like they thought they needed to move up in front of the Chiefs for that?
I mean, if that is who they pick, they must have felt
the Chiefs sold them on someone,
or they felt like somebody else was going to move up with the Chiefs to get them.
Yeah,
true.
So they said we'll do it instead. I don't know.
KC going to grab Simmons.
Yeah, probably. Well, this night I said it was either going to be really boring in terms of teams moving around and the Browns doing stuff, or it was going to be really wild. It was really boring. Like pretty much everybody stayed put. There were a couple trades here late. Browns were the only ones in the top 20 that traded.
Somebody's saying they're going to take Will Johnson.
I was freaking pumped when we traded down. We got picks. We thought Genty was coming. I was like, man, I think I nailed this. I was
the roller coaster.
And then all of a sudden,
I think that's what really killed. It was the hope.
Yeah.
The hope is what kills you.
Well, we all came in here talking about, all right, so if they don't re-sign Nick Chubb, I'm going to get a new Travis Hunter jersey for the wall and all this stuff. And
we advertised giving away a Travis Hunter jersey.
Sure did. We sure did.
Journey was asking if we were excited for us to draft Travis Hunter. I got to try to find video. Somebody's got to have video on the internet of that.
I'm going to be looking forward to because I want to share that around. That's hilarious.
That is.
You got to kick off the next episode with that.
Yeah. Are you guys ready for Travis Hunter?
Yeah, and then it could be like this.
I want to hear the crowd's reaction to that, and then the crowd's reaction when the pick was announced.
Oh man. Ashton Genty's coming. No, it's Mason Graham. What?
This feels worse than Justin Gilbert. I'm dead serious.
Justin Gilbert was a gut punch for sure.
That's a bad draft.
One thing about the draft that year, we got Johnny Manziel. I was depressed getting him. I know people were pumped.
That was the first Browns jersey I ever bought.
I got excited just because we needed a quarterback.
My
always do.
My cousins live in Texas. They call me, and they're like, "You're not going to be like." They talked me into it. Sent me a Texas A&M jersey, everything.
Oh, geez.
And I was like, okay, like I was on it. And then that game against Buffalo, off. I'm like, I'm done with this guy.
Does it says the hardest part of this is that we got to sit here for nearly 4 hours after we didn't get the offensive pick that we anticipated, and it appears we're not trading back up into the first.
And you got to remember that we got to wait all day tomorrow just for the draft to kick off for the Browns to either trade back again or probably take a tackle or something that we're all sitting here going, Travion Henderson, or whatever, get one of these guys. And yeah, Mike Green, I don't know what we're going to do, guys, but
Yeah, just fill
turns out I'm going to be doing a lot more research into the players we picked than I thought, because I thought for sure we were going to pick some of the guys I liked.
What time's the draft start tomorrow?
I think it's 7
7.
tomorrow.
7.
Yeah.
Then 12 on Saturday.
It's just they went with Campbell.
Oh, Jahad Campbell.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. That fits them like to a T. I saw him mock to the Eagles a
Mike
lot.
Green not going in the first unless the Chiefs take him, which that'd be a good combination with like Chris Jones.
yeah.
So what's the deal with Mike Green? Why is he?
Do you have
falling?
injury concerns or something?
He had a sexual assault allegation or something a few years ago or a year ago or something. So I think that might have taken him off some people's boards, which I can just hear Browns fans, once that information starts to become widely known, if Andrew Berry takes Mike Green. I can hear it. I can just hear it.
EU wants to know, did Graham come to Berea? Was he a visit
Mason
with us?
Graham, yeah.
Yes,
he
he
came.
was.
He was a top 30. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, he was.
One that I passed right by when we did our top 6 of the 30 because I was like, no way this guy's coming.
Is it going to be, are they going to take Simmons, or are they going to go with, are they going to like do the flashy thing and go Travion Henderson?
Travion.
Either way, I think it's probably an Ohio State guy. You're probably right. But they probably go Simmons. I think that offensive line, they need help. I mean, they got destroyed by
The Eagles.
which they're just getting better now.
Oh, where's Travion in this? Oh, he's
Talk about, remember we kept saying this draft's either going to be awesome or it's going to be super boring. And
Hey, we appreciate you guys hanging out with us this entire time, because
Yeah,
it
no
has
kidding.
been almost 4 hours of us just sitting here hoping the Browns do something. It's like that meme, right, with the stick. Like, come on, do something.
it has been 4 hours.
Oh, yeah, that's
We've
true. We
eclipsed
started
the
at
4 hour mark.
7:30. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Makes me feel good to know that we can do this. We have
Yeah.
stamina.
it's but
It's
you know what?
tough.
It went
Yeah, I'm ready
faster
for
than
4
I
more
thought.
hours.
It does go fast.
Yeah, it
but
went faster than I thought. That's for sure.
man, chat, you guys are definitely keeping us going. Yeah, Heath, Green off-field issues. Am I right? Was it sexual assault allegations? Is that what it was? I'll have to wait till he hears this.
I've been waiting for this day
Johnny
since
football,
week 10
baby.
of the season.
I know.
That's why
Remember, I
said-
started putting like the draft prospects and stuff in the bottom ticker and things like that. We trade it.
We still had 8 weeks to go in the season. We were putting draft prospects in our episodes.
I'm like, who's the quarterback going to be? Yeah, no. Yeah. Mason Graham, defensive tackle, out of. It just sucks that it's Michigan too, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
yes. Like if you come to Cleveland and you play well, I'll root for you. I was a big DPJ fan when he was
Yeah.
here. But man, you better hope you play well. Because if not, it's not. You're gonna every other word I'm out. Michigan, bitch, Michigan.
Oh,
Braylon Edwards, everything
when he
turned
used to
into him.
when he used to drop balls. Oh my God.
Josh Durst, are we live tomorrow? No, that is not the plan.
No, that's the quickest way for me to get divorced.
Yeah, I had tossed around the idea of potentially doing something, me and maybe just like one other person online, but it's just not going to work out. It's tough with the schedules. Blake's got, how old's your daughter? She's 3?
3.
3, and I've got a 4 and a 4-year-old and a 3-month-old. So
Hey,
it's just
if you want to
it's
come
tough.
to Masthead Brewing, Brad Moneymaker and I'll be there watching the draft.
yeah. Go hang out with
You
Kenny.
go hang out with me, man.
Matt Hughes says Shador at 33, Henderson at 36. This is a great draft. If that happens, I will be a lot happier the next time you guys see me. if it's other people, defensive players again, I'm going to be insufferable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
All right, Casey, let's get off the clock here. Let's put this pick in so we can wrap this up and go home. Obviously, Kansas City is last team on the clock, so you got less than 10 minutes to go join the dog pack if you want a chance to win the Browns jersey. JoinTheDawgs.com, become the official dog pack member. Get a chance to win a Browns jersey. It'll be fitted to you. We'll get your information, the player you want, your size, and we'll get it sent to you. It's not like we have an extra large sitting in the back and you're medium and you're like, oh, I don't want that jersey. I'll never win. It'll be just for you. It'll fit, all that good stuff. So jointhedogs.com. Come hang out with all of us. A lot of the fine people in this chat are dog pack members. We have a good time in there. So come hang out with us.
Yeah, it's a good time. It is a good community of people.
Yeah, we have a blast. Even when we talk politics and all disagree, it's pretty good.
We got to do a cool meetup last year, or this past season, right before the Chargers game. We went up to the Berea Browns backers, had a big get-together. We did a podcast from up there. We went live. And
interviewed a Baldwin Wallace football player.
Yeah. We hung out, and then we went to Justin's big tailgate the next morning, and everybody got a little bit lubricated.
I was feeling good. I was holding my 2-4, giving people some Pound Town lagers from my Ottawa Browns backers group.
We bailed. Let's see. I bailed with my buddy right after the end of the third quarter because we were getting smoked by the Chargers, and it was terrible.
That was
Jameis
not
Winston
fun.
had like 12 sacks in that game. It was ugly.
And this is exactly why we want offensive weapons, because remember how many sacks Miles had that game? 3.5. And we lost by 20 points.
Yep. That's a great point, Kenny.
Yeah.
Way to drive it home here at the end.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You wore the perfect shirt for tonight.
Yes, he did, actually. Your shirt is legit.
I don't know if you can see it. But
So I gotta create one of those and get it on our podcast merch store.
That's awesome.
You can do my crying face.
Oh, for the audio listeners tomorrow, it says Browns fan. It's got 5 stars. 1 is filled in. It says constant heartbreak and disappointment. Would not recommend.
Yeah.
Good stuff, man. All right, so Casey's pick is in, but it's not showing up here yet, but it should be soon.
Let's see what we got.
Yeah, who was it? Somebody was asking, does it matter? Where's the chat going to be tomorrow? It's going to be
in the Discord.
So if you want to get in there, jointhedogs.com. That will be popping tomorrow night for sure.
Thanks for the chat, guys. We appreciate everybody who is, again, thank you guys. Anybody who did a super chat tonight, anybody who joined the dog pack, just being here, hanging out. Like I said, this is the most concurrent live viewers we've ever had, like by far, like not even close. And so we really appreciate. This was our 5th one. We're halfway to a decade of covering the draft for you guys live. And we love hanging out with you guys doing this. This is like even my wife was like, I know this is a big night for you. And I was like, it is.
Oh, dude, I'm
so excited. And then I'm going to go home, just crawl into bed and sob. And she's like, what's the matter?
That did not go the way I was hoping.
I don't want to talk about it. Be quiet. Will Johnson's still available. We're going to end up with 2 players. If we take a defensive player at 33, God.
The rebuild is on. That is full on tank.
I'm already gonna go home and be falling asleep and having nightmares of Travis Hunter catching touchdown passes and Genty winning offensive rookie of the year and us going 2-16 or 15.
And everybody thinking we're getting Arch Manning and he stays in for another year. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
We end up with Carson Beck.
Yeah. For the Penn State, Drew Allard.
And everybody will love Drew Allard since he grew up a Browns fan.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. Maybe so. Like Drew Allard has good size, good build, and everything. Maybe he'll be good at Penn State this year, and I'll feel different. Yeah. But the people who wanted him to come out this year, I was like, all right, have we watched him play, guys? Have we watched him?
Yeah. And the pick is
in.
Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State. Rounds it out.
How many Buckeyes is that now? 6.
Quite a few. We had the defensive tackle, 2, the 2 linemen, the receiver.
3. And I'm going through. 4. Is Ibuka the first one?
Maybe. No, didn't Donovan? No, he went later. Yeah.
So it was 4.
4. Yep.
Yeah.
4 in the first round.
Don't worry, there'll be more tomorrow.
Yeah.
Probably not to us.
That officially puts the Browns on the clock at 33.
Shador Sanders is
Shador
still
Sanders still
Actually,
available.
We could go through who's still on the board. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick while we wrap it up. So let's go by position real quick. We'll do a couple of the most needed positions for the Browns. Shador, Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Riley Leonard, and Tyler Shuck are still available. If you go to wide receiver, Luther Burden, Elick Iomore. Am I saying it right?
I think it's like Ioman or Iomont. I forget.
I'm not good. I don't read good. Jaden Higgins, Jack Beck, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, Trey Harris, Xavier Restrepo, and Jalen Noel.
Might as well cut those right off the list. We're not picking those guys. So.
Tight end, Elijah Arroyo, Mason Taylor, Terrence Ferguson, Harold Fannin. Those are the top 4 guys. We already talked about them a little bit. I'd be happy if we can end up with any of those guys.
Me too.
I would be pumped with any of those. And then if we're gonna look at running back, which we'll focus here on this says Cam. There's no way Cam is the number 1. PFF's high and drunk, but Cam Scatabo, Dylan Sampson, Caleb Johnson, Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins.
Yes.
In my opinion, they just have these listed backwards.
Yeah. Same.
100%.
Honestly, I'm at the point I'm so disappointed with the way the first round went, and I just love both running. Take Henderson at 33 and Judkins at 36.
Keep them together, baby.
Keep them together.
Yeah.
We'll lose every fucking game this year, but at least we'll have 2 players I really, really like.
Yeah.
So,
I'm down.
but I'm in my brain, I'm thinking it's going to be quarterback at 33. I don't think you can risk waiting until 36 if there's a guy that you want.
Right. So I will say the way the first round ended, though, is good for the weapons because you got Connerly off the board, Josh Simmons is off the board. Obviously, those are 2 offensive tackles I would like to have in Cleveland, just not over the weapons. So now you're looking at Ariante Ursary out of Minnesota and Ozzie Trapilo are like the top 2 tackles left, but I think Trapilo you can get in the 3rd, maybe with 67. So maybe that takes, Tate Ratledge is still on the board, the guard from Georgia, but I just don't see them taking a guard here. I think we are kind of out of the offensive lineman box here, hopefully to start tomorrow. If
we're looking to, you still have the number 2 and number 3 edge rushers available.
Crazy.
You still have the number 3 corner. You still have the number 2 ranked wide receiver. You still have the number 4 ranked corner, all available.
Yeah.
Like there are good.
Will Johnson didn't go in the first round.
That blew my mind.
Unreal.
I noticed that. That blew my mind.
Huh.
So there are some good players that can make me feel a lot better about where we stand as a team at the end of tomorrow as opposed to where we stand right now. I know it's another
defensive position, but safety, only 1 went. So you still got Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State, Andrew Makuba from Texas. Nick Emenworry did not go in the first round, which he was mocked most of the time in the first round from South Carolina.
I'm surprised with his
and
size.
Xavier Watts from Notre Dame. So, tomorrow you could see the Browns make 3 picks in the second round if they trade up from 67.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they will, but
I'm done guessing with the Browns.
I know.
Yeah, who knows, man?
I know.
I wouldn't have a house if somebody would have taken my bet about if we were going to pick an offensive or defensive player. Because there's just no way I thought we were taking a defensive lineman or any defensive player, especially one not named Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
I got no. I must have made a very compelling argument on our video like 2 months ago. Andrew Barry's like, that motherfucker's spitting.
I did post so. In five drafts, Andrew Barry had drafted 6 defensive tackles and only 3 defensive ends. Like it's not. The edge rusher is not the priority, especially since we have Miles. I think they've got one good one, and they're focused. He's so focused on the interior of that D line.
And I think too, like Alex Wright, kind of seems like he's poised to kind of have like a breakout.
Isaiah McGuire too. I like those guys.
Yes,
I don't know why you would put extra resources based on all the guys that we have at defensive end.
We signed a shit ton already.
Like there's so many guys there. Why would you do it?
You still have Ogbo.
Obo. We signed Joe Tryon Shoyinka.
Yep.
And I really do like Isaiah McGuire flashed a little bit, and I think like Alex Wright showed a lot of good things on tape last year.
Yeah, I like him.
I think like he could be poised to kind of be having like a breakout kind of season. So please, for the love of all that is holy, pick offensive players tomorrow.
Oh, please, let's get an offense going.
But all right, we're gonna wrap this thing up. We're gonna get everybody out of here safely. Huge shout out to PT over here coming in. This is his first time producing for us. Did a great job.
He always does.
So big shout out to him. Thank you so much for being here.
Shout out, man.
Thank you to Kenny. Drove all the way from a different country to watch us take a defensive tackle.
Yeah, I got super high and super depressed, and I wanted to lay my head down. And, oh, man.
So, and a huge shout out to all of you guys, all 1.5K of you guys watching between the different platforms. Again, by far the biggest night we've ever had in our podcast history. So we appreciate you guys being here, hanging out with us for 4 freaking hours. It's not as easy as we made it look. No, just joking. Yeah. So it'd be a lot harder if you guys weren't here in the chat, keeping the chat going the whole time, talking to us, giving us stuff to bounce ideas off of. So again, thank you guys so much for being here. You got about 10 seconds left to go join the dog pack if you want a chance to win the Browns jersey.
Let's do it.
You can follow us on all the social media pages. Just search at the Dawgs Podcast. Like and follow on YouTube, please. Thank you. And you can also just listen on Apple, Spotify, and Google. So I got to cover all my bases. But again, thank you guys for being here. Browns are on the clock. If you want our thoughts tomorrow, since we can't be live, join the Dawgs. Mm-hmm. We'll be in the Discord. We just won't be live anywhere, but we'll be talking on the Discord probably all day leading up to the draft and the whole draft. So join thedawgs.com. Get into that Discord, guys. It's a ton of fun. And it's basically like what this YouTube chat was, only 24/7, 365. So I can't say enough good things about that. But we appreciate you guys being here, and we'll see you guys sometime early next week.